to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human. Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026. Your day ends, human.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026. Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, demon.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, demon.
Welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Well, hello, Rivals, and welcome into Championship Weekend here in Season 6 of the Marvel Rivals Championship. Pacific action coming your way in just a few minutes as the top 8, the last 8 standing teams in the Asia and Oceania regions are about to duke it out, and I am so looking forward to that. Thank you all for joining us. My name is Diatonic, and I am joined here by the legendary CB. And CB, first time on for us here on the MRC. Our friends Liger and Matt C are away, so we are filling in the gaps here. How are we feeling about these last 8 teams standing?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about all of them. It's like the best of the best that this region has to offer. You know, tippity top. I am predicting that we are going to get the top team out of OCE versus the top team out of Asia by the end of it. But how we get there is anyone's guess. And you and I, we have a couple of pet theories. We've been talking about it. We've been so giddy, so excited. I just can't wait to get to the action. I'm happy to be here making our MRC debut, and I just can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, I mean, truly Asia and OCE's finest kind of on deck here to take each other on here. And of course, the ever-narrowing path towards Ignite, the last train about to depart the station here. So these teams ready to battle it out for the opportunity to hop on, at least for this first half of the season. So definitely a lot of drama and a lot of stakes. Of course, we'll get to some prize support too and take a look at what is on the table here for these teams. But yeah, you know, we did talk a little bit before the broadcast about who we think is going to have the path forward. And it kind of turned into a difficult discussion. You know, these teams kind of all on the same power level, and now we're like, who the heck is going to be able to take it all the way? I mean, there's a lot of potential dream matchups here for these teams, and a really great window into what that second half of the Ignite field is going to look like.
Yeah, shouts out, by the way, like you said, to Matsy and Liger. But first, I want to give a quick little shout out to my boy Captain America, Steve Rogers. When a legend is bound by darkness, he touched the tape, and his mind was dragged into a dream. A soldier without a heart, fighting forever, never able to fall. And through it all, he kept whispering one name: Steve Rogers. Step into the shadows with Captain America's cursed captain costume, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 6, a symbol of hope, twisted by fate yet unbroken in spirit. Available right now in the in-game store. Go and get your hands on it. Even cursed, a hero never stops fighting.
Yeah, absolutely love the new look for Cap, and not the only one getting a makeover recently as well. Break the chains, claim the stars. Jeff, your bravery is inspiring. The Collector's Museum is pure torment. It takes real courage to step inside once more. Sailing the battle with Psylocke's once captive Corsair costume, first appearing here in Marvel Rivals Season 6. Warrior shaped by captivity, now cutting through destiny with psionic steel. That one also available as of March 5th, 6 p.m. Pacific. Freedom isn't given, it's taken. And surely these teams looking to take home some of the prize pool here in this MRC. And like we talked about already, like we're going to talk about all day long here, another Ignite invite on the table. But yeah, gotta love the new looks for both of them. Love the space pirate theme.
I'm looking to take that skin for myself, by the way, and also take a couple of fashion tips, because the pirate aesthetic, like you said, the space pirate, really does it for me. It looks so good, especially like the pants on that skin. I don't know what, like, I gotta get myself a pair of those with like the holes like up the sides. It looks so good. But before we get around to that, let's have a quick look at the schedule. You are looking right there, March 14th. Happy Pi Day, by the way, everybody. And to have your pie and eat it too, we're going to be taking you through rounds 12 through 14 to try and figure out who is going to be making it to our lower bracket finals and our grand finals. It's all going to be decided tomorrow. Like I said, you and I had some pet theories about who those teams are going to be, but how we get there is anyone's guess. And well, today you and I get to play the guessing game.
Yeah, and as we kind of whittle away at the remaining teams, you're going to see a better full view of the remaining field on the board. So we'll be taking a look at several series throughout those couple of rounds today. But again, wanted to bring up, you know, not just Ignite invites on the table here, 14 grand on the line in this MRC. And, you know, things have been tweaked a little bit here for this season of the Marvel Rivals Championship. A lot more of that prize pool being consolidated into these top slots. So it truly is kind of a race to the finish for these teams. You know, obviously punching your ticket and making it into Ignite for the rest of the year is definitely a good selling point, but can't go wrong with 7 grand in your pocket if you manage to take home the win.
Yeah, you know, obviously you want to be rolling up to Ignite with your pockets fat, and like you said, 7 grand. I mean, that's a good bit of thickness for the cargo shorts there. I think that even if, like, you know, we've seen a lot of these teams tweeting out like LFOs showing that they have been, you know, accepted into the Ignite program. They've made the cut. Even if every single team though does make it to Ignite, which is the real glory, let's be honest here, you know, that cash prize and the glory for MRC, it's nothing to scoff at whatsoever, but everybody is playing for that opportunity to prove that they are the best, not just in the Pacific, but in the world. And to do that, you gotta go through Ignite. But again, even if we assume that all of the teams have qualified, which isn't a sure thing, But even if they have, you definitely don't want to be rolling up to Marvel Rivals Ignite looking like fresh meat on the table. You know, you want to show everybody, the guest teams and the partner teams that are already there and all of the people here, that you are a force, that you are someone not to be taken lightly, and you will be having that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is really kind of the stage to make a statement as these teams transition out of the MRC into the next step of that journey, being, of course, the Ignite preseason, just a couple short weeks away. So, you know, don't worry, once MRC is off the air, not too long of a wait for the next bit of Rivals competitive action. But this truly is kind of the last boat here for now. Of course, teams will have to participate in future MRCs to make their way in, but this one is kind of the last direct line into that preseason action. So, you know, we're going to be seeing a lot of kind of all-out brawls here, lights out fighting from all teams on the board. And speaking of which, if you have not watched the Marvel Rivals Championship before, or still kind of getting your feet wet in competitive Marvel Rivals, let's take a look at how the ban system works here. Looks a little bit different than your standard ranked ladder bans, of course. So teams will have the opportunity to ban 3 heroes and save 2 for the entire lobby. So if Team 1 bans out Spider-Man, for example, as you see here, banned several times, which, you know,
as
can't
it
blame
should
them
be.
for that. True. That is a ban that applies to the entire lobby. So Spider-Man banned by Team 1, neither Team 1 or Team 2 can play Spidey. So, you know, there's a little bit of drama here, a little bit of push and pull. Like, okay, the other team, they have a really good Spider-Man, but we have a really good Spider-Man too. Do we want to ban that away and take away the opportunity to play him for ourselves? Is it worth the risk? So that risk reward system definitely makes for some interesting fights from the ban screen.
Yeah, it gets really crazy because, like, I feel like the MRC ban system does kind of tend to lend itself a little bit more to mirror matchups unless you're a team that has some weird deep pocket pick, and you kind of throw a whole wrench into the equation and drag us all into just off-meta territory, and it gets kind of wild. You know, you could look over at North America, teams like Yeah We Lost thrive in this ban system, and we got a couple teams over here in the Pacific region that do also like to feast on this particular ban system, so making the most of it while we have it. But you know, hoping that we don't see the universal Spidey ban coming out here. But let's have a look at the playing field right now. Diatonic, walk us through who we got left and how we are going to get to that finish line you see over on the right-hand side of your screen there that every team is gunning for.
Right, so like we said, you know, 8 teams, the last 8 standing here in the Pacific region for this round of the MRC. Of course, going down from top to bottom, you've got 4 teams still left in the upper bracket, still holding on to that extra life. One Piece and Triple AD going to be taking each other on in that first upper bracket match. It's Bugged and Loyalty going to be fighting it out as well to make their way into that upper bracket finals. Down in the lower bracket, Life Bar's Red, but not knocked out of the tournament just yet. Baxium Japan and N1 Hex going to be battling it out there. And then as well as a couple of OCE teams down there, the Chiefs versus Moshi Mosh, and I have heard that maybe those teams going to be getting a little bit of face-to-face action actually in this MRC matchup.
Yeah, we got a couple of boots on the ground. We got Liger and Matzi live at a certain LAN event where both the Chiefs and Moshi Mosh's roster are currently playing, so they might be able to hurl a few mean words at each other that we won't hear because we don't actually have our cameras there. But we can always, you know, quickly shoot Liger a DM and be like, hey, did anyone say anything? Did anyone really, like, pop off, you know, call someone else a feeder or anything like that? You know, give us the tea, give us the drama, sis. Like, we got to see it. But that's going to be a fun one to keep an eye on. Honestly, every matchup from here on out is looking like it could go down to the wire. It could be close. And as, you know, you and I were talking a little bit in the intermission, we're kind of predicting that maybe we end up seeing the top team out of Asia versus the top team out of OCE as the grand finals. One Piece versus the Chiefs, but it's a matter of how we get there. And even if we get that, who's going to take that third place spot in the lower semifinals? And everything else from there is anyone's guess because it is about as close as it can possibly get.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still up in the air as to who is going to come out on top. We do have our thoughts, but some teams have eliminated former Ignite competitors throughout this MRC bracket, so it is truly anyone's game here. But as we talked about, we are going to be jumping straight into some action here. One Piece taking on Triple AD. You've probably seen them here before. They definitely are toppers here in the MRC, and now one of the two of the last 8 standing teams. We are already right into it. Loki banned first from a Triple AD. I was almost expecting maybe Gambit, Elsa, but Loki, maybe not a bad choice here either.
I kind of feel like a lot of teams have caught on to that Loki is the real problem. Like, you can kind of beat a Raging Royal Flush, right? But what you can't beat is 2 of them. So if you ban out the Loki and you're willing to, you know, place your bets on the Gambit mirror, maybe you play Gambit Invis as a backline, depending on how the rest of the picks and bans shake out. That's not the worst look, but having that double flush is just something you don't want to, like no one wants that. You don't want that, I don't want that, the teams don't want that. They also don't want to be staring down the barrel of a Glartrox every now and then. So Elsa, like you predicted, is going to be on the chopping block, and an Angela Protect going to come out from One Piece, and you already see Kaidia hovering over that one-winged Angel.
Yeah, no shocker there coming out from One Piece. And, this team has kind of carved a path of destruction all the way to this point here. Both One Piece and Triple AD, I mean, again, both still standing in the upper bracket, have not taken a series loss yet. And there's some pretty high-impact heroes making it through this draft phase. Daredevil saved by Triple AD. Mantis banned out here. So definitely a little bit of a shift. Maybe not 100% what I was expecting going in. But, we're several rounds into this MRC. We are deep into this tournament now. There's got to be some homework done by both of these teams, a little bit of tape review, and maybe they know some things or looking for some target bans here. But I like the draft so far. I think it's of course, Gambit ban coming out from One Piece as well. So some of the top heroes definitely not surviving this draft.
I might just be huffing my own fumes here personally, but I've kind of had a pet theory for a while that the Gambit composition overall, like even if it's just a single Gambit, is beatable. Like bro might be kind of on the downswing a little bit. We still think of him as this like unbeatable god in terms of strategist, but a Mantis triple strat comp can beat the Gambit. So I think it's interesting that you see the Mantis ban coming out from Triple AD in One Piece and immediately go like, okay, well, maybe we can't beat this without the Mantis, so might as well ban it out. And a Protect onto the Jeff, so I mean, we're seeing a lot of strategists being lined up and knocked down, but an interesting strat line is definitely on the horizon here. A Vanpool Protect, though, that I think is the big one that you didn't mention before, but I think subconsciously you and I were both expecting one of these two teams to reach for.
Yeah, I mean, the Vanguard variant of Deadpool made a lot of impact ever since release. I've gotten a lot of hours on it myself, and yeah, definitely a nasty Vanguard to hang on to. A Triple AD gonna round out their draft by banning out the Namor, so no Hella Namor team up on the table. No Squid's gonna make it here to Celestial Husk. One ban left for One Piece, and yeah, you talked about the strategist, right? There's still a couple of pretty common options on the table. Invisible Woman's still available here, at least unless One Piece decides to ban her out at the very end. No, it's a Phoenix ban to round out, so Phoenix off the table. But yeah, there's still some pretty good strategists left in the pool here even after that draft. So, not a lot of backline in peril here for these teams. They definitely have options.
But they're both reaching for some very interesting ones. Like right out the gate, both teams go straight for the Jeff, and then you also see Dotre over there on that rocket. So we got the Zootopia backline being flashed currently for One Piece, and a very fast, very aggressive dive composition with a triple Vanguard lineup. You're going to be playing that Vanpool kind of like he is a duelist and really trying to get yourself in the action. But overall, like, this is a scary comp from One Piece, and one that, if you look over, Triple AD, they're also privy to. They are willing to mirror it. So even though we have both Invis and Cloak and Dagger that made it through the pick and ban phase, as well as the Magneto, none of those heroes are making it through right now. They want to go full-on knockdown, bang, aggression.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be seeing an in-your-face kind of brawl here right out the gate as we head over to Clintar Celestial Husk for this first map in this best-of-5 series. A lot of kind of known quantities on both sides of the board here if you've been keeping up with your competitive rivals. Of course, several members of One Piece, all Ignite competitors, as well as a couple of members of Triple AD. So these teams know each other. They've had some interactions before, and I am so looking forward to seeing them duke it out here. Best-of-5 series on the line, upper bracket matchup between One Piece and Triple AD, a couple of the top teams in this MRC. A mission area unlocking very shortly, and yeah, I'm liking the comps from both sides. They got some nasty stuff on the board here.
Dotre at the last second there, I think, actually did use the BRB just for the armor packs and swapped over onto the Invis, so a little bit of survivability up against the dive, but also a lot less squirrely than Mocha is going to be over on the rocket. So if they can manage to pin down this Invis woman, Triple AD do have a bullseye that they can all hone in on. You can already see Rocco already trying to pressure back that Angela and create an opening for the rest of the team. It's looking like Triple AD have pretty good control over this point here, but they need to try and keep Kadia away from their backline. And Mocha, oh, she is running for the hills.
Yeah, trying to get in there and dig their heels in. One Piece got a little bit of progress on that capture point here, but here comes the first KOs of the match. Illicit there, finding one on the Daredevil, Quaid as well, or Quest as well on the Jeff here. So it's going to be Triple AD coming out the gate here. Make it 2 for the Lawyer of Hell's Kitchen there. 1-2 already for Triple AD, but still One Piece trying to hold on to the point here. Fun's already got that Feast of the Abyss ready to go on the Venom, but not a lot else there for One Piece so far.
Yeah, I mean, and they used the Banhammer early on in that fight. It's one of those use it or lose it kind of ultimates, you know. It's one of the only ultimates that works that way. If you don't use it before you die, you don't get to carry it over with the next life. So Ananta really had no choice but to let that one rip, and it doesn't actually pay off. So, you know, Triple AD going to have the advantage in this fight, but an early Galactic Legend going to come out from Vital, force a little bit of kiting from Triple AD. They have It's Jeff, their only strategy to leverage, and they will use it, but Illicit gets caught out in the meantime as the comp is split.
Yeah, now another Galactic Legend coming in from Rocco on the side of Triple AD, this time in the air, does put some damage down onto One Piece, but Triple AD still holding strong on the point here. CYA from Mocha on the side of Triple A here, a whole flurry of ults from One Piece as well. The It's Jeff on the board from Aztec. Beast of the Abyss comes through, but Triple AD looking quite healthy here as all their strategists on the point, and on point here is Illicit again on that Daredevil. Absolute damage here coming through for the Matt Murdoch player. 50% of the way captured for Triple AD. A solid opening for them now, but Ananta looking to even the odds on the Deadpool here, finds Rocco and grabs that ultimate for Deadpool, ready to go once again here. Illicit letting that devil out as he hasn't been doing it since frame 1 of this matchup here, just to get the ball rolling for Triple AD again, still holding on to that point here, but Ananta coming in clutch here for One Piece as they are looking to try and retake.
Yeah, but the res is going to come back on through, so Triple AD going to have their back line fully up again, but no BRB going to be available for Illicit, so the Devil of Hell's Kitchen is going to be forced out of that kitchen, and control will flip over to One Piece as those 3 pops the Invisible Boundary, but it's off the point, and Triple AD should still have the tools to be able to go for a retake here. They have a Jeff ult to mirror Aztacs, and looks like they're going to just play back a little bit, wait, bide their time, and wait for Illicit to come back into the fight, who's swapped over onto the Spider-Man. I thought we banned him 6 times.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm surprised he made it through, but no. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man swinging into action here. Rocco getting the Galactic Legend and lets it rip right away. Nothing One Piece can do here. They do have the Aztec on that It's Jeff ult here, and there comes the KOs. Rocco on 1 health there, does go down, but right back up off the BRB. Vital countering in kind there with a Galactic Legend of their own here. So One Piece managing to hold on to the point here, but the fight rages on here. They are at least looking to clean house, and Aztec will pick up 1 more KO on that Jeff as well. Quast still holding on to the It's Jeff on the side of Triple AD, but gonna cool off now as One Piece 50% of the way captured.
Fun going in deep, knowing that we've got that Beast of the Abyss, so there is that pseudo second life. We'll go ahead and pop that to keep the pressure up and force Triple AD to keep their heads on a swivel, but they are not going to flinch. No ults being expended for the side of Triple AD, and they still have a Beast of the Abyss of their own, and like you said, the Jeff ult as well, so again, tools to be able to get back in. Illicit, by the way, off the Spider-Man, swaps back over onto the Daredevil, so I think Homie was just trying to get back nice and early, but the hammer now going to come out from Ananta, and that should be the opening salvo, but Triple AD looking to bounce back.
Yeah, big ult fiesta here as they are trying to get back in the fight here. One Piece overtaking their capture progress here as Triple AD looking for an opening, but the door right now closed firmly shut by One Piece. Ananta on cooldown on that Deadpool ult for now. Triple AD still holding on to a couple. They're going to let him fly here. Galactic Legend overhead on the ground. Jeff on the move. Aztec's got an It's Jeff as well. And Dotori throws down that Invisible Boundary as well, trying to keep One Piece firmly planted on this point as they are going to go into overtime. Heaven's Retribution from Kaidia and overhead Galactic Legend comboing together here to try and close out the first point, but a heated battle. Vital and Kaidia filling your KO feed there, taking out a couple members of Triple AD here, but no smite there on the Venom, finding one as well, and yet again the Devil released by Illicit one more time, potentially chasing down Dotori. Can't quite confirm the KO, but back to spawn anyway here. One Piece still holding firm with Fun there on the Venom, holding on to the point. 1 KO picked up for the symbiote himself there. Triple AD managing to make it back to the point here. There is a strange portal in play as well, so the troops move through the portal and manage to keep this fight going. Just a couple of seconds of overtime taken down now, but Triple AD out of ultimates here. Fun still got that Beast of the Abyss, and they are just looking for a way to get Triple AD swept off this point.
Tuba's coming up on that Banhammer, is going to let that one rip. Is going to result into a KO. It will result into a little bit of temperament coming out from One Piece, but the Beast of the Abyss taking a bite out of Aztac, and Triple AD looking to find the flip here, taking out Kaidia as well on the Doctor Strange. I'm not sure where the Sorcerer Supreme dropped in from, but Homie dropped straight 6 feet under, courtesy of No Smite, who's going in to force the rest of One Piece back, and the flip will come through, and it's so well played from Triple AD. That fight feels so scrappy and takes so long to play out, but at the beginning of it, it was all about Mocha and the BRB and how much pressure One Piece were able to get onto her. The res came out, you still had Quaz there to heal up the team and take the fight. on not the best of terms, but still on winnable terms, and that is the only reason that Triple AD are still alive in this sub-map here.
Yeah, definitely some very steady nerves under pressure there for Triple AD. 99-90 in overtime. Point number 1 in this best of 5 there. Dotori opens up the fight with 1 KO on the Invis. Rocco gonna return fire on the Sorcerer Supreme here. Here comes the It's Jeff. One more time from Quaz there on Triple AD. Fun's got that piece of the Abyss, and there's a lot of ults ready to go for one piece here. Eye of Agamotto comes in from Rocco. The Jeff ult does find a couple here, carried off out of the fight. Half of overtime already expended here as both teams gonna let whatever they've got left on the table here, let it fly here. Spider-Man coming back in from Vital now as Illicit and Vital go for the mirror match on the Spiders. A lot of ultimates from both sides of the board. Both banhammers expended by the Deadpool players there. And there's one for Vital on your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here. One Piece still in this fight. An absolute tug of war between these two teams. Just a second or two of overtime left for Triple AD to try and close out the point here. But their health bars looking so low, and Fun is looking for the buffet here on the Venom. Finds one. No Spider about to go down two. Solo. Illicit falls with the spectacular spin. Not able to expend it here before he's back to spawn. One Piece will make the flip here. Most of Triple AD offline, and One Piece gonna let that overtime tick away here. Just a second or two left, and Triple AD can't find a way back to the point, and One Piece will take it. What a mess on point number 1.
That's our MRC debut, you and I, Diatonic. That's how we make an entrance with Celestial Vault going 99-99 between these two teams in one of the longest fights I think I've seen in a long time. And honestly, if not for one small thing, it could have gone on a little bit longer. Because I think that may have gone long enough for that teleport to come back online for Rocco there. But it was the BRB. The Doctor Strange got rezzed. He couldn't pop the teleporter because he wasn't with the rest of the team. There is a world where you do get another Strange TP in there and we go another 2 or 3 minutes, but got so much pressure being put onto this backline. I gotta give a shout out to Vital, making that swap over onto the Spider-Man, inting so deep to take down Mocha, does succeed, and then even though it doesn't succeed in taking down Quazid, keeps the pressure on and keeps the Jeff separate from the rest of the team, and then gets out and lives on literally 1 HP. People say 1 HP all the time. No, I looked at the bottom of the screen. That number, it was 1. There were no other digits next to it. It was not 10, it was not 15, it was 1.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talked about it right at the beginning of the broadcast. You know, the prize pool shrunken down here. Teams trying to fight for those last few remaining spots. We thought it would be heated, but point number 1 on map number 1 of the night was not expecting that here. Checkpoint number 2, not quite online yet, but these teams are just going to go head-to-head here. Triple AD's got an ult advantage, and they've got a body advantage. There you go, the Venom finding one. That's no smite and Illicit in your KO feed here. The Daredevil, massive value so far on this first map for Triple AD as they will open pretty strong here. Not quite enough to capture the point here, and Vital's just going to return fire on the Star-Lord. Galactic Legend ready to go, cleaning up Triple AD here, looking like One Piece might be able to get the first cap here, and after capturing that first point, that is some huge momentum for this One Piece squad here to start things off. They will chase off the last few members of Triple AD. Not quite enough to secure it, but that might do it there. Kaidia on the Angela Shish Kebab, the Deadpool up against that pillar right in the middle of the map.
And right away, we're seeing why One Piece are such a dangerous team. They have some of the best crisis management I think I've ever seen. That fight opens up with one of the most disgusting Feasts of the Abyss I've ever seen from No Smite, and then you lose 2 right off the bat because the list's there with the follow-up, but One Piece, despite losing 2 early on, are able to turn it. They use just enough ultimates. They carry over a few more. Now we have Mirror Jeff ultimates coming out on both sides. Quazit is going to be able to get 2. That should be the full elim there. And yeah, bro is definitely going to give his life to make sure that he takes 2 down with him. Rocco up in the skies with the Galactic Legend, and Triple AD should be looking to find the flip here, but this is still a fight that they shouldn't have had to take on these terms. They should have won it the first time around, but One Piece are so resilient. They refuse to go away, and even now, Fun staying in the fight as long as he can with that symbiotic resilience.
Yeah, I mean, cool heads prevailing yet again here. Triple AD, they committed quite a bit here to try and get this retake secured, but they have not found it yet. Banhammer coming out from Ananta now on the Triple AD, slowing the pace down just a little bit here. Dotori with that miracle boundary here, giving the team plenty of sustain to last through this. Let the devil out from Illicit. CYA coming up from Mocha now, but not enough to save the Jeff here, following the Star-Lord back to spawn. Plenty of KOs coming through now for One Piece yet again. Tuma on the Daredevil going deep with the swords here, trying trying to find some evening odds here, but again, overhead, Vital, Galactic Legend, a satellite in the sky for One Piece here, as he'll find 2, looking for 3 there on the Venom, he will have it. There's a One Piece holding strong on this point, 75%, and Kaidia will find one as well, taking down Mocha. So Rocket Raccoon offline, 80% captured for One Piece.
But how? But literally how? Like, that's 2 times on this map that Triple AD have found 2 to open up the fight, and One Piece still, like I said, they're so resilient. They just won't go away. They're able to limit test, invest just enough ultimates to keep alive, and they've managed to do it again, and now they have tools to sustain through this next fight that comes through. Fun with the Feast of the Abyss, and Aztac looking to feast as well, gonna pop that Jeff ultimate. We'll see if we're able to find anything. Illicit looking to try and hunt down Vital. We'll find that KO, so the man advantage in favor of Triple AD, but we know how much that's worth.
Yeah, absolutely clinical resource management from One Piece here. Kaidia again, shish kebabs left and right, takes down Rocco on the Star-Lord, and that's all they need. One Piece will take Celestial Husk in 2 points from what I thought at the beginning was Triple AD having the advantage. Now One Piece controls this map from the second half all the way to the end, but what a fight between these 2 teams. Absolute statement on map number 1.
Yeah, like, and I think, you know, despite this being a 2-0, we're already seeing why both of these teams have made it this far. Like, sure, it's only map 1. We saw a absolute slugfest in sub map number 1, but as we went over to the second one, it was just like, we're seeing Triple AD coming out with some of the best hits that you've ever seen a team, some of the cleanest and most clinical dives, but it's what comes next that they're just not expecting. One Piece are able to parry every single shot and then some, and it's just like, what do you do? How do you beat a team that doesn't care if they have a man advantage? How do you beat a team that doesn't care if they're down in resources? They just beat you anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the question. And you know, you see the stats for these 2 teams. I mean, you can tell just by looking at the elim numbers that they're trading blows here. No 40, 50 elim numbers. No, it's Vital, the MVP for that map with 18 elims, 11 final hits off of those 18. I mean, this was a match that was truly kind of back and forth here, but One Piece, especially there on checkpoint number 2, cleaning up in a lot of the fights, finding value and kind of completing the fight. You know, like you said, CB, you know, we saw a lot of times where Triple AD would start off with a big double KO right at the beginning of the fight, and they just could not follow up on it, couldn't get the value drawn from that. If it was any other team, you would see Triple AD kind of snowball throughout the rest of that fight, but they're up against the One Piece here, and they have proven themselves to be quite a resilient ship here, even in rough waters.
And I gotta be honest, I think the key factor, even though, you know, rightfully so, Vital is getting the MVP there for 11 final blows, 21k damage, some clutch plays, able to separate the back line and take out the healers, and then be able to get back into the fight and participate in the front line. For my money, though, I think the actual MVP of that one is Kaidia on that Angela, because so many times you're focusing, like you're seeing Triple AD laser focus in on executing these dives. They're not checking the rear view mirror, and objects in mirror are flying at you very rapidly. Kaidia is approaching, he's got a spear, and it's pointed directly at your back line. And I mean, once Kaidia has unfettered access, he's gonna get those final blows. We saw 9 of them coming through. You know, a shout out, by the way, on Reddit, I saw someone track the stats for, you know, every region, rounds 1 through 10, and 3 of the top 5 players in terms of final hits are on this One Piece team, and number 2 overall was Kaidia, the only Vanguard to make it that high on the list. And especially on the Angela right now, we are seeing exactly how Bro managed to pull off those stats.
Yeah, I mean, insane target prioritization from Kaidia. And you said, you know, objects in mirror may appear closer than you believe, but truly he took a lot of frontal assaults there and just went right for it. Yeah, big game changer here. And Triple AD not going to want to deal with that. So as we go into the ban phase here for map number 2, the first one on the chopping block is the Angela. No surprise.
You saw Kaidia hovering over that too. He was like, "Aw," but I really wanted to play Angela again. Come on, you don't want to, like, yeah, objects in mirror don't care if they live or die as long as they take you down too, and Kaidia will absolutely take you and your friends down if left to his own devices on that Angela. So gonna be banned, and a very characteristic Elsa ban coming out the gate for One Piece. Again, Elsa, despite a couple of Glartrox nerfs, still giga strong, still does so much damage, especially in the neutral. It's one of the things that just puts her head and shoulders above the rest of the Duelist roster right now. A Namor Protect, though, I think is a very interesting look. We did see a Namor ban coming out in the previous map, and I'm wondering if, you know, that might be another kind of heads-up thing. You know, if maybe Triple AD or One Piece, if one of these 2 teams tends to favor that Hela Namor team-up, maybe we see a Hela pick or ban come out here. But we are going to see more of Illicit on the Daredevil, and I know you, as a Daredevil fan, it's a treat for you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, love to see him kind of at the top of the list in terms of duelists in the roster here in Rivals. Cannot complain about that. But yeah, you're right. You know, it is interesting that Namor save comes through very early. It does give Triple AD some time to react, but now you kind of get to the point where, okay, we've got 2 bans left. You know, got to take the Loki out, right? Can't let them get Rage and Royal Flush doubled up. But, you know, it's the shrinking, right? The ban opportunities are shrinking here for Triple AD. They know they had to get rid of the Angela here. Can't let that through again. Cannot let Kaidia do that again.
Yeah.
But now the problem becomes, do they have time to ban the Hela? Okay, no, Gambit banned out by One Piece. I was kind of wondering who was going to do the Gambit ban here.
Yeah, sooner or later it had to be somebody. But I mean, with the Loki ban again, like, Gambit is beatable, but he's still a problem that I think most teams would rather not deal with if they don't have to. But a lot of things still likely to make it through. There's only 2 picks and 2 protects left, and we still have Cloak and Dagger, Invis, Mantis, all still yet to be banned. We're still kind of, you know, wondering what's going to happen with that Hela ban. Neither team has touched any iteration of Deadpool yet. There's going to be the Jeff Protect coming out from One Piece. So I think, again, you know, we're going to see another Jeff versus Jeff as both teams seem privy to try and take that head-to-head. But, you know, still now only with 1 Protect and 2 bans left, and still a lot of variables that have yet to be touched. Phoenix is also one I didn't name, but yeah, that's another big one, actually.
I was kind of wondering if we were going to see Phoenix come through. So both teams getting a couple of duelists out of this ban phase that they couldn't play on map number 1. So we're definitely going to see a change up in how these 2 teams will engage each other. But yeah, you know, the Land Shark definitely kind of a playmaker there on map number 1. Those healing pools came in very clutch at the right opportunities there. Triple AD though going to take out the Invis. So no invisible boundary on the board here as we head to Burnin' T'Challa for map number 2. So domination yet again. And you know, it was kind of a back and forth between these 2 teams. They both seem comfortable here on Dom, at least out of the gate in this series. 1 ban left to go for One Piece before we lock it in here and get on with map number 2. And it is the Rocket Raccoon Man. How dare you? You banned out Rocket. But definitely CYA, a game changer, of course. BRB, big stuff from that ability as well. Map number 1, no shocker.
Well, so here's the thing, right? Is like that Rocket ban with the Invis ban locks your other backliner into playing that Cloak and Dagger, and you can't ban the Magneto as well, so that made it through. You can't ban any of these other things that hard counter the Eternal Bond. There's so many things that can make that ultimate super fragile, so, you know, you're gonna get all of the value out of the Cloak and Dagger, sure, but it's kind of a double-edged sword, and they are going to force both teams to have to take that or adapt in one way or another. I'm already seeing, by the way, over on the feed, Triple AD have an interesting new take, someone we haven't discussed, a legend, an idol from the past, if you will.
Yeah, a couple of new things coming out from both teams, you know, and seeing how the draft phase has kind of evolved from map 1 to map 2. No shock that they're going to take advantage of some new openings and some new closings there as well, as a couple things get banned away here. But that's kind of the question on the table here. Is that shakeup enough to get Triple AD over the hump here? You know, it feels like, you know, not too far behind One Piece. Second checkpoint, definitely One Piece dominated. But there's still a lot of bright spots for this team here. They just need a little bit of a push. So the question going in is that enough to get Triple AD on the board here as we head for map number 2, Burnin' T'Challa yet again for some domination?
My question here is, as we see Mocha on the Luna Snow, is who is going to be the loving holder of that snowflake? Who is going to be sharing the stage with my idol Mocha? I'm a huge simp. Well, we know it's not going to be Vital because A, homie's on the other team, and 2, he took a Night Sword Thorn to the dome and no longer in the fight. Illicit has complete access to the backline. Nobody saw him coming and just takes down Aztac, and that is 2 right off the rip, already dealt with. Fun going to be joining them, and that should be an easy first cap from Triple AD off just a quick little 2-tap from Rocco.
Yeah, and we've seen them open pretty strong, pretty early in a lot of fights there on map number 1, but they do confirm here they've got enough follow through. They will take the first capture here, so solid looks there from Rocco and Illicit, just finding bodies left and right here. Plenty of KOs coming in for Triple AD, but now the tug of war begins between these 2 teams. I see a couple of, you know, a couple of things on the table here. Definitely what you were saying about the Cloak and Dagger. I'm curious to see how much value they'll get out of that Eternal Bond here, but we are ready for a brawl here. One Piece looking to move onto the point, and Nanta on the Deadpool. They're taking point here as overhead trying to stop the Venom as well. Illicit sneaking around in the back rooms. They're on the Daredevil. We'll find the Land Shark. Back to spawn with you, Jeff, the lawyer of Hell's Kitchen, yet again opening up strong in the beginning of the fight. And Rocco yet again here, a very, very aggressive aggressive start for Triple AD as they will find the KOs. Kaidia is going to try to even the odds, though. Will take out the Daredevil, so Illicit sent back for now. A solid comeback for One Piece, but again, still in control of the point, Triple AD.
Yeah, but like I'm not in love with One Piece's composition right now. It's like they don't really have a whole lot of peeling, especially once Illicit gets onto the backline. That's kind of what the Thor is, but if you're doing that, you don't really have a way to push the tempo. There's some clever routing through the low ground angle to get themselves on the point and take the fight there, but that just completely gives Rocco this high ground advantage, and now with the Goddess of Death raining down a literal murder of crows from the sky, see Triple AD still looking to keep this tempo going.
Got good timing here for that Fate of Both Worlds dance floor on the floor for Triple AD, but cannot save the land shark here. Wasn't sent back by Vital there on the Namor, and a Tuba as well. Gonna find one on the Deadpool, so trading back and forth here. But again, Triple AD, 85% of the way there. They're looking to take this to a very early overtime, especially off the back of this Banhammer here, finishing off Kaidia. Thor sent all the way back. The front line of One Piece offline. The healers are down, and now the duelists, one duelist and one Vanguard remain. Nobody on the point for One Piece, though, and Triple AD will take the 0 to 100.
Yeah, and I gotta go right back to what I was saying before. I think the Thor is just not working out for One Piece. Like, you do have the Venom, sure, and that's a great way to try and close the gap on either that Hela or whoever your other target is going to be, but the only real way that you can get to the point is just kind of walking up, and, you know, that's boring, you know, and that just makes it all too easy for Rocco. And if Ro is uncontested, he is going to keep hitting those shots. He's going to keep building up those ultimates, and once he takes the sky, then you don't really have anything to burst him down all that quickly. So I like what I'm seeing from Kaidia right now, making the swap over onto the Magneto. In fact, okay, no, they're actually making wholesale adjustments. Kaidia actually going to be taking up the Deadpool, and the rest of One Piece kind of dancing around that currently. Fun on the Magneto, and an interesting triple strat look that I don't know that either of us could have seen coming, but I don't know. I'm on board for whatever this is about to be.
I would not have bet my money on seeing an Ultron come out here, but it is triple strategist Ultron Adam Warlock flavor. A very interesting combination, as you said. But they're looking for something to stick to here, looking for something to try and latch onto. Triple AD grab that first point here, so they are ready to try and take this map home. And like you said, Kaidia over onto the Deadpool, fun over to Magneto. I like the versatility. I like that they're not trying to force the Thor, and already finding some value here. It's the Vanguards, Kaidia and Fun coming in big for One Piece at the start here of point number 2, and they're already looking to take that first cap. Already sent the Luna back as well as the Hela. Enough damage dealt for One Piece to just get right in and take that point for themselves.
And it might just be a Warrior Falls issue, or it might be a comp adjustment issue. Only time will tell. But One Piece able to just take the fight at the choke for the most part and win it outright off of just a couple of early KOs. And in doing so, they've managed to build up to nearly every ultimate. You're seeing 80% plus across the board, and there are a lot of heavy hitting ultimates about to be coming out here, especially that Karmic Revival. Whenever an Atom is on the field, that's when you got to keep an eye out for. Banhammer right out the gate, gets frozen up, but doesn't matter because he wants to go in, and Kaidia looking to try and farm up a little bit more EXP, get another couple upgrades in there, make up for lost time off of that Deadpool switch.
Yeah, this new One Piece lineup here definitely has some teeth. Razor sharp indeed, but Triple AD has a lot of resources in the back pocket. And Anta, though, on the Ultron, snipes down the Daredevil. And that's the opening One Piece we're looking for here. Rage of Ultron overhead on the ground. The Soul Resurgence from the Mantis as well, looking to try and follow up here. 50% of the way captured. They'll find one more. Kaidia will find the Hela on the side of Triple AD, but nobody committing a ton of ultimates here. Both kind of holding on to some things. And there's the double KO from Kaidia as well. Take the selfie there, grab that little XP boost for yourself, and get right back into the fight here. But CB, one thing I notice here, I do see a Karmic Revival online for Aztec.
Yeah, just like I said, that's the one thing you got to keep an eye on in the previous fight, and wasn't forced out this fight. So where is Aztec going to be playing, and can Triple AD scout it out? They used the It's Jeff in that previous fight, so they're not going to have that to be able to counteract this Karmic Revival. So there is no way Triple AD are getting out of this before we hit the 99. This is going to be an overtime fight for sure, and one that they are going to have to invest very carefully in if they have any hope of winning.
Yeah, it is going to be brutal here under that Adam Warlock res ready to go. Beast of the Abyss from No Smite to open things up. And then Listen will find the first KO. Ananta taken down, sitting right back to spawn. But there comes the Karmic Revival from Aztec. So One Piece going to full send here. And Dotori will find one on the Mantis. Takes down the Jeff. That forces out the fate of both worlds from Mocha and the Banhammer from Tuba as well. Overhead Meteor M ready to go here, looking for the dunk. Will find it there. Fun. It's good on Rocco. So Hella back to the spawn, and Dotori will find another one on Mantis as well here, as yes, we do go into overtime, and that overtime ticking down quite quickly here. Ananta sniping down another one there. No Smite taken down, and it's the strategist here for One Piece finding big KOs, both Dotori and on that Mantis and the Ultron as well. Huge stuff for the backline.
We're gonna put strategist in heavy quotation marks because that was the most damage-heavy strategist lineup I could think of. Mantis, Ultron, Adam, but it ends up working out because, you know, we saw outside of that ultimate, you know, we did see Illicit let the devil out and get right on top of Ananta there, but outside of that, there's not really any good way to get access to that Ultron unless you can set up an angle for Rocco on that Hela, and that just doesn't really happen on Warrior Falls. So Ananta just doesn't really have to care at all about playing safe or playing behind cover, can just kind of free farm the damage, build up to Rages of Ultron like their candy, gets to carry one over onto the Imperial Institute of Science, and you might even have a Soul Resurgence to boot for that one. So like I said, in that fight, Triple AD, we're going to have to invest very carefully if they had any hope of winning. I think they may have even overcommitted in that fight and still failed to come out ahead, and that might bite them here as two big ultimates going to be coming online early on for One Piece. And if they're not careful, that's going to give Aztec time to build up to yet another Karmic Revival before Triple AD can really do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of looking a few squares down the line here. A lot coming through for One Piece to open things up here. This is point number 3, the decider for this map here. Triple AD looking to get on the board here to take their first map win. They already have the Rage of Ultron ready to go for One Piece here. They will have that Soul Resurgence in just a moment here. Kaidia already getting aggressive on the Deadpool as well here. Both teams trying to feel each other out just a little bit here, but it's going to be Vital coming through with that all-important first KO here, and One Piece going to converge right onto the point there. They will cap it here to start things off, and now Triple AD going to try to bite back here. There's the Banhammer coming in from Kaidia as well. Plenty of support ults ready to go for One Piece as well here, but not a ton of commitment from the side of One Piece, as looks like Quasit does throw down the Jeff ult as well.
Illicit is lurking, wants access onto Aztec there, and you do have Quasit there as well for the gank. It's going to be an early KO, but the Cocoon should be there, but One Piece going to utilize a few more of those strategist tools. Aztec back off of the Cocoon, gets his revenge onto Illicit. You call this a strategist, this is a duelist, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Warlock putting in overtime here, you know, rezzing himself, rezzing the whole team, grabbing some KOs while he's at it. I mean, Aztec putting in a lot of work here on map number 2. Banhammer now from Tuba on the side of Triple AD, and it's Mocha on the Cloak and Dagger. They'll find Kaidia, Quasit as well. Again, the strategists are the ones getting the KOs here in this matchup. Mocha will find another one here, but that's a huge res for Aztec here. Whole team back up and ready for a fight. Triple AD does make the retake here, but just as quickly as they grab it, One Piece is looking to take it back there, led by Vital here, finding Rocco on that Mantis. The Eternal Bond coming down now for Mocha here on the point, looking to create some space for this team to fight in. Illicit yet again letting that devil out here. Kaidia gonna throw down the Banhammer as well. It is an all back and forth here, again, tug of war. Both teams scrambling for control here on point number 3, and Dotori coming through big on the Mantis yet again here, sending a Triple AD for the hills as One Piece moves in to try and finish off the recap of this point. And overhead, Ananta back on the Rage of Ultron as well, trying to scare off Triple AD, but they are quite resilient themselves.
Is Jeff going to come out from Quasit and going to be dealt with? Did not get anybody there. And again, I got to tout the crisis management of One Piece there. They were down in ultimates and facing Mocha's Eternal Bond. And then Illicit, again, kind of overcommitted with letting the devil out. And One Piece were like, we don't really have anything to fight this. Let's just kite a little bit further back, create a little bit of space, and wait for Illicit to overextend. And then you see Dotori get the KO onto Illicit. Now he's going to force the swap from Illicit over onto the Phoenix and getting another revenge shot to the dome. Oh, this anger, it's not natural.
but it is healthy here. And over on the side of Triple AD, quite undefeatable there for both teams now. Soul Resurgence coming in big for both sides of the board here. But again, it's One Piece still in control of the point here. There's Fun on the Magneto, taking down the Mantis as soon as the ult goes down. Banhammer coming in for Triple AD as well. But One Piece hold all of the cards here. 4 ults ready for them, and they're going to let them fly here. Kaidia opening it up first. They've got the Adam Warlock res ready to go just in case, but they're applying some big pressure here to Triple AD. No Smite diving onto the point on the Venom here as we go into overtime. One Piece still in control here. Wako throwing down the Doctor Strange portal. So many resources still available for One Piece. Is the portal enough?
Gonna be a Eternal Bond coming out from Mocha as well if she can get on point in time. It's gonna come in just in time, but there's a Meteor M with her name on it. Doesn't quite hit, but maybe the Horn of Proteus will. Vital just completely flattening Mocha. Tuba is going to fall as well. And have the Jeff ultimate and the Ensong Inferno both coming out, but it doesn't matter. Throw all the ultimates that you want. There's still a Karma Survival on deck, and Aztec not even going to be forced to pop it as One Piece, one by one, will put Triple AD back from whence they came. A quick 2-map clapback after Stellar Spaceport did not go their way. I talked about how I didn't like the Thor pick, but they quickly readjusted, brought out some comps that neither of us could have ever seen coming, and you know Triple AD didn't see him coming either.
No, I mean, maybe feels like a little bit of a limit test for One Piece here, but they do manage to come back. They complete the reverse sweep here on this map, and Dotori on the Mantis grabs the MVP in the end. You know, again, those strategists put in some serious work there on that map, but of course, Vital as well coming in big at the end there on the Namor. You know, the save definitely gave them a lot of value here. 3 members of One Piece all tied for the most elims in the match as well. I mean, big numbers coming through for One Piece here. Just kind of felt like Triple AD, you know, they had control on that first point, looking good, and then it just kind of slowly slipped through their fingers for the rest of the map. Almost maybe a hint of desperation, especially on that third and final point, but it is One Piece closing it out here now, 2 maps to 0, and on match point, looking to keep going in that upper bracket.
And you know, as much as I tout the crisis management from One Piece, I do also kind of have to, again, highlight some of these mistakes that are coming out from Triple AD. Like, going in with that Let the Devil Out from Illicit, I feel like, you know, may have been a mistake. I see the vision, I understood, and I would have gone for it too, but I'm not a pro player, and I don't know that my decision-making should always be trusted, but I definitely think that, you know, you want to make sure that you're popping it when you are right on top of somebody. They cannot get away. You need to confirm that KO onto Vital, and he just wasn't able to do it, and the rest of the team was able to find the heals, find the peels, and Dotri was able to find a couple of headshots. And I mean, what can you really do, right? Like, you're supposed to be able to get on top of these strategists. They're supposed to be weak, they're supposed to be frail, but when they fight back the way Dotri is fighting back, it's no such thing.
Yeah, you know, I said that One Piece, it looked like they really had some teeth once they made that comm swap, and teeth all across the board. Their backline just as vicious as the duelists on that team. But yeah, you know, definitely of vital importance to find that Namor pick there, especially at the end once the KOs came through.
Good pun.
But, yeah, you know, I try sometimes. But yeah, you know, kind of felt like both teams under a pressure cooker, right? And it's all about who can kind of play well under that pressure. And it feels like as time goes on, Triple AD shows a couple of cracks here and there, and that's just enough for One Piece to overtake them. But again, best of 5 series, still an opportunity for Triple AD to fight back here as we head for map number 3. But right now, One Piece, really nice momentum built up for them.
Yeah, I kind of look forward to seeing them carry this momentum all the way to potentially a 3-0. And you know, we are domination merchants here in the upper bracket, as we are going to go to Hell's Heaven for map number 3. One Piece, you know, for Triple AD, you're like, okay, we kind of beefed it on Celestial Husk. We had a chance on Burn It T'Challa. Maybe the third time will be the charm. And at a certain point, we're gonna run through all of the domination maps at this point in time. Like, what do you do? Like, if you're Triple AD and you win this one, do you think One Piece take us to Krakoa just to, you know, kind of keep it going? Like, surely we're gonna get a convoy or a convergence in here at some point.
Yeah, I would think so too. They both definitely seem quite comfortable on Dom though, and I mean, you know, Triple AD never too far back in that rearview mirror, still there, still kind of trying to nose ahead, but One Piece still just finding enough value around every turn to keep the map in their control. Triple AD staying on that Angela ban first right away. I don't blame them for that, and the Elsa ban comes through for One Piece as well. And CB, I feel like I got deja vu here. We have another Namor save coming in from One Piece.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, you know, maybe both teams are going to try more or less the same thing. We'll see if there's any change-ups that come through here, but there's the Daredevil Protect again. You want to keep Illicit on that, and I mean, Illicit does look dangerous. He does look like a problem, on that Daredevil, but it's a problem that One Piece are more than happy to solve, right? Like they will absolutely take that, especially if they're able to take that trade, you know, or even get the better of it, or punish a little bit of over-aggression every now and then that comes out from him. When left unchecked, though, Illicit does damage on this hero, but speaking of damage and speaking of heroes, Mantis was doing a fair bit of damage and boosting it across the board, so no more Mantis, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense to me. Kind of have to ban away the hero MVP from the last map for sure. But yeah, you know, I feel like the Daredevil and Illicit thing, you're right. There are some spikes of big damage output from Illicit. You know, when he gets the drop on One Piece, he'll find every KO he wants to find in that fight. But it does feel like One Piece have found some answers to that Daredevil. So I wonder, you know, how much value is it getting for Triple AD? What else does Illicit have in the back pocket to try and answer this these return fires from One Piece here? Gambit ban does come through as well, so no Gambler here on map number 3. That they will save the Invisible Woman, though. They do not want to give Triple AD the opportunity to take Boundary away from them again.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Invisible Woman is just, she's kind of like neck and neck with Cloak and Dagger, in my estimation, in the current state of the meta, but the one thing is you don't really have to worry too much about Magneto or any of those other, like, heavy counter ultimates. You do kind of have to worry about the Jeff ultimate, which is something that both teams have brought out several times, but this is interesting. We have a Rocket Protect and a Loki ban coming out from Triple AD. I'm wondering if the Rocket ban on Burn and T'Challa, like, if that was really a problem for them. Do we see a Jeff ban come out here from One Piece just to, you know, shut down the other half of that Zootopia backline that Triple AD really wanted to play back on Celestial Husk?
No, it's the Star-Lord, and yeah, you know, I do feel like we've seen a lot of Star-Lord motion in this series so far here. Galactic Legend, always kind of devastating, tough to deal with, but yeah, I kind of wondered about the Jeff ban too. I feel like Aztecs had those It's Jeffs on point all throughout this matchup, but interesting. I do see Kaidia locking in the Thor for now. Will we attempt this again, and then fun over maybe potentially onto that Captain America? You can't trust these players until the spawn doors truly open. I get trolled all the time, but interesting shouts so far.
I do think the Thor works out better here on Hell's Heaven than it did on Burn and T'Challa, because, you know, Stellar Spaceport, you know, I talked so much about how you just had Rocco on the Hela up on the high ground, and the Thor doesn't really have a good way to pressure her. There's not really a whole lot of geometry like that on Hell's Heaven. It's more or less going to be a lot more even ground, a lot more brawly, a lot more getting up in your face, and that's where the Thor kind of thrives. And especially when you have the Angela already banned out, we know how strong Angela is on this map. Thor, I kind of feel like, is the next best thing. You're not going to get as much environmentals, but you do still have the ability to just bully the front line back, get that constant displacement, and like, I can see why Thor is strong, like why a lot of pros are starting to catch wind that the God of Thunder is definitely not a god to be trifled with, but, you know, does often end up taking a backseat for a few other picks. He's got his uses, and I think Hell's Heaven is where you will start to see a lot more of those use cases coming out. But one thing in terms of Vanguards that we've seen a ton of, and I don't think that's changing anytime soon, Ananta and Tuba on the Deadpool head-to-head.
Yeah, they have both made big strides for both sides of the board here, so no shocker that Vanpool big for both teams here. And again, that ult charge coming up so fast. You see already both of them 50% and ready to go here just as the fighting kicks off. But it's Rocco here, first KO for Triple AD. Will find Fun's Captain America. Back to spawn with you, Steve Rogers, as Triple AD moving on to the point here. One Piece gonna back up. You know, they got plenty of time here. We're just getting started, not looking to overextend here as Triple AD takes the first capture.
Yeah, and I mean, without that Captain America there to pressure Rocco back, like, I do like that adjustment, but it still does kind of feel, you know, like, maybe the geometry doesn't matter quite as much, but it does still kind of have echoes of Stellar Spaceport, right? Like, if you just leave Rocco with the shooting gallery, you can't really get on top of him. In fact, if he's winning the duels outright, then you're gonna have a difficult time trying to punish this this Phoenix, but able to take down Tuba early on. And remember what I said earlier, it said if you don't use it, you lose it. Ultimate, no Banhammer going to be coming out from Triple AD, and in fact, no Daredevil either.
No, and now putting on the punishment here, One Piece. Ananta stopping for the selfie yet again. Very early selfie there for the Deadpool as One Piece makes the retake here. Plenty of KOs coming in for this One Piece crew. Still a couple ultimates to go. They've got a couple more charging up very quickly here, but Triple AD gonna need to dust themselves off here. They didn't get a lot of time to build up a solid cushion for themselves here. So again, we're looking at another kind of race to the finish as we get underway here. Map number 3, point 1. Triple AD got a little bit of an advantage here, but I think they might be looking at a mid-fight ult swing here in just a second.
Triple AD, I mean, they have a lot of ults. They can definitely start swinging. You can already see No Smite looking for the dive there, getting right on top of Do3 and just lobs Do3 up in the sky for Rocco to hit the drill. God of Thunder going to come out from Kaidia, and we'll trade out Illicit. A good 1-for-1 there as Aztec looking to try and take one down, making sure we spit out the right one. All right, we get to keep our Captain America in the fight, and we have dealt with the other side, and it's looking like One Piece coming out ahead in this exchange, but Rocco is not quite done. Able to take down Aztec on the Jeff there, maybe able to get Kaidia as well. Freedom Charge just to try and keep this front line alive, but the damage is coming through. Tuba taking down Kaidia. Do not say Tuba's name backwards.
Yeah, Triple AD slowly kind of coming back into this fight here. They are managing to stick with it. Illicit there, finding Dotori on that Invisible Woman and finishing up the ult charge, so letting the Devil out kind of right around the corner here as Triple AD still fighting for this point here. They are looking to make the retake, and they have picked away at One Piece. They've found a couple of KOs left and right here, and they will have the retake, but now One Piece, they've got a little bit of an advantage here. They got plenty of breathing room.
Very small thing I want to highlight is you saw at the top of your screen for a brief moment there, Vital was channeling the Horde of Proteus and then sheathed it again, pulled it back out. That to me signals that One Piece were ready to try and re-engage, but someone made the call, no, hang on, give it up. We'll play when we have a full 6 stack and we'll go back in now with their ultimates. They still have that Horde of Proteus, they still have Invisible Boundary, and they're going to use the latter of those two as a space-taking tool, and they'll also take a couple lives as well.
Got plenty of KOs coming in for One Piece here as they are looking to bite back hard. Daredevil and Deadpool both offline. Mocha does get the Invisible Boundary down, keeps the team stable for now here, but they are still just a little bit behind One Piece's capture progress. Overhead, In-Song Inferno coming down from Rocco on the ground. Aztec looking for the It's Jeff here. Don't know if he actually found anybody off of that one, but One Piece standing firm on the point here as Vital coming in yet again on the Namor with 1 KO. No Smite on the Venom taken down here. But Triple AD, we've seen them stick in these fights even if they fall behind a little bit. Tuba now fighting back, double KO for the Deadpool. Ananta comes through on that on the Banhammer. I did see a momentary, maybe a freeze or a stun there for just a second as Triple AD trying to capitalize. Illicit again on the Daredevil will find one. It's all Illicit and Tuba here in this fight, and Tuba will be the one to snap the selfie here as Triple AD complete the retake.
Oh, and another selfie. You know, we're double posting. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'll spam the feed with more selfies. If I look good, you gotta see it. And Tuba looking real good right now. In fact, all of Triple AD coming out of that fight looking pretty good. A lot of ults on deck, a lot of tools to stagger this one out. Match this 97% from One Piece, and Tuba gonna open up with a Banhammer through that Strange TP, taking the fight straight to your front door. Deadpool is more in your area than he has ever been, and he's already taken out your Invisible Woman, and without that healing, you're gonna be lacking in the sustain department. No Smite going in with that Feast of the Abyss, looking to try and take down the other half of the backline, and gets it.
Yeah, I mean, this is final fight territory for both of these teams here, but it's Triple AD holding a lot of the cards, though Quasi does find a couple on the Jeff. He will confirm the KOs. Triple AD finishes the retake, and they will finish point number 1. A strong, strong ending there for Triple AD.
But a scary one, because it did look like One Piece were starting to run away with that up until that flip at 97%, but Triple AD come out ahead looking so good in that fight. And like I said, when you see the Strange TP coming out and Tuba just keeping his foot on the gas, going straight through the portal and taking the fight straight to Do3, a 1v1 in the enemy spawn, when everyone else has already gone through the portal, they can't double back and give up the point to try and peel. So Do3's on his own, has no choice but to try and take that 1v1. And with the Banhammer out, Tuba wins that 100 times out of 100. And One Piece just don't have the tools to be able to win that fight. But speaking of tools, it did cost Triple AD a lot of them. So a lot of things that aren't going to be carried over. One key one is going to be Mocha's Invisible Boundary. They should be able to get first cap off of that alone if they can time it well around Kaidia, who is sticking on that Doctor Strange for now and is getting close to that Eye of Agamotto. Remember, with the changes recently, you can just lob yourself in like a Tomahawk missile and just get full access to the backline. Mocha has to be playing super smart with the Guardian Shield.
Yeah, eyes up for sure for this Triple AD squad. Still looking to get on the board here in this best-of-5 series. And yeah, I do expect some airmail Eye of Agamotto being delivered from One Piece here as we are on to point number 2 here. And yeah, it's going to take some Twitch reflexes here from Triple AD. They are going to be ready for it. Kaidia looking to cash in that Eye of Agamotto progress here before potentially swapping off for now here. But it is online and ready to go. And Illicit, though, going to let the devil out. And there's that Eye of Agamotto coming through. Ananta will follow up on it. finds 1 KO. Rocco goes overhead for the Insong Inferno as well. No boundary from Mocha yet. Triple AD trying to play through here, but maybe not the best call here, as a couple members of Triple AD will go back to spawn here, and One Piece runs rampant here on point number 3. Still in the fight though is Tuba, of course, coming through so clutch there on point number 1 for Triple AD, and the banhammer from Ananta now onto Triple AD. Nobody makes the cap yet. Illicit though trying to confirm it for Triple AD on that Daredevil. So much work, the entire corporation here, but it's One Piece that will return fire. No Smite throws down the Doctor Strange portal to try and keep this team in the fight, but CB a brutal brawl here for the first capture.
Yeah, and it is not done. Triple AD want to keep trying to invest in here. One Piece have not even gotten close to the cap there, not even halfway. They will get over there, and I think Triple AD are going to have to peel back because they don't have the Strange CP anymore, but they do have a Jeff ultimate, and they want to try and leverage that. But Kadia taking down No Smite there. The Jeff not going to be feasting today. Kadia shuts that one down as well, and a 3-piece now for Kadia, and that should be enough to secure the first cap for One Piece. But Triple AD making them work for it and then some. We saw Rocco make the swap. Okay, he swapped from the Phoenix to the Black Panther to Spider-Man. He just made 3 more swaps while I was looking at his character portrait. He is playing Mystery Heroes over there. Anything to get back in the fight quickly and keep any chance of Triple AD winning it, but it just doesn't come through. And now One Piece with control and with a decent, a marginal ult advantage. Kaidi coming up on another Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, already ready to go there for One Piece there. They do back up a little bit. Somebody from Triple AD was on the point looking for a little bit of a stealth retake there. But again, we saw this play out as the fight goes on. It seems like Triple AD, the cracks start to show. There's the Eye of Agamotto coming through for One Piece. They do find a couple of stuns and will follow up on it. Ananta and Vital back in your KO feed. Once again there, the double KO coming through for Vital's Namor here. Big stuff from him all series long here. One Piece already up to that 50% mark, and they are looking to put the hurt on here. Fun, big pressure on that Venom will run down Rocco's Namor, sending him back to spawn for now, but a solid showing here on defense for One Piece.
That fight might be worst case scenario for Triple AD. Mocha popped the invisible boundary, but No Smite was not inside of it, so you still end up losing the Venom anyway. You lose Tuba with the banhammer, so that never gets invested in the fight. And again, don't use it, you lose it. He's got to build up to another one, and should be able to do so relatively quickly. Good bubble coming out from Ananta there to nullify the damage that comes out from that Horn of Proteus. It ends up just being a zoning ult from Rocco, and Triple AD are going to have to make the most out of that safe zone, but Aztac rather, with that It's Jeff, trying to clear off the point, finds 2, and again, worst case scenario for Triple AD, and it just keeps getting worse.
One strategist, one duelist online for Triple AD. Illicit letting the devil out, trying to keep the fight going for Triple AD here. Over 90% of the way captured for One Piece, and they are looking to finish off point number 2 very quickly here. Kaidia meleeing down Illicit's Daredevil back to spawn. A couple members of AAD do make it back to the point here, but they are staggered out hardcore here. I do see a swap over onto the Spider-Man, trying to get back on the point, but Ananta will win the Deadpool mirror, takes down Tuba back to spawn here as we are sitting on overtime. Triple AD running in like an assembly line, trying to keep it going here, but what do they do to try and regroup here to get going another actual fight against One Piece? But right now it's all One Piece here on point number 2, and One Piece clapping back and taking us to yet again another point 3.
And to me, this kind of feels like, maybe a little bit of a mental thing coming out here from Triple AD, because you look back at the other 2 domination maps we've already seen, and if you're Triple AD, you're like, okay, we've been up 1 before. It happened on Burn and T'Challa. They're showing signs of desperation to cling on to that advantage and not let it slip away, so they're making all of these swaps, trying to make all of these changes, make all these desperation Hail Mary plays just to try and cling to that advantage. Because it worked on Eldritch Monument, but it just doesn't work on Super Soldier Factory and now here on Frozen Airfield. I feel like if they want to stay alive in this one and get themselves back on the board, resist getting swept 3-0 by One Piece, they got to just try and take it back to the basics, do what works, set Rocco up to hit the shots on the Phoenix here. You will have the sight lines to be able to set that one up, get Illicit access to the backline, make him punish Aztac every time the backline splits up, or get on top of Do3 if Aztac is trying to augment a dive somewhere else. There's a lot of ways forward, and I kind of feel like you just have to take it back to what works.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely, I feel like tightening up the tempo for Triple AD can help a little bit too. You see, as those fights drag out again, those cracks start to show. They do crumble a little bit under the pressure, and that's just enough of an opening for One Piece to pick away at and find the win in the end here. Point number 3, life bars blinking red for Triple AD as this capture point for One Piece will seal the deal for this entire series here. Thanks to the Abyss and the Banhammer coming out so early for Triple AD. The big stuns now from One Piece. Kaidia will find one on the Doctor Strange. It's a 1-for-1. Invisible boundary from Boca now brawling all out here for both teams, and Triple AD will have the first cap. They will chase One Piece off the point for now, but they are ready to keep the fight going here. Banhammer from Ananta as well as both teams expending most of their resources for now, but it's Triple AD on the first cap.
And Vital gonna find 2 with the squids there, and it's the same thing that we saw on Celestial Husk. Like, this team, even when they are down, they don't go away. They keep investing, they keep sticking to it, and they fight, and they make you work for every single inch, and they will take their pound of flesh, a late stagger onto Quasit, and even later one onto Illicit, who made the swap over onto the Wolverine, by the way. You know, we're still changing the formula for Triple AD, and it works in that first fight, but they've already been overtaken in capture percentage, and you can already, once again, feel that mental game for Triple AD. We're starting to slip away. We had the advantage. We had it in our grasp. We just needed to win one more point. This has to be that point. How do we do it? We've got the tools. Do we overplay our hand?
Yeah, you can see Illicit losing a little bit of confidence in the DD pick there over onto Wolverine. Got that last stand ready to go as well. Quasit there on the itch, Jeff. We'll find someone in the mix there. The rest of Triple AD got ults ready to go. And Rocco there, nice shot on the Phoenix, taking down Fun's Venom. Back to spawn for now here. But Triple AD got to converge on the point here. Got to convert here against the One Piece as time ticking away here. Aztac, it's Jeff as well. They got a Horde of Proteus ready to go too. Vital going for the bubble, and there's the Horde down, and he'll find 1 KO onto Rocco, so the Phoenix back to spawn as well. Dotori, invisible boundary on the point here. It's a Venn diagram. Boca throws down the boundary as well here. Triple AD deep into this fight here to try and retake. No more ults online for either side of the board, and Aya Nagamoto though very quickly building for Kaidia here as they are approaching 75%, and Triple AD still trying to find the opening they've been looking for.
Now, trying to get access there. Banhammer going to come out from Ananta, separating the backline from the front line and separating Illicit's head from his shoulders there with a couple of deagle shots there. No Smite popping the Freedom Charge, trying to keep Triple AD alive in the fight, but at 87%, they are running out of options. Like you said, the health bars, they are flashing red, and Rocco nearly doesn't even have one there. The Freedom Charge will help heal him back up. Tuba trying to get access to the backline, does clean up Dotori, but is likely going to be traded out for it. Was it worth it, Tuba?
And he got cut off from the strategist. There was no way for anybody to get heals to Tuba there in the hallway. Quasit down on the itch, Jeff yet again there, but taken down. He goes with nobody in the belly there. And Nanta on the Deadpool as well. We'll follow up on it here. We are in overtime. Triple AD still barely holding on to the point here, but now One Piece, no ultimates left. Boca does have that invisible boundary, but it goes down. The last bastion here for Triple AD as Vital converges on the point here. We'll find Illicit. Wolverine back. No Smite. So low on that Captain America. Rocco so low on the Venom as well here. Quasit gets the Strange portal down to keep Triple AD in the fight, but again, how do they get the team back together here to muster a true fight up against One Piece here? Calming down just a little bit here. Dotori throws down the invisible boundary. Ananta again on that Banhammer. Big stuff for One Piece here. Illicit goes down. Ananta will find him. The Feast of the Abyss comes through, but it is no good here. Still sitting on overtime there, and it all goes sideways for Triple AD here. Aya Nagamoto from Kaidia just to confirm it. Full ace on the Triple AD, and One Piece will take the series in 3.
And what else can you say? Like, these are two of the best teams that Asia has to offer. Triple AD, one of the best teams, some of the best players in the entire region, but One Piece are just better. Sometimes the analysis is easy. Sometimes a team is just the better team, and I think this is one of those cases, because Triple AD looked so good at so many points. They really hit One Piece with their best shot, but it doesn't matter how many punches you throw at One Piece, they will hit back, and they will hit back twice as hard, and they don't even need a full 6-stack alive to do it so many times. Like, it was the story of the entire series where Triple AD will find 1, 2 to open the fight, but then One Piece just wait for the right moment and they strike, and then they take down 2, then 3, then 4, and then oh no, we've already lost the fight, and this fight took 5 minutes to play out. We're already in OT. We only really get to take like maybe one more good fight, and props to Triple AD for being able to hang as long as they did, and for being able to throw some of those punches, but it was just all One Piece, and all that it was ever realistically going to be. Like I said, you and I both predicted that One Piece would be amongst our teams in the grand finals. I think we're privately pretting that One Piece versus the Chiefs grand finals, but Triple AD wouldn't be a bad shout for third place, or potentially to usurp one of those two teams if they're able to clean up their act and clean up some of these mistakes and maybe find a way to hit back just a little bit harder. But I think of the two, the only one that they can now usurp is going to have to be the Chiefs, the Chiefs, as they will be joining them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of bright spots for this Triple AD squad all throughout this series. And like you said, they can definitely hang, but the issue becomes how long can they hang on for? How long does that grip strength last? And we just see One Piece playing through so much, an absolute unshakable adamantium wall from this One Piece team. It felt like no matter how many holes Triple AD punched in that defense or, took down the offense, it felt like they would just not quit. There's so many times I'm like, okay, One Piece definitely going to back off here. They lost a couple of bodies, but they would play right on through and find value amidst all of the chaos. I mean, a clinical performance for them, able to make grab victory from the jaws of defeat, a fight that I thought surely they'll lose this, and no, they come out on top. So beautiful stuff for this One Piece team. But of course, Triple AD not out of the running. That is an upper bracket match, so they will go down to the lower bracket. But only one life left here, hanging on at the very end. So good stuff from them. I think they are definitely a competitive team as well, but it is a One Piece. It is the age of pirates here, taking the day for now.
Yeah, I think, in terms of the lower bracket for Triple AD going down there, I think, I really do like their roster. There is a lot of stacked talent, veterans from other hero shooters who, people like No Smite, like Tuba, like Illicit that I recognize, that I'm very familiar with, and I think that players like that do have the capacity to be leaders for the next generation in the region, and there is no better test for a true leader than to try and lead your team through a lower bracket run. That's what is going to be on deck for Triple AD, and it's going to be a hard road if they want to try and get their way back into grand finals, maybe get a revenge match up against One Piece. But like I said, that's what's on deck for them. But for us, what's on deck is a quick break before we take you into our next series. Don't go anywhere, chat. We've got so much more Pacific action coming your way. We will be right back.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back into some Season 6 MRC action here in the Pacific region. Starting off championship weekend here, very strong upper bracket matchup between One Piece and Triple AD. One Piece emerged victorious 3-0. Now we're going to take a step back and take a look at a lower bracket matchup. We are looking at Moshi Mosh versus the Chiefs. And CB, I have heard that maybe these teams are having a bit of a face-to-face confrontation here in this matchup.
Yeah, we are getting some close eyes on these two teams, but not quite as close as they have on each other currently, as they are both live at LAN, face to face, able to sling some mean words and maybe even a couple of snacks, a couple of concessions if they feel so inclined to do so at the other team. But yeah, like I said, Moshi Mosh versus the Chiefs. You and I have, as we said privately, kind of predicted that the grand finals here in the Pacific region is going to be the Chiefs versus One Piece. And you know, we saw One Piece versus Triple AD. Now we get to see the other half of that equation, see if they're able to make it through to another one of the best teams in the OCE region in Moshi Mosh. Shouts out, by the way, to Mrc, who is at that LAN event as well. With Liger, we got our correspondents, boots on the ground, but we don't actually have comms with outside of Discord chats. We could probably feed some messages these teams' way if we really wanted to, but outside of that, you know, it's a little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting matchup here between these two teams. The Chiefs have had a long road through the lower bracket very early on, sent down here, but some standard stuff coming through here in the draft phase. Chiefs banning out Gambit first, taking the Gambler right off the table. Daredevil ban from Moshi Mosh, but an Elsa save here. So we are going to see some Monster Hunter action here as we move to Hell's Heaven yet again here to start this series off. And a Vanpool save coming in big from the Chiefs as well. You know, man, that Vanguard Deadpool variant has been absolutely insane. And, you know, lots of value from a lot of teams here throughout the MRC. No shock here to see him kind of front and center as we get close to the end of the tournament.
Yeah, no shock on that, and maybe a little bit of a shock on the Elsa Protect, you know. But yeah, these are the two strongest heroes in the game right now. Like, I will hear arguments about Gambit, maybe, perhaps, but for my money, I'd actually say that Vanpool and Elsa are stronger. Like, I just kind of feel like they are, and maybe that's just because I'm seeing a lot more of them lately, and this is going to be no different. We're going to be seeing a Loki Protect coming through, which, you know, means we get to double dip on whatever strategist it's going to be, and I think that is a safe Protect now with the Gambit already off the field. You can double up on a Cloak and Dagger or an Invis Woman Ultimate. That seems to be the flavor of the month for a lot of these players, especially the Invis, because it's just kind of a safer bet. You know, we talk about all the things that can shut down a Cloak and Dagger Ultimate. You also see Fix currently hovering over that Invisible Woman, so I think that's what Moshi Mosh want to go for. But the Chiefs seem to have a little bit of aggression on their minds, and you know, maybe we go back to that early, like, out the gate Daredevil ban that comes out from Moshi Mosh. They know that the Chiefs like to get a little aggro with it, and that Venom pick, oh, that just solidifies it.
Yeah, very strong signal coming through for the Chiefs there. They're hungry and they're ready to take the symbiote into battle here on map number 1. Last couple bans coming through very quick here. Cloak and Dagger banned out by the Chiefs, so no Eternal Bond copies off of that Loki. Of course, Invis still on the board here, so boundaries abound for these teams. Moshi Mosh gonna round it out with a Wolverine ban as well. So definitely some interesting stuff on the table here. Elsa and Loki, a couple of heroes we didn't get to see in that first matchup here on the broadcast. So now in full view, we will get some monster hunting action. We will get some mischief here. Definitely a little bit of a shakeup already, and both teams gonna take the Elsa, no questions asked here.
And the number one thing that I want to highlight here, or I should say the number one player that I want to highlight here in this one, is going to be Reno from the side of the Chiefs. I mentioned, you know, that little Reddit stats that we had coming through with the top 5 the top 5 players overall, not just duelists, but in terms of final blows. Reno was number 1 with an average of 14.5 final blows per 10, I believe, and only right behind that was Kaidia. So showing how strong Kaidia is as a Vanguard, but Reno has been at the top there, and maybe that stat might be a little bit inflated by having a few more matchups and playing mostly through lower bracket, but nevertheless, like, it's still the Chiefs playing without an extra life, and Reno giving them more than their fair share of use out of that life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Chiefs roster is stacked. Some very familiar names out of the OCE region. Of course, Donald, the LeBronald there of the OCE region, a strong mag player. But on the Vanpool this match as well, a couple other names if you watched a lot of OCE rivals, Bubblecun, Zycrick, plenty of community tournament action for them, and plenty of MRC experience as well here. Looking for the Penny Parker, Dr. Strange portal opening here, but no big impact from either side here. They are going to walk right through the portal though. Moshimosh coming on to the point here to do battle. They will put themselves on the point and will battle it out with the Chiefs as they are looking to scramble up the hill. But Moshimosh, a very early first capture for them here.
Yeah, pretty much as soon as the point unlocks, the Chiefs just going to respect that portal, let it expire, and no longer are you able to use it as a shield. Now you're kind of locked in this composition with the Doctor Strange, so gonna have to get the most out of that Sorcerer Supreme. By the way, you know what the difference between a regular Sorcerer and the Sorcerer Supreme is? Sorcerer Supreme comes with sour cream and tomatoes.
Ah, okay, I just had the wrong ingredients. Sour cream and tomatoes, I got it. Yeah, definitely makes him Supreme here. Another Supreme thing to look out for here on the board. The Monster Hunter throwing down that Glartrox, finding one off of the Apex Predator. Beast mode on the Venom, going beast mode here. Taking down one more Moshimosh, back to spawn. 35% of the way captured for them, but the Chiefs looking to get a foothold on this point here. Jogbeck on the Phoenix, and Bubblecall, the Indies will pick up one as well here. Donald and the rest of the Chiefs, everyone will find a spot here in the KO feed as the Chiefs make the stop at 44%.
And I do feel quite vindicated that, you know, I called out Reno as the player to watch, and Homie was the first one to get a KO, open things up with first blood for the side of the Chiefs, and, you know, they just all come bursting right through the door there and keeping that door now slammed firmly shut in Moshimosh's face with a quick little two-tap there onto Pars, and yeah, you can just see them marching so much more forward, just keeping the line of scrimmage right up at Moshimosh's spawn door, even going in with Donald on the banhammer there, not letting Moshimosh have an ounce of oxygen to breathe with, and I'm gonna back up and bait them into another play here. But again, that banhammer, that's the only ult that came out, and you're just kind of baiting them into this hallway as Reno builds up to that Apex Predator, and I mean, do you really need the ultimate at all when you're just hitting all of these stacks with the Embers?
No, and I mean, just as far as the Chiefs were walking it back to point there, Moshimosh finding a little bit of pressure here from out from the Chiefs. They will return a fire here. The Elsa for the Chiefs send back to spawn here. There is a Glartrox on right for Moshimosh, but Beast Mode again on that Venom will find the Invis here. Mox cycles over on that Deadpool on the side of Moshimosh, trying to even the odds here, but the Chiefs now in the lead of capture progress here. Apex Predator from Pars, but Jogbeck overhead has the oversight there to take down yet another one here, and Donald in the KO feed once again there. I see Tashi in the feed as well, trying to find some ground here to stand on, but like you said, the Chiefs really not letting Moshimosh get a foothold in here.
Yeah, like even when they lose Reno early on in that fight, Jongbeck is able to make up for it by 2 in the early half of it, and then another one once Moshimosh get themselves onto the point there, and you know, Moshimosh just can't find the flip, and now 80%, they're only gonna have really one more fight to try and take it. Another early headshot there onto Reno, and with no BRB to bring him back, we're gonna have to see the same heroics come out from Jongbeck again.
Yeah, trying to find a way to battle back to this point here. The Chiefs really trying to push Moshimosh all the way back to that spawn here. They're going to battle it out on the point there. Tashi moving up on that Phoenix as well. Fix on the Loki copy does get that invisible boundary there, but it is down. And overhead, Jongbeck on the Insong Inferno looking for an opportunity there. We'll find 2 off the back of that Phoenix, all beast mode, and Reno coming in huge here to clean up there on the rest of Moshimosh. A couple ults coming down from them, but complete ult here. Overtime takes away, and the Chiefs will have point number 1 very comfortably.
Yeah, on Frozen Airfield, you know, like I said, I felt very vindicated in saying that Reno would most likely be the hero of this team, but in his defeat, a new hero rises. Can we talk a little bit about Jongbeck and how in both of those fights where Reno falls early, I said we needed to see the same heroics out of Jongbeck. We saw exactly that. And then Song Inferno that clamps down, takes down 2, and despite Moshimosh investing very heavily in that fight, look at their ult bank right now. They're only coming up on that Apex Predator. That's it. And that's a strong ultimate. That's a win condition in its own right. But, you know, looking at how low everything else is, well, that's because Moshimosh pulled the trigger on it and didn't get nada for it. That's all thanks to Jongbeck and those aforementioned heroics. And, you know, if you can't deal with these duelists in the neutral, how are you going to deal with them when the ult bank starts to come back to something a little bit more even footing?
Right, and I mean, you're talking about the Jongbek ult there at the very end, that in-song Inferno through the boundary to take out the members of Moshi Mosh that were trying to get away from it there. So a bit of an investment, a bit of a gamble, but it pays off in kind for the Chiefs. Another strange portal coming out here from Smiles. I see the Penny. They are looking to maybe scoop up a couple of members of the Chiefs here, but they are quite spread out here, not moving up in a full force. They will look to try and kidnap the Elsa, and they will have it here. Fix will finish him off with the Penny Mines on the ground and back over to Loki. Very fitting to swap to the Loki because quite a mischievous play there from Moshi Mosh.
Yeah, definitely don't go walking down dark alleys by yourself and expect a strange portal to come through. That's the last thing that you ever expect to see. I know I would be scared if I walked down the wrong alleyway, saw that coming my way, and suddenly, oh no, I'm in another location and there's spider webs and mines everywhere. Reno gets to experience that firsthand, but nevertheless, even without him there, the Chiefs are willing to take this fight. A Banhammer onto the Loki is going to force the region domain. That is huge value, by the way, and Donald going to take down Moxskulls in kind.
Yeah, making it even here and stopped and then in his tracks there. Pars on the Elsa will find the Venom mid-feast of the Abyss there. Sent all the way back to spawn on it. Reno, though, trying to even the odds here as these two teams a long fight for the first capture here. Bubblegum moving up on the Infist for a double KO there, finding half of Moshi Mosh, 4 members in fact, going back to spawn here as the Chiefs will take that first cap here, already taking point number 1 as well.
Here in nature, so, you know, we're seeing the Invisible Woman take on the traits of her natural enemy, the Daredevil. Now I am the flanker. Now I am the one coming in from behind. And now coming in from behind to help augment the Chiefs' backline here. So all things as they should be. Moshi Mosh, again, in a very familiar situation. You know, trying to fight through these choke points, but the Chiefs just have them locked out. Early God of Mischief coming out, but Tashi is going to fall before the invisible boundary comes out from Fix. It's going to be late, and now with an Amplifier and the End-Song Inferno, they should be able to burst through it. Aren't going to find any KOs, but it is really stretching Moshi Mosh's resources thin.
Yeah, quite a bit of commitment here from the Chiefs, though it seems like they will put the pedal to the metal when applying pressure here. They are all the way back to Moshi Mosh's spawn here. Reno leading the charge on that Elsa there, putting down big damage and looking for an Apex Predator opportunity all the way back in Moshi Mosh's spawn there. A lot of ults from both sides of the board, but Moshi Mosh now find themselves with a little bit of a leg up there. Again, Jongbek, big hero on point number 1 back there, looking for some Phoenix shots, but yeah, big pressure for the Chiefs. Now the Galartrox coming out from Reno as well. Apex Predator on the board here will find a little bit of damage, but not a lot of value on that one here, as Moshi Mosh now are trying to build up an ult bank here.
This is the opportunity for them. They have that ult bank. Invisible Boundary going to come out. Feast the Abyss from Beast Node to try and cut through with a little bit of anti-healing there. Good assassination attempt from Pars, pairs off, or does pay off, taking out Reno. And late Invisible Boundary coming out from Bubblecup, but Bubblecup is all alone. It's going to break Pars' ankles there somehow. Hello. Once again, Bubblecup somehow able to live there. Can't save Zerkick, though, and I guess that's going to have to be good enough for Pars, but as Jongbek is back on the case, and gets traded out by Tashi, it's back and forth, left and right, 1 for 1, but it's 87% and counting for the Chiefs, and a strange TP means they are going to cling to this a little longer, get it up to 99.
Yeah, brutal timing on the portal from Reno here. Chiefs back in full force here. Jongbek's got an in-song ready to go, but Egg there on the invis, finding beast mode. Venom out the equation for this fight. There comes the in-song Inferno. The Loki going for the copy as quick as he can, but can't save Tashi there. Back to spawn with the Phoenix there. Trying to follow up on it is the rest of the Chiefs here, but there's Pars on the move again on this Elsa, finding the flow here on point number 2. Another KO coming in big for Elsa. Smiles on the Magneto, finding one as well, and Moshi Mosh coming up big here in overtime. They'll make the retake and stop the Chiefs dead in their tracks.
Yeah, but all throughout that fight, Bubblecup is getting away with things that no Invisible Woman should ever be able to get away with. Like, we know where he was that whole time. He was in that cubby, but Pars just could not manage to lock him down until the last possible second there when the rest of the team has already been dealt with. And I think even then, Bubblecup finds a final blow somewhere in that fight. So, I mean, the Chiefs are just kind of firing on all cylinders right now. And Moshi Moshi, yeah, they are game. They are stepping up, but there's so many things they have to deal with. They have to deal with Jongbek. Tashi is up to the task, but Jongbek gets the health pack, and there's going to be a mugging coming out. You're willing to risk 2 members of your formation just to be able to take down that one, but like I said, there's so many other things you have to deal with.
Yeah, Moxskulls picking up 1 on that Daredevil as well. The Chiefs fighting back, though, 2 for 1, favoring those Chiefs as Bubblecup gets the boundary down yet again here, and the Galartrox comes in huge for Reno. the Chiefs might have the breakthrough they need here. It is final fight territory for them. They just need to close it out here. Fix again like clockwork on the God of Mischief there, taking that invisible boundary and keeping the last of the Moshi members alive here. Long enough for Egg to get that strange portal on the board here. Moshi looking for a recap, and Pars, again, been such a hero for this Moshi squad on that Elsa so far, and still delivering here. Reno, though, will take down Moxicles on that Deadpool, so DP back to spawn for now as the Chiefs still remain here in kind. Jongvek got that in-song Inferno ready to go, but the question is, what can Moshi do to try and fend off the Chiefs for another 30%?
They have managed to find the flip, which is crucial, but they've lost 2 members, and that's their backline. No more healing, no more ultimates coming through, and Reno is going to make you wish you had all of that healing and then some, as both he and Jongvek are doing what they've done all game long, and that is dish out the hurt, dish out the damage. Of course, Bubbleca going to get involved in there as well, and no more strange TPs, no more second chances, no more Hell's Heaven. Moshi going to have to put this one in the rearview mirror as the Chiefs just speed right on through Frozen Airfield and Super Soldier Factory. An easy 2-0 for them. And, you know, there's a couple of bright spots there for Moshi, but it's kind of hard to ignore the elephant, or I guess the Glartrox in the room.
Yeah, you know, there are a couple of elephants in the room for me coming out of the Chiefs here in game number 1. Of course, yeah, the Elsa Reno coming in is so huge for the rest of that team. But, you know, you pointed this out, CB, you know, Bubbleca getting away with way too much on that invis. So many KOs coming through, a lot of damage output there, 21 elims for that invis, but big numbers coming in for a lot of members of the Chiefs there. Reno and Jongvek on full force here. Jongvek on the oversight there, finding so many KOs, so many beautiful picks.
Donald didn't die, by the way. That's 24-0 right there with 5 final blows for LeBronald, as you put it. And yeah, I mean that's LeBronald numbers right there.
Yeah, I mean, a huge damage block, 32k, just barely beaten out by Smiles over on Moshi Mills, trying to soak up the damage for the rest of the team. And, you know, on point number 2, we saw Pars find that flow, kind of get some KOs with Elsa, get some things going, but it was just too little, too late here on map number 1. So hitting the reset button here, going to go back to the drawing board for some more draft. But so far, the Chiefs still looking as strong as ever here on map number 1.
And like, yeah, again, like going back to what you were trying to say before as well, before I very rudely interrupted, is like, yeah, Bubbleca, like, if I tried to get away with the stuff that Bubbleca was getting away with in that lobby, I would be flamed right out of that lobby, all right? I would be banned for throwing in like an instant, but he's able to play those angles, and Pars is having to dedicate so much of his time and energy into trying to get this Invis woman away, peel her off of the rest of her team, and stop her from having access to the backline in the way that she does. And it just, you know, takes away from the frontline damage, and that's what you really need the Elsa to be doing. You need her to be building up that Apex Predator. You need her to be chunking down the Vanguards in the front line, trying to keep players like Donald in check. You got to put at least 1 elim down on the Deadpool if you want to try and get a dub here.
Yeah, I mean, not just a distraction for the duelists either, but that invisible woman has some claws herself there. Bubbleca in the KO feed several times, especially on point number 2, finding value around every turn there. So map number 1 going to the Chiefs, and we are ready. Convergence now after 4 excuse me.
Yeah, 4 domination matches.
Bombs in a row.
Yeah,
we are over to Convergence.
It's a breath of fresh air, right? Like we just saw back-to-back Hell's Heaven to be like, you know, sure there was a 10-minute break in between, but we saw Hell's Heaven at the end of our previous series, and we kick it off with Hell's Heaven again. We get to go to Central Park, which it feels like forever since you know I've seen the other game modes. I'm looking forward to it. We're still not going to be seeing any Gambit or any Daredevil, as those are both going to be insta bans, and of course very predictable. But something you probably didn't predict. A Wolverine Protect coming out from the Chiefs.
No, would not have predicted that. And, you know, there's a couple of interesting hovers going on here. I see Fix maybe looking for an Adam Warlock, maybe going to look for some res plays here, but a lot of draft left to go here before we can really determine if that'll make it through. But yeah, Daredevil and Gambit right away here definitely leaves the door open for a lot of things, and it leaves the door open for Elsa yet again here. Back-to-back Monster Hunter appearances. I'm kind of surprised. I wasn't expecting to see Elsa at all here, and already 2 maps she is going to make an appearance here. I guess that's kind of the question, is what do Moshi want to go for as we move into Convergence here? What's the plan for them to turn this around?
I think you're thinking that, you know, the Elsa was their best look. Like, Pars was the most active member of their team for the most part, and you do want to kind of set that that trend up to continue and maybe try and bolster that with some other, some other changes. Maybe banning out the Deadpool is a good way to go about things. So you do see that coming through, and an Invis Woman ban coming through from the Chiefs. Bubbleca going to happily surrender his most lethal weapon.
Yeah, he's had his fun and now is done with the invisible boundary. Gonna find something else to go after here. They will save the Angela going into Central Park here, as well as the Loki save coming in from Moshimosh. So there are some opportunities here, and Fix still hovering that Adam Warlock. 2 bans left on the table, but that's the question. Do they go for the back-to-back Adam Warlock reses?
I think that's wise. I think taking the rocket out of the equation does kind of temper some of the aggression that's going to come out, especially seeing what the Chiefs are going for. And I don't know what this last ban is going to be, but considering that you have now protected 2 of the most aggressive heroes in the game and banned the Invis Woman, I don't know what the Chiefs are going for, but whatever it is, it's gross.
Yeah, looking to put the hurt on here, and the Mantis ban coming through. Strategist lockdown from the Chiefs here on the second draft phase of the series. So definitely going to push the strategist players to their limits here, as 4 of them go offline here right away before we've even loaded in. But that's kind of the question, is what do you go for? Of course, Loki, Adam Warlock on the table here. I see a Rocket Raccoon ban, so no Rocket here. Bubbleca over onto the Jeff, so maybe going to see some big Shark ults in map number 2 here. But yeah, still some questions here from the strategist players. Looks like they're kind of swapping last second here.
I do think, we're seeing both teams hover over the Groot, by the way, and we haven't talked a whole lot about Groot, but just a few weeks ago, he was also one of the usual suspects on the chopping block for these picks and bans, but a lot of teams have been kind of dodging him lately. But on a map like Central Park, Groot's value just escalates so high, and that Mantis ban that comes through at the end there from the Chiefs takes away that anchor for the team up with the Loki and the Groot. So you're taking away a lot of that extra healing, which, by the way, one of the few ways you can get Mantis to work in a 2-2-2. So you take away that, you take away the potential for a lot of triple strat compositions, and while you still have the threat of that triple strat with the Loki Adam, neither team, especially the defending team, the Chiefs, are currently going for that. Instead, just going for the Loki Cloak and Dagger, which can also be just as good. You get a lot of space-taking utility that leaves you with 1 Eternal Bond to take space and then another to be able to hold it when the hurt starts to come back your way.
Yeah, both sides going for that cloaky combination there. So going to be a lot of battling for the battlefield here as we get back underway. Map number 2, Central Park action as the Chiefs go up 1 map to none here. Moshimosh on the attack here first, and they have pushed right on up to that capture point here. Jongvek back over onto Elsa now. This time, going to see some Monster Hunter action from them here. Donald on the Groot, looking pretty low here, but healed right back up and right back into the fight here. Reno is on that Wolverine after the Chiefs saved it here. Zykrek onto that Cloak and Dagger as well. So, both sides got that same back line, strategist line ready to go here as Moshimosh keeping the pressure on here. They're fighting on the edge, but there's the Glartrox Apex Predator coming out, and it will come up big here. Jongvek grabbing the first KO. It's on to Fix. Loki back to spawn, and following that up, Beast Mode onto the Angela now. We'll find 2 Pars, and as well as the Groot, both send back to spawn here. Solid opening defense from the Chiefs.
It's hard to ignore the damage from Jongvek, but if I could take your attention back over to Beast Mode for a split second, because that's where a lot of Moshimosh's attention was throughout that entire fight. That's kind of the thing with this Angela Protect, is you're going to see the Groots on both sides, and they're going to be putting up a lot of walls, but Angela simply cares not for your walls. She'll fly right over them and get full access to the backline there. Eternal Bond going to come out in response to that Strangling Prison from Donald, but that is an ult trade you're willing to take if you are the Chiefs, because it buys time, and you have 2 opportunities to mirror that ultimate.
Yeah, throws down that Apex Predator there from Moshimosh, but immediately taken down. 2 for 1, make it 2 for 2 there. Drawing back double KO on the Elsa, but Moxicles and Smiles gonna clap back here. Many of the Chiefs offline as Moshimosh takes 1 tick off of checkpoint number 1 here, and they are battling it out for another triple KO for Moxicles on the Groot here. Absolute menace so far. Strange portal coming through now from the Chiefs. Donald getting the whole team back online, and Cypher through the portal with the Eternal Bond here to try and battle back. Reno there big on the Wolverine here, moving different, taking down Egg, but shut down by Tashi on the Namor as well. A couple ults still online for the Chiefs here as they will recover and eat away at that second tick of progress.
And even though Reno gives his life there, he still does his job, shuts down the Eternal Bond, and no more healing online for Moshi Mosh, so the Chiefs get a full successful retake off of that strange TP from Donald, and they get to hold on to the God of Mischief. So remember what I said, you know, they have two opportunities to use that Eternal Bond, one to take space and one to hold it. This time, they can use it defensively, but they have to be a little bit careful about it because they have, you know, that extra input. You got to use the God of Mischief, you got to select the target, then you got to pop the ultimate, and then Moshi Mosh, if they hit you with a, with you know, an Apex Predator per se, while you maybe try and go aggressive with it, you're going to be worried.
Yeah, could definitely turn the tide very quickly there. Beast Mode overhead does throw down the Heavens Retribution there. No follow-up from the Chiefs. Not as much of an opening as they were hoping for. Vix over on that Loki ult, copies the Eternal Bond yet again, and there is a Horn of Proteus overhead ready to go for Tashi here. Blartrox coming out from Pars, and Eye of Agamotto from the Chiefs will find two. Smiles taken down, and Egg as well. Both back to spawn here, and slowly the Chiefs eat away at the Moshi Mosh offense here. 30 seconds left to go, and almost all members offline are gonna have to walk it back to the point here. Now the Chiefs putting the gas on here. They move up just a little bit here. That kind of signature pressure that we saw a lot of from them on map 1.
There's good news for Moshi Mosh, and that's that they were able to take down Bubble Cut towards the end of that fight, but he wasn't the last person to fall, so it's actually Moshi Mosh that have to regroup as quickly as they can and try and take an aggressive fight while they have the man advantage and while they have the ult advantage. But once Bubble Cut gets back online, the healing is going to be there, and speaking of healing, Zykrek has that Eternal Bond, so there's going to be enough sustain, but the Glartrock coming through from Jongbek, looking to put an exclamation and a 3K for Jongbek, and there might be no hope left for Moshi Mosh as Moxical's going to get taken down by the Terror Cape, and one by one, Moshi Mosh fall, and their chances of taking Central Park are nil.
Got Jongvek map number 1, big plays on Phoenix. Now here on the Elsa map number 2, just as big, if not more so. The Chiefs will find the full stop here. 60% is all they're gonna have to take of checkpoint number 1 to close out map 2 here. So definitely a big opening here for the Chiefs. Of course, Moshi Mosh, they do have a little bit of ground to stand on here, but heels kind of dangling off the edge of the cliff here on Central Park as they're gonna have to lock in a basically perfect defense here. I almost want to say it's basically one fight right out of the gate.
I mean, and if you got Jongbek on your team, like, that's not going to be a very long fight at all. Like, a couple of those monster piercer shots, and I think the fight's over, especially if he's able to get access to a backliner, or worse, build up to that Apex Predator and get the Apex Predator on the backline. Like, you're kind of forcing Moshi Mosh into this composition, right? We talked about the Loki Atom. That's really the only way that Moshi Mosh can bleed out the clock and get a map win here, right? Like, they have to play perfectly with these reses, and, you know, that also kind of gives the Chiefs the opportunity to just make a couple swaps if they identify this. Maybe swap over onto the Angela, or maybe just try and play in a different way that gives Reno access to that out of Warlock, because if that cocoon falls and you can't get that second res off, it's over. Like, it's just over.
Yeah, it quite literally feels like an all-or-nothing defense here from Moshi Mosh. Gonna have to pull out every stop here. Gonna lean very heavy on Pars on the Elsa here. Definitely got some bright spots there out of that Elsa on the side of Moshi Mosh, but again, it is gonna be near perfect Marvel Rivals required here from Moshi Mosh to hold this thing down. The Chiefs gonna get aggressive here, and they're gonna look to clock out early here on map number 2. Already around the corner, Jongbek going aggressive in the air there on the Elsa, taken down. A couple members of Moshi Mosh are looking for the KOs. Not quite able to confirm them here, but the Chiefs already up to that boundary, keeping them back from this first checkpoint here, and it is going to be, again, almost no mistakes able to be made here by the side of Moshi Mosh, and they'll find the first KO, though. Moxical's on the Groot will stop Donald's thing here, sent back to spawn for now, as they are going to try to find some breathing room for themselves here.
All right, well, Pars taking down Jongbek should grant that breathing room, but no trading out Moxicals, and oh no, there's no reses online for Moshi Mosh just yet, so that's going to be a permanent KO. No more brute walls, no more things impeding our forward march. So once Jongbek comes back to the formation, it's going to be all hands on deck for the Chiefs. Reno going in deep to try and get access to that back line. Pars has to pop that Apex Predator just to try and survive. Finds 2, and that should be good enough, but Donald is going to trade that one out with a huge KO onto the Cloak and Dagger, and Moshi Mosh, they're still going to have to fight tooth and nail to hold on to this point.
but they are very quickly approaching that Karmic Revival there. Tashi trying to charge it up there, but it's going to be the Chiefs here. Beast Mode on the group will find one. Born again here from Tashi as they pretty much have to use the Adam Ult here, and now we'll find a couple of reses here, but Jongbek moving different here on the Elsa. Apex Predator almost ready to go for him. Bubbleca's got the Loki ult as well. The Chiefs have the tools to close this thing out here. Glartrox released there from Jongbek, looking to clear the point there, but Pars battling back on the Elsa of their own here. 2 for 2 on both sides of the board, and on by a thread. Moshi holding on to this point as we approach 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that was so scary close for Moshi. Like, that's practically in C9able territory, and the Chiefs are not done taking this fight. We're going to go in with the Eternal Bond. We're even going to have Donald going in with the Haymakers and taking down Tashi. That's going to be a cocoon, but no Karmic Revival going to be online for the time being. You need to keep Tashi active in this fight. Reno takes down Fix, and oh no! Moshi get taken off of the point. Too much pressure, too much aggression from the Chiefs, forcing the fight in so many different places, and none of them were on the point.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of comes down to the sumo match of really just needing to shove them off the point. They don't need to confirm the KOs. They don't need to lock in a big ace or anything. They just need to apply enough pressure to get that last bit of capture progress, and that is exactly how Chiefs will take Central Park here and take map number 2 in this series. And man, what a game for the Chiefs here. What a game for Jongbek over onto the Elsa after that Phoenix performance on map 1. I mean, definitely some depth there on the duelist pool for them. 19 elims and 12 finals off of it with a whole heap of medals as well. I mean, insane stuff.
Where were you hiding this guy? I keep talking about like the stats that were posted on Reddit, and again, you know, it's Reddit, so source is a little bit dubious, but Jongbek wasn't anywhere on those stats, and it's because he was on the bench for this team for so long, and now that they're subbing him in, it's like, what was he doing on the bench? Like, this guy is like one of the heaviest hitters that I've seen in quite some time. He's like doubling Reno's damage. And sure, yeah, like Reno on the Wolverine, it's kind of a stop. Like, you're not going to get that much damage, but 16k, 12 final blows, like, this guy is just taking the Chiefs to levels hitherto unforeseen.
Yeah, I mean, making a statement, coming in here on the last weekend of the MRC and absolutely cleaning house here and taking Chiefs to this quite early match point here. So truly HP low for Moshi. This is lower bracket. So one potential map here for Moshi to try to get on the board. But the Chiefs now, again, they've built this momentum over the last couple weeks, taking names in this lower bracket, and now all the way here in, you know, what may be one of the toughest matchups they've had thus far in the MRC. But now they are rising to the challenge.
One of the toughest, it doesn't look like it's one of the toughest matchups that they've had. Like, this looks like it's just another Tuesday for the Chiefs right now, because like they're barely even breaking a sweat. Like, you know, Reno and Jongbek, especially Jongbek right now, are firing on all cylinders, and it doesn't really matter what else happens around that, because the rest of the Chiefs, like, they can just kind of kick their feet up and play the game, right? Like, they don't have to sweat all that hard. That's kind of why Bubbleca is able to get away with those crazy flanks that we saw on Hell's Heaven. That's kind of why, you know, Beast Node is completely unbothered up in the sky, and why Donald is getting away with these 0-death games. It's because the front line is just so dang lethal.
Yeah, I mean, you're really giving them an inch, and they are taking the true mile here, are the Chiefs, as we head to Museum of Contemplation for map number 3, newest map in the game. Kind of feels like maybe an attempt to throw a wrench in the works here, just throw them off kilter. Moshi, they open with the Daredevil ban straight away here. Do not want the Chiefs to get access to Matt Murdoch here. I am expecting a Gambit ban from the Chiefs yet again, and there it is.
If they really wanted to throw a wrench in the equation, by the way, they should have taken us to Shin Shibuya. It's back in the map pool. We could have gone to Shin Shibuya. Very few teams have been scrimming it. Museum of Contemplation has technically been in the scrim map pool longer than Shin Shibuya, so, you know, on a technicality, might have been a little bit more of a curveball, but, you know, Museum of Contemplation is still a map that teams haven't really cracked for the most part, but I do think it does play, at the current state of the game, very similarly to other Convoy maps, very similarly, I think, most closely to Midtown, and you're going to see some very Midtown-esque picks and bans. The Protect onto the Van pool from the Chiefs, I think, is signaling, though, that doesn't matter what map we're on. Like you said, we want to clock out early. We've got a land to enjoy. We've got, you know, the concession stand closes in like 5 minutes. We got to get out of here, right? Like, we got to get our nachos, or it's, you know, it's in Australia. What are they Vegemite? We got to go get our Vegemite at the concession stand. They sell Vegemite on toast at this event, I assume.
Maybe so. Maybe that's.
I'm sorry
maybe that's
to my
the problem.
Australian viewers right now if I'm making some really broad stroke assumptions about what your social gatherings are like.
Hey, I mean, nutrition is key, and if that's what you're eating the whole tournament, I could definitely see you coming up a little hungry here.
Vegemite, Chewies, those are the two. That's Australian cuisine. Fairy bread, I think, is another one. Fairy bread. I would try fairy bread. That sounds pretty good.
Maybe so. And, at this point, 2 maps in now, the Chiefs up and on match point here. Gotta wonder if maybe peeking over the top of the monitors, right, taking a quick look. How's the other team looking here? We looking defeated? We looking done here? But, both teams bringing a lot here to this draft phase. Moshimosh takes away the Jeff here. Their saves this time, Groot and Invisible Woman. So boundaries here on the board. Loki and the Vanpool being saved by the Chiefs, and they will take down the Mantis as well. So, yeah, I think you're right. This is a map that like you said, has not really been cracked. The code not totally understood yet about this map, but yeah, it definitely feels a lot like a lot of notes from Midtown. You're gonna see some very similar kind of plays here right out the gate. Rounded it off, a Wolverine ban from Moshimosh and Cloak and Dagger taken away by the Chiefs. So the Chiefs yet again hating on the strategists in this draft.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, especially with these picks and bans, especially I think with the group protect, it's going to play a lot more front-to-back heavy. When a map like this hasn't really been cracked, and I think also with its narrow hallways, it's going to play we're just going to default to what's meta. And it's very poke, it's very brawl, so you're going to see a lot of, you've seen these teams kind of hover over a lot of the usual suspects, the Moon Knight, the Hela, the Groot, the Magneto, but there is an opportunity to get more brawly. We see a couple of brief hovers on like the Rogue. I think the Vanpool for either side is going to be a strong pick because it's always strong. He's like just the most broken hero in the game. Like how fitting, by the way, that Deadpool is just like the strongest hero in the game.
Yeah, I feel like he may himself had something to do with that. I know he and Guang Guang have been in cahoots a little bit. We saw in the dev diary when Deadpool first hit the game, but
Ryan Reynolds, wherever you are. I'm approaching your location rapidly.
On the way here, and on the way is going to be Moshimosh. They are on the attack here first, looking to move that Batsmobile all the way to the end here, as you see some familiar picks from Moshimosh, but a couple of new things. Pars on the Punisher and Tashi on the Storm here to start things off, looking to kind of come out the gate swinging, and that is what you need on offense on a map like this. Got to get something going pretty quick here to try and push him back. Donald on the Magneto this time, the LeBronald of the OCE region, and CB, like you talked about, gonna see some all-out, lights-out brawling here. Very kind of characteristic of a lot of OCE teams. They will get in your face and fight until there is nothing left.
We're also going to see some very annoying plays coming out from the Chiefs, because look at this composition. That is the triple with the Res, with the Rocket BRB, with the Loki, and with the Atom. So you get 2 Karmic Revivals and a free BRB. You also got a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier early on in this fight. All of these strategies ultimates going to be coming online real fast. Invisible Boundary to open things up. Even a Strangling Prison right out the gate.
Yeah, and already the KO's coming in for the Chiefs here. Zycric throws down the CYA very early here. Big damage boost, and now Beast Mode coming in big on the Rogue, changing it up every single map and delivering all the way here to the Museum of Contemplation. They will push Moshimosh back into spawn here, and now the Chiefs can set up a wall between the spawn and the Batsmobile, making it a lot harder for Moshimosh to get all the way in there. So, and yeah, lots of resources available for both teams too. I mean, Chiefs coming out strong here on defense.
And there are some flank routes that Moshimosh could, in theory, use to try and get access to Jongbek on the backline, but they don't have a comp that can really leverage anything. So you see Moxley going for like a Hail Mary Strangling Prison there. Clobbering Time coming out as well from Smiles. This is all just trying to get some hurting on the backline, force them further back. The Beast Node now popping the Heartbreaker, looking to try and return it, but the Amplifier and a Final Judgment now coming out from Pars, and that is going to make the Chiefs think twice.
Yeah, but interestingly, Pars doesn't walk right into Amplifier range, so CYA couldn't make the connection. They still come through pretty decent there. Jongbek gonna throw it down the Karmic Revival from the Atom Warlock, trying to get the Chiefs back up and in the fight here. But Moshimosh slowly trekking along here on checkpoint number 1. Pars finding Reno, taking down the Groot with the Punisher shotgun. Overhead, LeBronald there finds one dunk onto Pars. The Punisher taken back to spawn. No, just in case there. The BRB from the Rocket will get him back. And now Bubbleca on the Loki copy onto the Adam Warlock. Absolutely disgusting there as the whole team back up yet again as they will come through big on the KO feed here. Beast Mode yet again on that rogue. Big stuff from them. Zykrix already got a CYA ready to go again as well. Looking so good here for this Chiefs defense.
Yeah, but how bad does that feel for Moshimosh? Because that was a full ult rotation from top to bottom, and it doesn't amount to much of anything. Sure, they almost get the cap, but one res after another, and now, you know, you have another BRB you got to worry about. You got to try and find a KO to burn that. You also have an amplifier that you're staring down the barrel of. Sure, you do have a lot of ults coming up online, but can you track the fact that Bubblecup already has to got a mischief again, so another Karma Revival could come out no matter what you do.
And clobbering time going deep, trying to find that backline. Finds Beast Mode, will take down the rogue, but Zykrix BRB got him already back up and in the fight here. Omega Hurricane coming down from Tashi into the backline. That is what Moshi were looking for there. We'll find Bubblecup, so can't use the Loki ult, but the Adam ult online and shut down by the Punisher shotgun yet again there. Pars, Fix, and Tashi on the side of Moshi all finding that KO feed, and that should be good here for checkpoint number 1 with just 40 seconds left to go.
That's some good scouting with that Omega Hurricane to take down Bubblecup specifically, not going for Jongbek first, which does kind of create that window where Jongbek has to try and build up that Karmic Revival if he wants to pop it, and then they just all clap down on that Adam Warlock, knowing that you don't have to worry about the threat of Bubblecup popping that Karmic Revival. And now Jongbek gonna swap off the Adam completely, so no longer are you gonna have to worry about any Karmic Revivals at all. It's just gonna be the double dip on the Invisible Boundary that you have to track, as we've now swapped off the Rocket onto the Invisible Woman as well. So we're back at something a little bit more good old-fashioned, honest hero shooter composition coming out here from the Chiefs.
Yeah, Adam definitely run his course here. Now swapping over, looking for a new answer to find Moshi, and it's Donald again on the dunk there on the Magneto, taking down Pars, but that just burns through the BRB, and there's Bubblecup on that God of Mischief, taking the Invisible Boundary copy as the Chiefs gonna try to dig in here on this hill and find some KOs. Donald and Reno and Zykrix all coming up big in that KO feed. Now this time, 2 minutes still on the clock here, and the Chiefs are on the move. A double, make that a triple for Reno. The Monster Piercer will find its mark here, and now the Chiefs have a lot of control over this map here.
Yeah, and they're able to reclaim it quickly, and it's because of those hero swaps that come out as soon as they lose the first point. You can see Moshi making a couple of swaps as well, but Pars sticking on this Punisher, and it's because he's got the final judgment. And if you're Moshi, you're thinking that's a win condition, but you have to be able to take the initiative with it. But how are you going to do that when Donald is taking down Moxicles, who got caught out with that Apex Predator from Reno? The Chiefs keep their foot on the gas, and Moshi, again, they can't make these swaps because they can't even play the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, very, very solid team play from the Chiefs. You know they're working together. Comms looking pretty good here, at least from what we can see. But now the question is, what are they going to do against this Moshi team stacked with some ultimates? Apex Predator coming up first, but in response, the Chiefs throw down everything they've got. Beast Mode will find that Strangling Prison. Zykrix gets the boundary down. Pars on the move with that final judgment here, trying to mow through the Chiefs, and he will find 2 at the tail end of that ult there. And Tashi will find a double KO as well here. Moshi coming up big in this fight as well. Reno will find 1, but Fix will even it out again. Indiz finding another KO here. Just under 60 seconds to go. So again, Moshi chewing through a lot of their time here, but right now looking pretty solid on offense.
Pars gonna opt not to swap off that Punisher, so he's taking on this composition as well, not going to mirror Jongbek on the Phoenix, and if they can snuff out the sightlines, this will be the better pick though. But there's that Glartrox coming through. Reno again with the Apex Predator, not gonna find a KO off the back of it. Good brute walls to try and snuff that one out, and good tracking there from Pars to take down Jongbek. And like I said, you could deny the angles and deny the value from this Phoenix. Motion was doing a great job of doing just that, but they can't deny the BRB coming out. Moxicle's back in the fight. Moshi still at full strength, and we're gonna try and cap point B here.
Yeah, staring at the finish line here, but time ticking away. 15 seconds left to go for Motion to find an answer, and Beast Mode taking an early KO on the Moxicles. The enemy group taken down here. Fix throwing down that invisible boundary, trying to get a foothold here for Motion to push this thing to the end here. It is going to have to be under overtime, though. Pars and Zykrix going to make a 1-for-1 trade. Reno going to advance the attack here, and Zykrix finding their way into your KO feed as well here. Most of Motion offline. Moxicles is going to go over to the Doctor Strange, get the portal, and get them back onto point here. Half of overtime expended, and Reno just continues to the devastation here. Monster Hunter taking down the symbiote here, and Donald will find a double KO on that Magneto, still holding the Meteor in, and now he will let the dunk go, and he'll find yet another one there, and they will stop Moshi just painfully short of checkpoint 2.
Welcome to the Space Jam. Space Jam 2, by the way, the one that has LeBron in it. I'm surprised they made that, by the way, but I'm also kind of surprised that Moshi made it past point A, because going up against a double res composition, especially with the rocket as well, is a tall order. But again, the target prioritization coming out from the Storm with that Omega Hurricane early on from Tashi is great stuff. They're able to break on through it, but they fall short of capping point B. But I mean, Museum of Contemplation is kind of, like I said, it's an oddball map, and we see a lot of cards stall out right where it did for Moshi. So that's still kind of a win condition, especially if they can get a good first point defense here. But that's a knife that cuts both ways, because if the Chiefs are able to get a quick spawn break here, which they are comped up to do with the Storm, with the Moon Knight, then you kind of run out of options, and you're like, oh no, we kind of have to, we're in panic mode. Like, we have to defend here because we don't have that lifeline anymore.
Yeah, they're going to look for a full force siege breaker comp here. Like you said, the Moon Knight and the Storm, damage output potential very high here. Something you see on other maps like we talked about, you know, Midtown. So very similar shouts there for the Chiefs as they go on to offense. But yeah, you're right. The question here is, can Moshi find the stop early here on checkpoint number 1, eat away enough of their time to make it so that they can run out of gas just before that second checkpoint. 121 meters to checkpoint number 2 is what the Chiefs are going to have to do here to close out the map and this series. Moshi, we need them to put up that iron curtain here.
See if they're able to do so, but I mean, we talk so often, you and I, about just how strong Moon Knight is, how he just hard counters these triple stratus compositions, and it's so easy, especially when you have these frontliners you get these crescent darts on top of. It does more damage, by the way, if you hit directly, not just on the Ankh. But once you get that Ankh in deep, you are going to build up that ult so fast. In fact, Reno has already got it.
Got 20 seconds in, and the Hand of Khonshu already on the board for the Chiefs here, and you can see they're putting the pressure on here. Moshi backing it up, and there's the Moon haunting Moshi for the first time this matchup here. And then the Vanguard line for Moshi so low, they cannot keep him alive here. Jongbeck and Psychic will find the first KOs of this matchup, and Jongbeck overhead on the Storm, the Omega level mutant here, finding plenty of openings. Fix already using that Karmic Revival here, but it's a big res there for Moshi. Most of the team getting back up, but just as quickly as they get up, sent right back down here yet again, for it again and again for Moshi. So many reses on that team. Full res backline here, and the Chiefs play right on through there. Psychic throws down that invisible boundary, and they will find the opening here. Egg and Fix, the last ones to go down, but all of Moshi offline, and that is a rapid fire checkpoint number 1 for the Chiefs.
And comically, Reno comes out the other side of it with another Hand of Khonshu, because of course, you know, I mean, they open up that fight with the Hand of Khonshu, splits Moshi right down the beginning, and forces out that early Karmic Revival, and even through the second one, they still have the Omega Hurricane. And again, their win condition, their understanding of the win conditions is so rock solid. They see that Cosmic Iron Amplifier coming out defensively. They know if you break that, you break the back of this defense. It doesn't matter how many times you res them. If you're gonna res them right into an Omega Hurricane, oh, they are not going to be making the most out of that second life.
No, they are definitely looking to just play on through every Karmic Revival here, and Reno already back in the feed here. Double KO off of another Hand of Khonshu, and don't worry, give it 30 seconds or so, and there'll be another one ready to go there.
I don't know if this match is gonna last 30 more seconds. I gotta be honest with you. I think maybe 29 even at that point is a stretch. 420 in the time bank for the Chiefs to get the cap here, and there's the checkpoint right there. Moshi Smile's already forced onto the Doctor Strange. That's how little space they have to play with.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a huge uphill battle here. Portal does open up for Moshi. Smiles on the Strange, and already early KO from Zytric on the Invis. Moxicle sent back to spawn, holding the Strangling Prison. Fix going back as well. Use the Loki ult, but got no value out of it here. Jongbeck and Reno filling the KO feed one last time to push the Chiefs over the edge here. Moxicle's the last one standing, and Moshi say goodbye here as the Chiefs will take the Museum of Contemplation and continue the lower bracket run.
And lower bracket run, by the way, is right. Like, I don't know if we touched on that too many times, but this is indeed a lower bracket matchup, and that is one of the best teams in all of OCE, and Moshi made to look like chumps at the expense. I mean, like, the Chiefs just look so strong. Far and away the best team out of OCE in this tournament, and you know, we talk again, you know, about how we predict the grand finals to be this team versus One Piece. I cannot wait to see these two Titans clash, but in this matchup, Titans is what the Chiefs look like. It never felt like they weren't fully in control of their own destiny, always understanding the win conditions, always understanding how to set their duelists up for success. Jongbeck is far and away the hero of this story for me, despite Reno coming out of Museum of Contemplation with the MVP, a deserved MVP with 16 final blows. We'll get to the stats once we're done with the highlights. Pars trying his best on the Punisher, but your best ain't good enough when you're up against the Chiefs.
Yeah, and so difficult to pick highlights from this match because there were so many. Of course, Jongbek and Reno stealing the spotlight so many times in that matchup, but Donald as well going over to the comfort pick of Magneto, showing you why he is the LeBronald of OCE. Dunk after dunk there too. I mean, firing on all cylinders is this Chiefs team. They built up this insane amount of momentum as they played in out of the lower
10?
bracket.
Do I see 10 final hits for Zykrek? Is that 10 final hits for your strategist player? Like, that had to have been from was that for the Atom? Like, what was he doing?
Yeah, that is kind of the question, is what did they let Zykrek... They let
Zykrek has
get away
more
with so
final
much.
hits than anybody from Moshi Mosh. Even Pars, who was like the hero for that team, is being bested by the strategists of the Chiefs.
Yeah, a very, very tough matchup for sure. Some bright spots from Motion Mosh there, of course. Pars really trying to be the hero for that team, and Tashi plenty of big plays as well there from that duelist line. But the Chiefs just kind of like you said, a titan here, the immovable force at this point after so many lower bracket matches, constantly playing on that last life throughout this tournament. And now as they reach kind of the fever pitch here, we see a Chiefs that's really ready for a grand finals. They rise to the challenge of Moshi Mosh, but still a couple more teams standing in their way of a potential trip to grand finals.
But I don't think those teams are going to be standing in their way for very long. You know, like we say it's, you know, playing on that last life, but they're playing like they have 100 lives. And, you know, they might as well, for all it's worth. They are far and away the strongest team in this lower bracket. And the last team that I want to go up against in this lower bracket, we're going to have to keep a close eye on them and the rest of those teams on the other side of a quick break. Don't go anywhere, fellas. We have so much more Pacific MRC action coming your way right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to Championship Weekend here, Season 6 of the MRC. More Pacific action on deck here. And CB, we've already seen one elimination match tonight, saying goodbye to Moshi Moshi here in Season 6. One more on deck in this round. It is going to be Baxium Japan taking on N1 Hex. You know, the first couple matches, I feel like we talked about it, maybe played out the way we kind of thought they would. But this one, I feel like, is truly up in the air here.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we're getting our eyes on this match in particular, because you and I were talking about how, like you said, the past two matches, they were pretty cut and dry, right? Like, the Chiefs and One Piece both just kind of running away with it, showing that they are the most dominant teams in their region. We kind of expect them to be the top two teams, but rounding out that top three that we send into tomorrow, who's it going to be? Maybe AAAD is the most likely, but maybe Asia has another heavy hitter, and these two teams look to be the heaviest of hitters, and only one of them gets to carry on, because again, this is an elimination match, so last lives for both of these two teams, fighting with everything on the line and with a chance to get themselves to that top three, with a few more hurdles potentially in their way. But it feels like they have something to prove here.
Definitely so, and especially with some competitive background. Of course, a couple members of Baxium Japan, formerly of U-Winx, a team with some Ignite experience, and then N1 Hex, setting a new ceiling for themselves last season in the MRC, top 16, now top 8 here, so they are definitely looking to keep the dream alive. We are ready for picks and bans here. Celestial Husk up first, so some domination action to start the series. Loki and Gambit already off the table. Elsa on the table in this matchup, along with the Vanpool and a Phoenix ban from Baxium. So again, kind of a lot of similar notes that we've seen before, but again, we're going to get some Monster Hunter here in this series as well.
And neither team really reinventing the wheel too much. Aside from that Jeff ban, that's a little bit of an oddball pick, but at least the opening half of these bans, you know, Phoenix being banned, Gambit and Loki, and then the Protects onto the Vanpool and the Elsa, that's kind of what all of the teams that want to play the meta are going to be doing, you know, and they're going to try and ban out maybe some of these, like I said, the oddball picks, like the Jeff, you know, maybe that's just kind of one of those things we'd rather not deal with. Maybe we have the intel that that's something Baxium Japan likes to play. I know N1 Hex seem to like to play. They're hovering 2 Jeffs right now. Unfortunately, no one gets to have any.
Yeah, and it does look like they pass on a skip here, so maybe going to be an agreement between the two teams to save something here. Cloak and Dagger save coming in for Baxium, and a Rocket ban to round things out. We've seen quite a few Rocket bans today in these last couple of series here, and Adam Warlock off the table as well. So no Loki, no Adam, no Gambit in this one. Definitely some big heavy hitters in the strategist lineup taking some hits here.
Yeah, they took out pretty much every strategist except for Invis, Cloak and Dagger, and Luna. So like that's your lot, and most teams are probably going to go for that Cloak and Dagger and Invis Woman. I talk a lot about how those two are kind of interchangeable as it relates to the backline, but everything else I'm seeing right now is pretty bog standard. I am seeing one thing down in the lower corner there, Neil, with that Lord icon. I hear that does bonus damage.
You know, I've been asking myself that a lot lately for some reason. Can't quite figure out why, but it does look like Neil is going to bring that Vanpool back to the table here. Both sides of the board going to pick him. No shock there, though. He has been a game changer basically since he dropped here. But yeah, a couple interesting things coming through on both sides of the board. Of course, you can very easily get trolled here until those spawn doors open, but you might be seeing a couple squirrels show up here on Celestial Husk this time around.
Yeah, okay, no, yeah, no. I'm looking over, and we did have a Squirrel Girl hover, but that's not happening. So, yeah, no. I'm sorry to make you seem like a liar right out the gates, but no squirrels on Celestial Husk. But what we might see is a few spiders as Baxium Japan hovering over that oh-so-familiar kidnap composition. And I like the Elsa in this as well, because you also have the snare that kind of works that way there. We'll see if N1 Hex are privy to this. Oh, that might be a good kidnap onto wounds, but no one going to take the bait there. In fact, it's actually going to be Baxium's Doctor Strange that ends up falling in a trap, and gotta have a little bit of egg on his face there.
Yeah, a little bit of an early game scramble here for Baxium. They do jump through the portal, though. Everybody ready for the fight here on the point as we get underway. Map number 1 here, point unlocked and ready for a brawl here. Up in the air as to which team comes out on top here, but high competitors for potential moving on here. Axeleo opens it up strong. 1 KO on the Angela already, but Doxton there does fire back on that Star-Lord. It's going to be Dylan trying to even the odds for Baxium, though, back and forth, pick after pick, but it is Baxium coming out on top with the first cap, and Axeleo will find one off map as well. Shich kebab there, and Baxium in control on point number 1.
And Wound's just going to go for a tactical reset there, and I can imagine that the rest of N1 Hex is going to be looking to do the same thing. Lurkin takes a little bit of time to find the edge there, and that's going to amount to a little bit of extra capture percentage for Back Team Japan. So a good opening salvo despite the kind of bungled, strange teleport play that comes out. But once they're able to make the swaps over, especially Axelio onto the Angela coming through and making his presence more than felt there. And N1 Hex gonna have to try and leverage their ult advantage here, coming through with that Apex Predator. Can we get Wounds in a good angle to use that? Currently, no, as he's trying to peel for the backline, but good peels nonetheless. And there's the Glartrox now coming in straight towards that edge.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking for those Enviro plays here. Double KO for Wounds, delivering some wounds to Baxium Japan here, sending there, also holding the Apex Predator back to the spawn room here. Eternal Bond coming down on the point for Baxium as they're going to look to try and cinch this in here. Big payoff for Baxium as they're able to get some pressure on Wounds there, who's been a game changer so far on the Elsa. Eternal Bond now for N1 Hex on the board here as Baxium just now passing 70% capture progress here. So cooling off just a little bit there, but Wyland and Arcturus there will find a couple of KOs on the Baxium. They will deliver 75% for them, but N1 Hex looking to try and make this retake here, and they might have it off the back of one more KO from Invis and the Star-Lord as well.
Yeah, but 80%, like Back Team Japan, even though their backline gets completely split off by Arcturus on the Angela, by the way, great target prio that comes through, and also good follow-up coming through from Doxlin as well. But despite that, the front line is still so resilient that they're able to live long enough to get up to 80%, and that puts us in one fight territory. Baxium are able to find the flip, but a lot of ults coming out on both sides. Apex Predator, I think we might want to chalk this first fight up as a loss, but they do want to do no such thing as Deep Impact taking down No Mercy. Doxlin forced to pop that Galactic Legend, taking down Deep Impact. The trade's now coming out, and Axelio gonna fall as well. That is a 2-for-1 trade, but Naked a 2-for-2 as the Maelstrom of Madness deletes Doxlin.
Yeah, kind of surprised the Aya Nagamoto from Uri there on Baxium Japan. Delivered huge 5 stuns, but not a ton of follow-up there. They don't make the retake here, and not a lot of KOs coming through there. Deep Impact on the Elsa, looking for the Elsa duel here to try and turn things around. N1 Hex though climbing quickly here, 50%, and slowly closing the gap. Dylan there on the invisible boundary, and Uri again on the Doctor Strange will follow it up. No Mercy sent back to spawn there. Axeleo finding one as well there, making a double, a triple for the Strange here. Big stuff for Baxium as they'll make the retake.
Now, Uri is Doctor Strange. Everybody else is just Mr. Weird because there's like some insane play coming out just in the neutral. Again, like, you don't expect to see Doctor Strange play of this caliber in the neutral, but the Daggers of Danak are more than finding their mark, and now a Strange TP coming out from No Mercy as it's starting to get dire for N1 Hex. But once Lurkin comes to that portal, Eternal Bond is going to roll out the red carpet for N1 Hex to play on, but that's something that Baxium can mirror. And once that Eternal Bond is down, Aya Nagamoto will be online from all the work that Uri was able to get done.
Yeah, Pendulum gonna be swinging big, and there's the Aya Nagamoto. Does find Wyland there. Invis sent back to spawn there, finishing it off with the Maelstrom as Baxium trying to close it out in overtime here, but they need just a little bit more of a push to get over the edge there. Doxlin and Wounds will find some KOs there. Arcturus as well on the Angela. Wounds make it to double KO for that Elsa, and now N1 Hex back in control of the point and on the move.
JZ7 waiting for the team. Definitely don't want to be walking too far out alone as the Cloak and Dagger. Oh, found the snare. All right, Arcturus just doing a little bit of up close and personal mind sweeping in the back line. But as N1 Hex are once again in control, 99%, like we said, is one fight territory. Baxium are able to find the flip. They should be able to win this one outright, and I doubt there's going to be time to bring the teleport back online. So this is truly the last fight that N1 Hex have any say in right now, and they're gonna open things up with Heaven's Retribution deep onto the back line, but the follow-up isn't there as Doxlin's still trying to pressure out the front line, and there's the Galactic Legend, but right into an invisible boundary. Now you see us, now you don't.
Yeah, just no targets here. A couple standing outside the boundary, but no KOs coming through. Invisible boundary from Wyland as well here, as N1 Hex gonna empty the bank account here. Aya Nagamoto from No Mercy does find one. JZZ taken down, and Wounds will find one as well. But Uri big on that Doctor Strange yet again here. Deep Impact on the Elsa as well, finding yet another one here. Baxium looking to make the game-winning flip here. The point taken. Uri finding even more KOs. Doctor Strange, indeed, Sorcerer Supreme here on the point number 1. Baxium complete the flip. No Strange Portal inside, and that is point number 1 for Baxium Japan.
Lurkin went with that dive there, nearly triggered OT, but it just doesn't come in. It's like one frame too late there. But I mean, we got to talk about Uri in that one, because as much work as Wounds was doing on the L, so Uri was doing just on the Doctor Strange, and you don't often see a Doctor Strange just go nuts like that. But I mean, you know, yeah, like you just don't, like, that doesn't happen.
No, I mean, a huge anchor for this Baxium Japan team so far, at least on point number 1, and already got an Eye of Agamotto in the back pocket ready to go here as we head for point number 2. No ults in sight for N1 Hex here, so maybe an aggressive Baxium coming out of the gate here. Don't see a lot of swaps from them. Definitely taking the if it ain't broke, don't fix it route. A couple things coming through from N1 Hex. I do see a thing now from Arcturus. I do see No Mercy over onto the Wolverine, so trying to change things up a little bit, going for something a little beefier here as they look for something to stand up here against Baxium.
And when you don't have ults, you can afford to make these swaps. And in fact, you kind of have to make these swaps, because the last thing you want to do is take the fight on a neutral playing field where your team already knows what you're going to be walking up with. But they will get the intel nonetheless with this potential kidnap play again. Hopefully this one goes a little bit better than the last. And they are going to get Arcturus, and oh, I'm sorry, Benji, but this ain't Yancey Street, my friend.
No, took a wrong turn down the alleyway here, and Axeleo will find one as well. Lurking in the spawn room for now here. Mission area coming online as Baxium find yet another pick there. Uri onto Wounds this time. Elsa sent back, and that is a solid first take here for Baxium as they are in full control on point number 2.
And it really doesn't get easier than that. Like a successful Strange TP play, you get the kidnap onto the thing, and then you just find one quick shish kebab with the Angela, and now you actually take this choke point as well. So good early stuff coming out from Baxium Japan across the board. They get to hold on to their ults as well and start to build up some more of them. The Eye of Agamotto going to come out early on, and it does catch on to one. The Maelstrom just deletes Doxlin yet again.
Yeah, already right out the gate here. Big swings from Baxium here. Neil will find one and stop to take that selfie. Nice.
A terrible selfie.
Yeah, I was about to say, a little off angle there, DP, but hey, you know, it still counts. It still gives you that all-important XP boost, and Baxium taking every single advantage they can here. Alt advantage, looking for the Deadpool levels up. I mean, this is serious momentum here.
Yeah, like, so many ultimates about to come online for Baxium Japan. I mean, this Larchrock is going to have to work overtime, but Deep Impact going in early on with his, and already taking down Lurkin. And if you're N1 Hex, like, you really just don't want to even take this fight when you're already down your C&D. That cannot be the first casualty of war, especially when we haven't even really broken out into a war yet. We're still in scuffle territory, and Baxium are winning it so handily that N1 Hex never get to shift into second gear. Now they're coming up on 5 ultimates if they can, you know, start to get a little bit of extra work done. Nope, No Mercy going to make the swap. So now we're just down to 4, which is going to mirror the 3 that Baxium Japan have. This is where you have an advantage, but you're going to have to leverage the advantage to the fullest just to break the choke. In fact, N1 Hex is going to look to try and circumvent it and use those ultimates on the point. I actually like that a lot more than using that to just try and break through.
Yeah, now N1 Hex gonna force Baxium back onto the point here, making him back up here. So now full frontal fight here, and it's gonna be Wounds on the first KO on that one. Couple stuns coming through for N1 Hex there. Baxium, Uri, and Axeleo both stopped for just a moment here as N1 Hex tried to capitalize on that early Deadpool pick, and Lurkin will find one onto Dylan here. Another KO coming through, but now fighting back. Uri on that Strange, the Maelstrom of Madness coming in so huge this map so far, but now N1 Hex fighting back here under overtime. The final judgment for Doxlin, finding a couple of KOs here, plenty of value out of that one, and No Mercy returning fire both on the Deadpool and on the selfies as well here. N1 Hex make the retake and stay alive here on point number 2.
And I gotta give the selfie game win to No Mercy as well, because both of those selfies you saw, he was in focus. All right, you can take a lesson there, Neil. You might have that Lord icon, but that is not by any means a qualification for photography. But No Mercy on the other hand, picture perfect, but getting taken to a secondary location there by the Angela. Banhammer forced out early on, and good plays from Baxium Japan, but N1 Hex able to weather the storm, taking down Deep Impact. Wounds, dishing out his namesake, and then some with another final blow there onto Uri. And I mean, they're gonna need more of this as they're still so far behind. We're only just now crossing that 30% threshold to Baxium's 99%. One fight territory, and the ults are gonna start to come online for Baxium Japan. So I like N1 Hex continuing to do exactly as Baxium did. Hold this choke, force reactions out of Baxium, try and take the initiative in every single fight.
Yeah, and I like the rapid response from N1 Hex. They are snapping here on all cylinders. Ults coming out from N1, but Baxium threatening to try and retake this point while N1 Hex is pushed way up here. Invisible Boundary from Dylan and JZZ coming in with a KO on the cloak and dagger. Doxlin finding one off the shotgun as well here, trading 1 for 1, but now Doxlin looking to make this final judgment be huge here and catch up even more. Arcturus, Riancy Street Haymaker is good here. No Mercy will find one as well. The Elsa sent back to the spawn for square one yet again here. N1 Hex still in control, but Baxium Japan not backing off that easily here. No Mercy trying to lead the charge, and there's an airmail Eye of Agamotto from Baxium, but responded in kind. Wounds delivering even more wounds to Baxium here as they have quickly turned the tables here and caught up. Almost 99% for N1 as well.
Yeah, that fight ends up taking so long, and we're gonna get some late stagger KOs as well. Deep impact on Death's Door, and Wounds going to kick him right on through it. And 97%, 98, I don't think Baxium are going to be able to get a touch. There is someone on the point triggering OT, but it's Axelio with just a sliver of HP, and that sliver will be pried out with the tweezers there, and one by one, Baxium will fall as N1 Hex looks to even the score up 1-1. Uri is there with the strange TP, but there are only so many soldiers even alive to get to the front lines that it is going to be the line in the sand for N1 Hex as they will take this sub-map, and we're tied up 1-1 on the Husk.
Yeah, and what a comeback on point number 2 for N1 Hex. At one point, Baxium Japan was on 99-0 overtime. N1 Hex clawing their way back into contention here on this map and able to pull Baxium into this point number 3 here. So, you know, a very, very resilient and gritty team in N1. But again, you know, good shouts for Baxium as well here. So, you know, we said at the beginning this was kind of a toss-up between these two teams, and now here we are, map number 1, already going all the way to point number 3.
And I think it's that Baxium, they took their foot off the gas just a little bit and also got greedy with some of those plays. Like, they were able to force N1 Hex back on there, but a good regroup from N1 Hex to take that fight onto the point, stretch it out past that 80% threshold up into overtime territory, and then get a couple of late stagger KOs. And that was kind of off the back of Uri trying to go for a really aggressive Eye of Agamotto. He'd been so good with that ultimate all map long, but that one kind of missed the mark. There wasn't enough follow-up from the rest of the team because, well, they were alive to follow up. Like, he was really just trying to go for a Hail Mary play there, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, I may have wanted to see them hold that Eye of Agamotto for point number 3 here as we try to keep it rolling, but now N1 Hex swinging the pendulum their direction a little bit, got some momentum there off of that second checkpoint, looking a lot stronger, and like I said, rapid response from this N1 team. When there is a threat, they will deliver on it here, and Wounds will win the Elsa battle this time against Deep Impact, and now Doxlin already got another final judgment ready to go here. That draws the invisible boundary out from Dylan, so an early support all just to keep Baxium in contention for this first cap here. Here comes the Deadpool ults from Neil, and No Mercy's got one ready to go too. Banhammer on the board for them. JZ with that Eternal Bond trying to find some space for Baxium to stand on, and Neil gonna find one onto Wyland. JZ and Lurkin will follow up. Deep Impact and Neil as well fill in the KO feed almost every member of Baxium, and they are back online in full force here.
It's just a strategist ult advantage. You see both teams invest the invisible boundary there, but JZ was also able to hold on to that Eternal Bond, let that rip late in the fight, and no more resources online as Lurkin was trailing behind. You see him right now at 75%, so that Eternal Bond will be online in this next fight, but Dylan is getting a lot of work done as well, so we're going to be kind of back at a neutral ground in terms of the strategist ultimate, so it's going to fall on these Elsas again to make the plays, and when you see that kind of a situation, it's been Wounds making most of the plays. Apex Predator getting him out early on from Deep Impact, trying to be the one to make the play, but that Glartrox is sent right back to the zoo.
Yeah, it's just a hair early here as Wound's gonna hold on to it and let the rest of the team charge up some ults. Then Arcturus will find Uri there. Heaven's Retribution from Axeleo is good, but N1 Hex play right on through it. Glartrox coming out from Wounds, and he will deliver a double KO. Doxlin will find one as well here as N1 Hex door is wide open for a retake here as the Elsa makes it a triple, and Wounds looking for even more damage here. Wyland will find one too. Deep Impact taking one as well, but it is N1 Hex securing the point here and stopping Baxium at 52%.
And for my money, so far, this map has been Uri versus Wounds, but Elsa is just so strong right now that if you're winning that Elsa head-to-head, you're winning the whole matchup. Like, you're seeing Deep Impact try to go for these aggressive plays, but when Wounds does it, he just does it better, and he hits bigger, and he gets higher value KOs, and Baxium Japan are struggling to be able to retort with one of their own. They're also struggling to stay in the sky as Arcturus just yeets himself right in, and Axelio takes that Angela down. She is grounded, and N1 Hex once again in firm control.
Yeah, big clobbering time coming through from Arcturus as well. Finds 3 of Baxium. Lurkin will follow up on it, taking down the Magneto Meteor still in hand, making a triple for the Cloak and Dagger there. Deep Impact and JC will follow him back to the spawn here as they are chasing Baxium off this point. And N1 Hex very quickly climbing into the lead here. Doxlin will find one on the Star-Lord as well. And now pedal to the metal on this pressure here from N1 Hex. They will move it on down the lane here and try to create a bubble as far back as they can to just keep Baxium away from the point.
Baxium are going to have a very strong strategist ult advantage here as both of their strategists are ahead of N1 Hex in terms of ult charge, so they can maybe go aggressive with that, but if N1 Hex keep their foot on the gas, they can force those ultimates out before Baxium are even able to get themselves back onto the point. No Mercy tried to do just that with the Band Hammer Wounds, looking for a good opportunity to do again with the Apex Predator. If we can maybe take someone outside of one of those strategist ultimates, they won't matter at all.
That's going to be the name of the game here, and Doxlin going to try to make it happen on the Star-Lord, but a huge Meteor Amp from Uri, make it 4-1 on the ground for the Quadra KO there. Baxium Japan, just as quickly as you try to count them out, Uri will drag them back into contention. The Hexa KO comes in massive for Baxium Japan. All of N1 Hex offline, and Baxium will complete the retake off of a picturesque Magneto play on the point.
That was not just a Meteor M, that was an extinction event. That was like all of N1 Hex blink and you miss it. What a play from Uri, and he's feeling himself right now. He wants to keep this aggression going. He wants to keep the door slammed shut, be able to match that 95% for N1 Hex. We have the Apex Predator coming out this time from Deep Impact, and Neil is going to be there as well. Trades coming out on both sides, but as Lurkin pops the Eternal Bond, Dylan fell with that invisible boundary. Baxium don't have a strategist ult in the fight right now.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge issue for them going forward here, especially as Baxium tries to hold on to this momentum, but N1 Hex attempting to dismantle here. It's Wounds on a double KO, and Doxlin with one as well on the Star-Lord here. They bring the pain back just as much as Baxium brought them to it here, and Baxium not a lot of bodies here. Axeleo over onto the Strange Portal just to get them back in contention. Arcturus throws down the clobbering time, does come through, but not a lot delivered by the rest of N1 Hex here. Wounds does throw out the Apex Predator as well, and there's Invisible Boundary on the board here. Wyland gets one KO as Baxium does kind of play through here. They're still alive, almost in full force here, minus one strategist player, with the rest of Baxium trying to latch onto this point for all they can here. Axeleo on the Strange will find one and trying to keep things moving here, but it is OT, and Wounds again on the move on this Elsa here, mid-air winning the duel, and Doxlin overhead on the Galactic Legend as well. They are putting the damage down onto Baxium. Aya Agamotto from Axeleo finds Arcturus, but no one else here. Not the value they were looking for, especially in the clutch here, as Wounds will finish them off, sweep the point clean, and N1 Hex turn it around to take map 1.
What a map. Like, we saw everything. It's just on Celestial Vault alone, we saw everything, and just like I said, that map was Uri versus Wounds, top to bottom, and a Hexa from Uri wasn't enough to put this team down for good, because Wounds is just finding the KOs at the right moment. The target prioritizations and the ult cycling from N1 Hex is just getting the better of Baxium Japan on a macro level, but we gotta also look at that micro level, because this was a bit of an Elsa gap. When you get right down to it, Wounds was getting so much more done in the neutral and finding so much more value off of those Apex Predators than Deep Impact. We saw a couple of good Glartroxes coming out from Deep Impact, but Wounds, every single time you saw that Glartrox come out, it was catching onto 1, 2, 3 high value members of Baxium's formation, and you can't just have them locked down for that long. And typically they were doing a lot more than getting locked down. They were being hand delivered right to that shotgun's waiting arms. And Wounds is gonna, I'm gonna spoil the scoreboard here for you, because this is an insane stat right now. Wounds has 25 final blows. That's 2-5. That's double digit. That's 20. That's a quarter of 100 right there.
I mean, notches in that monster piercer rifle for sure all throughout that match, but you're 100% right. The consistency is the key here for N1 Hex. You know, Baxium had a lot of very high highs, of course. We're going to be picking up that Hexa KO, insane stuff on that Magneto, but it's N1 Hex that plays through this straight line that beats these peaks and valleys that Baxium kind of found themselves stuck in all throughout that map. So, you know, it's insane to think that the losing team here is the one that had the Hexa KO off of a big Magneto ult, but it is, again, it's that consistency, and that's what N1 Hex were looking for. They played the long game, and it certainly paid off in the end here.
And it's also like, I want to highlight some of these specific final blows because, you know, obviously when there's 25 of them, you're going to have like some pretty high value ones, but a lot of it did also come down to target prioritization. A lot of the early ones were onto backliners, and you saw that happen, especially in that last fight. As things started to break down, Wounds was able to kind of break off from the rest of the formation, find access to Dylan, who was also kind of just like off looking for safe haven, and found no such thing. Only found Wounds in a 1v1 that he did not want to take. And, you know, you're losing strategists, you're losing strategist ultimates, you're just kind of opening the door for that last Galactic Legend to come through from Doxlin. And it when you really break it down, it's just clinical stuff from N1 Hex. But when you take a step back and you look at the scoreboard, you just go, holy, this guy is just having the game of his life right now. And if he can carry that momentum, like, I think N1 Hex, like, they're looking like another strong team coming out of the Asia region, because good lord.
Yeah, Asia team's coming up so huge here so far today, and yeah, N1 Hex looking to extend that even further here. I was gonna talk about it, and you guys beat me to it. I was 100% gonna say we got an Elsa ban here, because like you said, definitely winning the Elsa one-on-one duel is Wounds, and I think it's worth banning out a hero like that when she is so aggressive and so oppressive against your team. N1 Hex, they banned the Gambit, and they'll save the Loki for themselves here, so pretty standard stuff from them, but yeah, I don't think they could have gotten away with letting Elsa pass this ban phase.
Also, I think, you know, maybe I'm predicting too far into the future here for N1 Hex, but I'm looking at the strategist line. Wylan, Doxlin, they both end in LAN. This could be a team that goes all the way, you know? Maybe I cast or curse them, but, you know, to me, it looks like it was meant to be, and that's also kind of how these picks and bans look, as though they were meant to be. We have the Gambit ban, the Elsa ban, two things that you definitely love to see. A Loki Protect coming through, and a Vanpool Protect on the other side from Baxium Japan. And then to round that out so far, as we're halfway through, the Phoenix ban.
Interesting. They're going to ban out Adam as well, so they save the Loki, but don't want to get hit on Convergence here with
One
the
res is
Adam
enough.
Warlock Loki. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, they also will save the Groot here. Big stuff for Symbiotic Surface for sure. I like that shout as well. But yeah, I mean, you know, a pretty back and forth game number one, a long kind of marathon there on map one, and now looking to keep things rolling here on map number two. But, you know, again, like we talked about at the very beginning of this series, kind of up in the air so far. Baxium Japan not that far back in the rearview mirror, so I'm interested to see how they respond here just one map down.
I also, Baxium Japan are going to be on the attack side first. I want to see more Uri Doctor Strange. I want to see some, because this is one of those maps where we see the attacking team often go for some like crazy, like whether it's just turret flank setup plays or just trying to take some weird positions. Doctor Strange has, you could have an entire highlight reel of Doctor Strange maps just on Symbiotic Surface, and we'll see if that comes to fruition. That's what I want to see, because good lord, I am so entertained by this guy. I haven't been this entertained by a Vanguard player since Dongmin, like in NA. He's one of my favorites to watch, especially when it comes to the Magneto and the Doctor Strange, but I think Uri might have just usurped him after that last one and didn't even win the map. In a losing effort, Uri still captures my attention. Something else capturing my attention that I don't think is going to stick is Wounds on that magic. Yeah, go ahead and swap. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna stick.
Yeah, and I was gonna point out too, you know, I like that Baxium Japan is going after the problems here. They take out the Star-Lord as well, those Galactic Legends, putting down a lot of damage, picking up plenty of value here, so they know that they can't go up against that same DPS line for N1 Hex.
That's the kind of ban that you reach for when you're just kind of like losing in the neutral, though, because Star-Lord isn't like a strong hero. He's always been like pretty good. He's a Swiss Army knife. You can slap him into any composition and he'll work, but you don't ban him. He dodges bans all the time. You don't ban him unless you are losing that head-to-head, and that is an admission from Baxium that they are losing when it comes to that duelist lineup.
Yeah, it does feel like it. You know, they have those really bright spots where they start to turn things around, they get control, they win the fights, but, you know, in the moment-to-moment gameplay, it feels like it's all in one Hex here. So Baxium gonna open up with a portal here from Axeleo. They are jumping right through, getting the aggression going. Baxium on the attack here, in one Hex on defense first, and already taken the high ground. In one Hex looking to respond in kind there. They will, the backup plan here for the Duelist line is that Hella Namor team up, so some big damage output potential from them, but you took away a lot of their tools they used on game number 1, and already paying off here. Neil, very early Deadpool KO, and the selfie to follow it up here. Though Wylan on the Loki, responding in kind. Uri on the Daredevil this time, but already going back to spawn.
But this is interesting. All right, you're gonna have Neil go in with that Banhammer early on, but as Arcturus comes back from the spawn, he's gonna be split from the rest of the team, so Baxium Japan just gonna clap down right on top of Baxium. And now, sure, when that group comes back, they'll be back in a full formation, but Arcturus gonna make the swap over onto the Angela. It's a little bit more mobile, more nimble than a tree, but as we've already given up nearly 3 ticks, the entire point going the way of Baxium Japan, just off of that unfettered aggression, they take that high ground, they seize it for their own, and off the back of that one opening KO from Neil on that Vanpool, showing why this hero is so strong. Again, it often comes down to the neutral. As strong as the Banhammer is, the Deagles by themselves are just as lethal.
Yeah, the damage output can catch you off guard, and it feels like that's what happened with N1 Hex here on the back foot already as Baxium Japan over 5 minutes on the clock, and Deep Impact gonna try to keep the pain going here. 1 KO for that Namor, but damage in responded from Arcturus over onto the Angela now. We'll find a very quick double KO in response here, but Baxium already halfway to that second checkpoint here, so they have made some progress. But yeah, I feel like a Deadpool kind of snowball coming in from Neil here. A lot of selfies, a lot of big XP boost super early on in this map.
And if you can keep that momentum going, you know, get another good Banhammer onto a backliner, like, you know, it's such a versatile ultimate. You put it onto a Loki, every single shot the clones miss also damage the Loki, so it's gonna force the regen domain. Like, that ultimate always will get value no matter who you put it onto. You just have to have the follow-up there. Early Eternal Bond, though, from M1 Hex is gonna try and reclaim this space before Baxium take it.
And a huge Eye of Agamotto from Axeleo, stun after stun onto N1 Hex, but so far Baxium not able to lock in the KOs here against this defending team here. Wylan on the Loki will take Eternal Bond to keep that team up and running here. Banhammer the opposite end for No Mercy, throwing down the other side of the Deadpool ult here, trying to keep things rolling for N1 Hex, keep this team up, and in the fight there, wounds on the Namor. So far, the Hella Namor team up, paying in kind here for N1 as they grind Baxium to a halt here. Double KO for wounds, and the Goddess of Death online, ready to go here. So Pendulum feels like it's swinging a little bit in the opposite direction now.
Yeah, it's a good fight for N1 Hex, even though, you know, you look at their ult bank and you're like, all right, where'd all the utility go? We used kind of all of it, but winning those back-to-back fights does kind of completely snuff out the momentum from Baxium Japan and forces them to go for a full regroup here, and their ult bank isn't all that great either. They've got Let the Devil Out. That's it. That's all they really have, you know, and they're gonna have to try and use that just to break this hold and make incremental progress at best. So N1 Hex are gonna look to really bleed this time bank out, and taking down Uri in the middle of that ultimate with that Goddess of Death, I mean, you just snuffed out their only tool.
Yeah, and right in the midst of that fight, Wounds gets the Horn of Proteus online, and they will deliver on it here. No Mercy as well, bringing No Mercy to Baxium Japan as a selfie right in response. Under 3 minutes on the clock for Baxium, so N1 has really ground this thing to a halt here, and it's like you were saying, CB, you know, not a lot of ults in the bank, but N1 get that Miracle Horn off, and that's the tide turner, and Doxon will just pick one up. Headshot there onto Deep Impact. Aim quite solid for this N1 team here.
Yeah, it's just a shooting gallery here. The Thorns just coming down in kind, and the Tridents as well. Wounds with a little bit of extra damage, taking down Neil as well. That Lord Icon didn't do enough damage to save you that time around, but No Mercy going in with the Banhammer as well. Lurk can just lob it in the Terror Capes, and it's just Baxium are fish, and they are forcing themselves into a barrel because they have nowhere else to swim.
Yeah, very quickly feels like N1 Hex finding some KOs, finding some openings, and putting pressure on. But Baxium by Powder Keg here, ready to burst. Axeleo gonna be the one to open it up here. Heaven's Retribution coming in, but some big damage coming out now, and Axeleo will fall in the midst of it there. The rest of Baxium trying to follow up Uri onto the Wolverine, and that leap is good, finding 1 KO onto Wounds. So one piece of the Hella Namor team up taken down for now, as Baxium back in control of the card and on the move yet again.
Now they're gonna have more ultimate ultimates to be able to parlay this into more card progress, and N1 Hex should be able to mirror that, able to double dip with the strategist ultimates, coming up with a Heaven's Retribution as well. They can combo that with a Horn of Proteus, but either way you slice it, this is going to be a bloody fight. No Mercy looking to get a little bit of slicing with those katanas and a little bit of extra damage in with those deagles, but it's like Baxium have managed to leave that little corridor and take the fight back on the cart. Lurkin, though, with the Terror Cape.
Yeah, big Heaven's Retribution for N1, and they're finding the KOs a little bit slower than maybe they hoped for here, but they are good as Baxium Japan's time ticks down to 60 seconds. Another double KO for Wounds there, and Doxlin will find one on the Hela as well. Quite a few resources committed by Baxium here, and maybe not the payoff they were looking for. Time now ticking away, and yet again back to the target practice here for N1 Hex as they are looking to just buy some time and keep Baxium away from the cart. 45 seconds is all they got left.
If they can take down Wyland, they should be able to get a good fight here, but no Mercy with the Bandit Hammer deep into that back line, already forcing resources, forcing a reaction out of Baxium. They're not going to be able to get themselves on top of Lurkin the way they need to, or sorry, on top of Wyland like they need to. They're just playing to live right now. With only 28 seconds, they have to live and survive and somehow get themselves onto the cart. Uri is able to get there, has the last stand. What a last stand! Able to take down 3, and that's exactly what you need. And crucially, among those was Wyland, who did pop that God of Mischief. A full team wipe coming out off the back of the hero play again from Uri, but no Mercy making the swap over onto the Doctor Strange. There's going to be one more fight to play out here on point B.
Yeah, whether it's Duelist or Vanguard, Uri's been delivering for Baxium Japan. Heading into overtime now. Baxium staring at the door to checkpoint number 2. This Strange Portal is good. They are all here and ready to go. It's Deep Impact, opening it up with a KO on the Namor here, trying to keep Baxium in the fight on offense here. Horn of Proteus goes down, does find some more bodies of N1 Hex. Gonna be almost a full wipe here onto the defending team. Opens the door wide up here. A minute and 30 gonna add back to the clock of Baxium Japan as Neil stops for one more Deadpool selfie. I see that XP bar down there. That thing is maxed out. That selfie, no XP gained off of that one.
That was just for the gram. All right, we don't a little bit extra. You know, just got to get that clout. You know, we're posting that one. It was good. He was in focus this time, so the photography game is definitely improving for Neil, and the rest of the game for Baxium Japan is once again on the rise. They're able to break through that stranglehold N1 Hex at point B, but now we're down to just a minute to try and get through point C, and only a Heaven's Retribution to try and do it. No ults online for N1 Hex though, so I mean, a good forcing of the resources from Baxium Japan, but one resource you can never count out is Doxlin on this Hela, having the angle, just throwing those shots down range, catching onto a head, and immediately slowing Baxium's roll, which is something they cannot afford.
Yet a long straightaway for him to land those shots here. Baxium on the move yet again here as they're slowly running out of time. Uri again on the move on the Wolverine here, but now it's Neil coming up big. Double KO for the Deadpool here with just 30 seconds of time left to go here. Baxium offense looking clean here and looking aggressive as they are looking to put this last chokehold on here. Axeleo on that Angela coming in big for this team as well here. One more KO taking down the Loki, but man, cannot overlook the defensive effort from N1 Hex, you know, whittling away from 5 minutes down to overtime here as Baxium gonna stare at the finish line of Symbiotic Serpents.
Both teams have Eternal Bond on deck. Who is going to flinch first? Who's going to try and make that first place? Gonna be Doxlin with that Goddess of Death taken to the skies, and Jay-Z is forced to pop that Eternal Bond, which means Lurkin's gonna get the later one. Horn of Proteus looking to try and deny it. Dylan taking down Doxlin though, but Jay-Z able to take down Wyland as well, and Baxium might be able to get the full cap here as they've taken out all of the major threats. And N1 Hex, they step off the cart and it inches towards the finish line there. Null's Essence successfully delivers off of an offense that also delivered. We talked about Uri, whether it's on the Vanguard, whether it's on the Wolverine, not as much on the Daredevil, but still is paying off dividends for this team. And when it really counts, he is the hero that this team needs. But, you know, we already talked a little bit about that point B hold from N1 Hex. That, I think, is going to define this entire map right there, because they whittled down, like you said, 5 minutes to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if N1 Hex can respond here with some pretty early aggression and a really, really quick offensive push here, they can give themselves a big advantage if they do take it into extra rounds on this map. But, you know, it felt like a couple fights in a row there, N1 Hex just kind of started off on the wrong foot. Baxium found a really good early pick, and it just set up disaster for the rest of the fight for them. So, you know, gotta watch out for the early picks from Baxium here. Neil looking for an opportunity.
Oh no,
a Strange Portal.
Wait,
maybe.
I think I've seen this. I think I think he's predicting it's going to be a kidnap that just sends them all the way to the end of the point. I think there's no way this is going to work, right? Like it's just going to waste like 3 minutes because they'll have to walk all the way back. There's no way this works.
4, 3,
I don't know. Are they expecting it here? I don't know if I've seen it. Wounds might have, though. Dashes right on through. Doesn't even give him the chance. But
It caught one. It caught one. Look at the silhouettes. You can see.
it did manage to get somebody in there.
I think
so
it's
far
two.
away, I can't even tell.
Oh, who got caught? I can't tell because like it's so small. They're like peas off in the distance, like ants. Like, I mean, N1 Hex are going to be completely split in half. Great play from Neil. Just throws a wrench into whatever this attack was meant to be. And speaking of attack, that is exactly what Uri is doing and doing oh so well.
Yeah, they're just missing so many members of their team here that it's like free reign for Baxium here. Axeleo will find one as well. And, you know, again, it feels like they're just finding ways to pull the rug out from N1 Hex and see if they have a response.
Now they're on, nice of you to join the fight here, Arcturus. I'm glad you got Doxlin there with you, but now you can join your team properly in the grave.
Yeah, immediately KO him as soon as they get back to the point. Already 60 seconds off the clock for N1. So, you know, we said we need that early kind of big offensive push, get things going very quickly. And already here, it feels like a lot of time eaten up by that play.
But now you're just mad, right? Like, if you're N1 Hex, you're just like, you're fuming after a play like that. Like, you just had to walk all the way back, and for what? Just to meet your demise? And yeah, like a minute off the clock there, and you still have to worry about Uri just kidnapping No Mercy, taking him down, and that's another early KO that you just can't afford. 2 minutes and 30 in the time bank. We've already bled out nearly half of this attack, and you really get the healing factor out of Uri there, but that is the least of your problems.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like they find an early pick or they poke just a quick early hole in N1 Hex's strategy, and then they're just sent scrambling for now. So Baxium kind of locking in these very early aggressive picks here. One ult for them. It is a Horn of Proteus, but right now they really haven't needed too many resources to deliver some defense here. Already half of N1 Hex's time off of the clock here while they are still trying to figure out a foothold here. Wounds up in the top there of the arena for this first checkpoint over onto the Psylocke. And now there's the Eternal Bond coming down from Lurkin, trying to get a foothold here on this checkpoint. A minute 45 still left to go, and Baxium really trying to play it close to their chest here. Not going to commit too much here, but there we go. They find the opening. Horn of Proteus is good. Does find a couple of Baxium here, but they will respond in kind. Heaven's Retribution down. Dylan on the Loki copy as well here, and that will come up big for Baxium here. Almost a complete ace. They'll take Wounds down. Uri will find the last member, and N1 Hex taken offline once again.
And now, I mean, like, that was the most, like, Marvel Rivals double strategist ultimate of all time, where you have, like, the Lokis and the God of Mischiefs and doubling up on the Eternal Bonds. That takes a while to play out, and now we're down to only a minute left in the time bank here for N1 Hex, and they've not even been able to get a single tick here. And worse than that, they didn't even manage to bleed out the entire ult bank for Baxium Japan. Banhammer and Last Stand both going to be online. You have to be on the lookout for Uri right now, because that, if it strikes onto a backliner, like if it denies any amount of healing, I think you're just done.
Yeah, very quickly will fall apart here. 45 seconds on the clock. N1 Hex on the move here, trying to get something going on offense. They will at least draw one more ult out. They get the Banhammer off of Neil, but it's going to be deep impact for the KO here. Loki send back, so one strategist offline for N1 Hex. Not what you want to see when you're trying to mount one last offensive push here, and deep impact's got the Horn of Proteus. Uri still holding on to that Last Stand. Definitely something to fear there for sure.
And speaking of fear, like, I can tell that N1 Hex are feeling so much of it. Wounds has been holding on to this Dance of the Butterfly and had a prime opportunity to use it, as Baxium didn't have a strategist ultimate in that fight, but they're about to. They need to get Wounds into the backline and try and take down a backliner sooner rather than later, but as the Eternal Bonds start to come out, that window's already closed. They hesitated, they waited, and they missed their chance.
Yeah, it just feels like they've been trying to catch up here, play catch up this whole map, and now it pays off for Baxium here, looking to lock things in. Uri will find one. Doxlin evens the odds here, but Neil makes it a 2-for-1 discount. No Mercy trying to fire back here. Tug of war between both of them as Doxlin coming in huge on the Kraken. Impact here over onto the Bucky and delivers a triple, and looking for even more here. No Mercy over onto the thing. Yancey Street Haymaker comes in big here, and N1 Hex might have the miracle final push. 2 ticks and still counting. Dylan over onto the Dr. Stranger, trying to get it there in time, but I don't think the portal will make it. No, it doesn't. The portal does come up, but 2:30 back on the clock for N1 Hex. They are still alive here. Arcturus finding the double on Magneto, too.
Look at the double portal. Wounds trying to give Baxium a taste of their own medicine. Portal hijinks notwithstanding, N1 Hex do manage to get the full cap though, but it ends up being in OT. And like I said, you know, Wounds with the Dance the Butterfly missed his chance, but Doxlin with the Kraken Impact was able to buy them another chance, and they're able to get the cap. But they don't have time for any more hijinks. They have to get serious now, and they have to try and keep this pressure going and not let the Action Japan have control of this card for even a minute, because, well, if it's a minute, they only got 2 of them left to spare.
Yeah, I mean, thinking outside the box here. This is an elimination match, so can't leave anything on the table here. That is the kind of thinking and the kind of play I expect to see here. But Neil already on the Deadpool yet again. They're building up some more XP as the Banhammer ready to go here, and the Banhammer down on the board. Arcturus goes overhead for a Meteor M here. Neil finding 1 KO onto Wounds, and it's Baxium coming up big here in yet another fight on defense. Just over halfway to checkpoint number 2, but they are battling back here, trying to get that momentum back that N1 Hex managed to find there, thanks to Doxlin. Big hero play on that Bucky, of course.
And remember what I literally just said. You can't give up even a minute because you only have 2 of them to give. Well, one of them's gone. Now you only have a minute, and Baxium Japan have the ults to keep this one going. They're going to have both strategist ultimates in this fight, so you're going to be looking at Doxlin to try and make another hero play with a Kraken Impact, just like you were saying. And yeah, Neil was looking right at Doxlin. In fact, had both his sights from both of those Deagles trained right between his eyes and puts a couple bullets the very same place.
Yeah, resource management game coming in so huge here as every second really counts and every ult truly counts here. Dylan, the Loki ult offline for now. N1 Hex trying to play a little more conservative, but they don't have the kind of time to be playing that way here. They gotta find a breakthrough and gotta make it quick here. I do believe Wyland's got a copy ready to go as well, or has already made the copy here, but under 30 seconds left to go. Eternal Bond for Wyland, gonna go deep there on that Eternal Bond, try to create a road ahead for N1 Hex to stay in the fight here. No Mercy's almost got the clobber in time ready to go here, so maybe a big combo play in the bank with Doxlin on the Kraken Impact as well. A lot of ults from N1 Hex. Everything they got here to make one last push for this second checkpoint yet again in this very, very similar situation here. Lurkin goes down though. Neil finds one strategist offline for N1 Hex here. Deep Impact coming up huge on Namor here as well. Double KO. Make that potentially 3. No, not quite. It's Uri on the Wolverine here, finding 1 and still holding a last stand for whoever from N1 manages to survive here. Lurkin goes over to the Strange, but I think the portal might still be offline, and that is all they've got in the tank, and Baxium will make it a series. We are tied 1-1.
This is the greatest game of Marvel Rivals I think I've ever seen. I mean, we're only 2 maps deep, and this is already the greatest series. We've had everything. We've had Hexa KOs, we've had insane Elsa plays, we've had portal hijinks, and we've had tiny little micro plays that end up changing the entire course of team fights. In fact, changing the entire course of these maps. Something that you called out that I don't know if you realize exactly how important it was that Wyland popped the God of Mischief to copy the Eternal Bond, but did it too early. You don't actually get the reset on the timer when you copy the Cloak and Dagger the same way as you do if you copy, say, a Luna Snow. You get the, the duration of the God of Mischief, and then it resets so you get the full duration of the Fate of Both Worlds. That doesn't happen with Cloak and Dagger, so you pop that ultimate aggressively, but it expires before you can use it, and you're forced to play with the second Eternal Bond, and that just kind of hands the strategist ult advantage over to Baxium Japan, where they can go in with Jay-Z's, then they can go in with Dylan's, and then they can just clap down on you with the full force of Neil on that Deadpool. The Lord Icon this time maybe did a little bit of bonus damage, not quite matching Deep Impact damage, but more than matching up in the final blows department with 15 to his name, and that is all the Gilded Deagles, baby.
Yeah, several double-digit final hits coming in for the side of Baxium there. A visceral offensive run for them there on a symbiotic surface, and plenty of defense to back it up there at the very end. So now battling back, Baxium Japan making it a series here, taking us 1-1 as they will respond in kind, winning a map, and now N1 Hex the ball back in their court to try and turn things around. But man, definitely a stronger showing on map number 2 for Baxium.
So my question for map number 3 for N1 Hex is, do you ban Doctor Strange just to keep yourself sane?
I mean, after what we saw there on map 2, you know, especially if it's, you know, a convoy or another convergence,
if Neil's just gonna like dump you in another hemisphere, like what are you gonna like? I think you need to take that power away.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And, you know, take portal retakes off the table while you do it, too. I mean, get rid of, you know, the fancy portal stuff and then get rid of the standard. You know, maybe not the worst idea, but, you know, again, both of these teams kind of widening the hero pool of high-value targets. Who do we need to deal with in this draft to try and give ourselves an advantage? So, you know, again, that back and forth between these two teams and extending the series here to at least a map number 4. You know, we've seen a couple of 0-3s already, so definitely curious to see how they play out a longer one. But man, a couple of long maps back to back. You have to wonder when does the stamina come into play, right?
Well, I mean, I think we're gonna have to take a quick little break to get Arch stamina recharged because, like you said, those were 2 very long maps, and we're guaranteed at least 2 more of them. So we're gonna have those other 2 maps, and maybe even a 5th. Who knows? On the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be right back.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back. Season 6 of the Mrc Pacific action coming your way here. If you're just joining us, we are in the middle of the matchup between Baxium Japan and N1 Hex, an elimination match. Score currently tied 1-1. And CB, we already saw some pretty interesting Doctor Strange portal stuff there on Symbiotic Surface.
I mean, we're only 2 maps deep, and I'm already claiming that this map is this match is, it's cinema. It's the greatest Marvel Rivals that I've ever seen. I just watched a Doctor Strange kidnap 2 members of the enemy team and just dump them all the way at the end checkpoint. Say, hey, you want to make it all the way to point C so bad? I'll deliver you there first class. All right, overnight, Amazon Prime. And then I've also seen, like, I saw a 6K with Magneto, 3 of which was off of a Meteor M. I've seen just absolutely insane stuff, top to bottoms. All right, like it's crazy for these 2 teams. Little Caesar's Crazy Bread, it's just normal bread.
Well, plenty of insanity left here. It is a best of 5 series on deck. Map number 3 headed to Yggdrasil Path for some convoy action, and right out of the gate here, 2 of public enemy number 1s here, Gambit and Elsa, both off the table for now. But that kind of begs the question: what does the rest of this draft phase look like? Because we saw some crazy stuff out of Doctor Strange, maybe makes him potential for some bans here. I mean, there are a lot of heroes I can see getting banned here as we head for map number 3.
I mean, I feel like if you go for the, I asked before the break, do you ban the Doctor Strange just to, save yourself a mental? But maybe, doing that is admitting that you were mentally boomed by Clintar, and you don't want to take that energy over to Yggdrasil Path. You want to get yourself back in fighting form. But, letting Neil not have the Doctor Strange, okay, but letting him have the Deadpool, he's already been a force for, not good, a force for evil on the Merc with the mouth, and, you kind of have to deal with that, right? If the Elsa isn't there, you're not going to be able to lean on wounds to get the better of that duelist exchange. So then you're going to start to lose when it comes to the Vanguard lineups because Neil is just going to start to run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of questions here. Both teams kind of firing back and forth. I do see Loki and Adam both off the table here. Baxium going to save Wolverine. Of course, Uri came up huge on Wolverine in map number 2, so they want access to him for map number 3 here. Thing is saved coming in for N1 Hex here, so Ben Grimm going to be on the board here for both of these teams. But yeah, the Vanpool, again, we've talked a lot about him throughout these matches we've had on broadcast, and I imagine that will continue because he is such a game changer. And both teams, like I said, Neil, an absolute menace there. Selfies left and right, but they are going to round it out with a Star-Lord ban as their last one here before we get going. So a couple changes here in the draft phase, a couple different saves for sure. But a couple things I see on the table now, of course, Rocket Raccoon available, and both teams going to lock him straight away.
Yeah, well, so for the most part, though, for the side of Baxium Japan, their draft is basically the same as it was on Symbiotic Surface, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The only difference is the Loki there, which, I like, because, it's Yggdrasil Path, and Loki and Adam are kind of the usual suspects on this map. There's so many places you can hide away that Adam Warlock, so taking that out of the fray on one side and then also taking out the Loki, I think is smart, because you also take out any, again, as I like to say, the strategist double dippage. You make sure that you want to play that rocket so bad, fine. You're going to rely on that as a defensive utility because you can't have the double up. You can't have 2 eternal bonds. You can't have 2 invisible boundaries.
Yeah, definitely narrows down the options there in the back line, but we've seen a lot of action out of BRB reses, of course. That's the only res really on the table here. Adam Warlock not in sight. Loki, of course, locked away for this map, but we are off to Isgard now for the first time on the broadcast today. Yggdrasil Path with N1 Hex on the attack this time, and Baxium looking to hold them strong here. Point number 1, and we are off. Door is wide open, and N1 Hex comes out the gate swinging there. Front line of Baxium looking pretty low for a moment there. They're going to back up just a little bit, look for a regroup here, but N1 Hex feeling a little bit hungry there after map 2.
Yeah, and they really need to get their feet underneath them, and that is a great way to do it, taking down Axeleo. By the way, I think a sub came out, Djibouti coming in for N1 Hex, and already it making his presence felt, getting first blood right out the rip there, and with no reses aside from the VRB, that is going to be a KO that you cannot afford, but you will trade that one out as Neo, again, getting active with the Deagles, taking down Noxlin, and able to get the Banhammer deep onto that backline, force them into the spawn door, whether it's by finding the Elim or just forcing them back with the damage.
I was gonna say, that's a lot of motion there for that Deadpool. 1 KO, 1 level up, and a Banhammer already ready to go here. Dylan on Jeff this time, and it's Jeff coming out already here as they are looking to find the stop against N1 Hex. Already 60 seconds off the clock here, so defense looking pretty good for Baxium so far, but Lurkin responding in kind with another. It's Jeff here. Wylan on the invis will find a KO into Axeleo there, but BRB gonna get that to Angela right back up and in the fight. Unfortunately, BRB gone, and now N1 Hex locked in that offense here. They will find 3 here and now open the door wide up here. 2:30 on the clock and N1 Hex on the move.
All right, well, you've finally taken down Neil on the Deadpool, but he's unleashed something far more sinister as he's going to be the one to make the swap over on the Doctor Strange. This portal play, I think, might be a little bit more predictable. Is it just going to be to get Baxium Japan back onto the front lines? But N1 Hex should have more than enough tools to be able to repel them.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the troops to get through the portal here. Clobbering time for No Mercy. No good, though, to start things off here. Wyling going to get the boundary down, ready for the fight as everybody moves through it. Uri back on Magneto this time. Saw some big stuff from him on map number 1 here. Meteor M comes through, gets some damage, can't quite finish him off, but he will find Doxlin on the Punisher there, holding that final judgment. Insong Inferno overhead, though, does get some damage down from wounds there, but no KOs coming off of that one. Does get a little bit of pressure from it, though. Dylan, it's Jeff yet again here, and Axeleo throwing down the Heaven's Retribution, so it is a scramble here, just shy of checkpoint number 1. I don't know if Dylan caught anybody. Yes, he did. He did find Wyland on the invis, so 1 for 1 there, but definitely strategist. Not a bad shout on the Jeff. Uri as well, yet again, on to wounds here on the Magneto. So Baxium trying to slow down the tempo here as N1 Hex just under a minute 30 left to go.
I mean, and it's such a good retake from Baxium. Like, they don't even have to use all their ultimates to be able to do it. We're going to have a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for the next fight. We can deal with whatever N1 Hex are coming to the dance floor with. In fact, N1 Hex going to get rid of their ultimates. They say, okay, these aren't working. They're not going to work. We need to switch to something a little bit more aggressive. So Doc's going to make the swap off of the Punisher over onto the Moon Knight. Hopefully try and get the better of this this triple strategist backline. Get some of these Crescent Darts bouncing in between them. And Wounds just going to burn Dylan to a crisp.
Yeah, the eye does come through from Neil there, but they're backing off. N1 Hex finds 1 pick there. CYA coming down from Deep Impact now, trying to keep Baxium up in this fight here as their time is very quickly ticking down there. Eternal Bond from Jay-Z almost goes down in the midst of all that, but does safely manage to get it down there. Deep Impact on the Rocket will take down their thing as well. There shreds the tank. Overhead wounds on the Insong Inferno evens out the trade, and will make it a double KO onto Uri as well there. And I do think he caught the Meteor M, but couldn't quite get it off there. Dylan on the It's Jeff as well. Make that 3 for wounds now, delivering some grievous wounds onto Baxium Japan as N1 Hex. 10 seconds left to go, but they are finding some openings here on offense.
I don't know if the teleport play is going to be able to come through again from Baxium Japan. I think they have to give this point up, but yep, Uri on the Venom going in for a contest there. We'll have the Symbiotic Resilience as the OT Wick starts to tick over, and Baxium looking to try and get all hands on deck again. Wounds seemingly has access to the backline, just takes down Deep Impact, has the angle, denies the heals, denies the BRB, and No Mercy gonna deny Neil's life insurance policy.
Yeah, and eating away at all of that defense there for Baxium. Almost everyone sent back. Dylan, the Land Shark, the last one standing here. But N1 X will close out checkpoint 1 in overtime, and they'll make sure that Dylan follows the rest of his team back.
Jeff's poor face as No Mercy is just pummeling Dylan in the corner there. That was sad to watch, but I mean, that first point, I mean, it seemed kind of sad to watch if you were an N1 Hex fan for a while, but the calculus completely changes once Wounds gets access to the angles. Once this Phoenix is able to play from the high ground, get some of these taps onto the back line, build up the sparks, it totally changes, and N1 Hex are able to get themselves into the fight again, and this next fight is going to be more than in their favor. They have 6 ultimates on deck, and they have this Wombo combo, the famous one. It's going to be enough, though.
Yeah, open straight up with that combo. Moon Knight Groot will find 1. Doesn't deliver as much value as you'd think right away, but they will slowly pick away at Axiom Japan defense yet again here. Neil looking low on the Deadpool, and Wounds will take him down in the end here. Jay-Z still holding the Eternal Bond, but approaching that Tunnel of Doom, and I don't know, I feel like N1 Hex kind of on some momentum here. Maybe not as much Doom in that tunnel as there normally would be.
But they did use the ult combo that I think is the best tool for locking this one down. I mean, the Invisible invisible boundary can still be good. Great scout coming out from Wounds, but Uri taking him for a ride. We'll see what happens with that head-to-head. Keep an eye on the KO feed up at the top, but also keep your eyes on Neil because he has got the Deagles flying again, letting them sings, and I love that song. I also love the end song Inferno coming out from Wounds right on top of this fight, but it's not going to be enough to burst anyone down. The only thing bursting right now is those aforementioned Desert Eagles from Neil as Backs from Japan are able to come out through that choke and win that fight outright. And like I said, N1 Hex used their best ult combo to lock that choke point down in the fight prior and didn't really have any way to stop the reinforcement from Baxium from pouring in. Even the invisible boundary from Wyland wasn't enough because, I mean, you have no choice. You will play into that if you're Baxium.
Yeah, definitely feels like a case of winning the battle, but not quite the war here. Baxium Japan with the momentum, with the ults, and with the Uri here on Wolverine, finding two and looking for even more here. Axeleo on the backup there on the Magneto. Meteor M ready to go. We'll shoot one down. Zoxlin on the Moon Knight. Falls to the ground here, and Neil will find one as well here. They are pushed in one Hex all the way to the spawn doors, and with just 10 seconds left to go, it is going to be a race to the finish here. No Mercy over onto the Strange. I don't know if the portal is there in time. He's charging it up. Will be able to jump through, get the overtime proc here, but now the bodies are falling. Neil and Uri back on cleanup detail here. We'll take down two more members of N1 Hex, making a double KO for Neil's Deadpool there as Dylan throws down that invisible boundary, looking to secure this one here. Wyland will follow the rest of the team back to spawn. Nobody from N1 Hex in sight here, and Baxium Japan will stop them short of checkpoint number 2.
You almost have to give N1 Hex props just for being able to get that Doctor Strange TP off at all, though, because like it's so scary when you see the enemy team marching forward right at your spawn door where you have to pop that portal to be able to get on the point at all. And you can see you had to make the swap over onto the Groot and put up all of your walls and the Guardian Shield and every resource and the kitchen sink just to make sure that you were able to get that Marvel Sparkle Circle off. And it just, like, you can even see back to Japan, they see all that resources come out and say, oh, okay, so when you come out the other end, you're just gonna have nothing then, right? We'll meet you there.
Yeah, meet them there. They certainly did. Way to lock it down on defense, especially after N1 Hex had that burst of momentum and several breakthroughs there out of nowhere, headed towards checkpoint number 2, just not quite able to lock it in here. So now door wide open here for Baxium Japan to win their second map in this series, and they are definitely trying to commit to it here. I do see some siege break action here. Uri's over onto the Moon Knight. Deep Impact picking up the Storm here. We do have Axeleo on the Rocket Raccoon. They've got the full Animal Friends backline coming through here. They are definitely looking to try and just blast right on through out the gate here. It looks like N1 Hex, though, going for a pretty standard 2-2-2 here, not trying to change anything up, not get too fancy with it, as they do have some space to play with on defense, but not a ton.
And like, what's interesting too is like you have Doxlin on the Moon Knight, and I think that might just be a symptom of how strong Moon Knight can be on this map, especially, you know, with Djibouti on the group. But it's a 2-2-2, and the kind of 2-2-2 you'd almost expect to see from the attacking side. So Baxium Japan gonna change the game a little bit, using that jump pack, and we'll be having that Groot. That's ours now. He belongs to us.
Sent that tree on the roller coaster ride of a lifetime there. A massive arc on that Wolverine Elite here. It is good, but Lurkin gonna try to respond here. Does take down Axeleo on the Angela here. But Baxium Japan already halfway to that first checkpoint here. So definitely a strong start for offense. That's kind of what I expected to see right out the gate here. But yeah, you're right. Interesting comp coming through on the defense for N1 Hex. I feel like so far right now, kind of Baxium Japan holding the door wide open here. Banhammer coming through for Neil. Deep Impact gonna follow it up, and Lurkin goes down. One strategist offline for N1 Hex. Make that both of them here, as again the door slammed wide open here for Baxium. They will grab this first checkpoint, and almost 5 minutes or so on the clock here. Make it 5:25.
And like N1 Hex still do have a foot under them, but unfortunately the only foot they have is the back foot. You can even kind of tell, and oh no, Djibouti is in so much trouble right now. Force physics and forcing out the end song in front of to try and cut Baxium Japan off at the pass, but they still want to try and find this tree. The lumber industry in Japan is cutthroat, and I wasn't familiar with their game. I don't think Djibouti was either, but he is getting familiar with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And feels like what little room N1 Hex had to stand on here on defense has quickly eroded under their feet here. Lots of ults online for Abaxium here. Wounds coming in big on those Spark Procs, though. Does get some damage down and will take Uri's Wolverine offline for a short little while here. But N1 Hex, again, they've got to hold this thing for 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Going to be tough, especially considering Abaxium has quite a few offensive tools, but they are going to look to try and hold here.
I do like that angle from Wounds. And you know what? LFT likes it as well, so he is just going to take him out and say, you know what? No, you can't have that anymore. Winning that Phoenix duel outright, and Manhammer going to come out as well. Abaxium Japan want to leverage his advantage. Good last stand, taking Wylan outside of the invincible boundary, forcing out more ultimates. The Eternal Bond doesn't come out from the side of N1 Hex, so they all just fall one by one. The Hand of Contra from Doxlin is good for 2 KOs, but you are still so far down. You can't come back in this fight. Back to Japan are going to get this cart rolling, although not quite as quickly as they would like to. Those 2 casualties from Doxlin are going to come back to bite them, but Neil swapping over to the Doctor Strange, trying to get them back quickly. They want to brute force this one the rest of the way, or maybe go for, yep, more portal shenanigans right in the choke.
And Needle's the one to do it here for sure. Over onto the Strange. I hear the portal opening up here now, leaving N1 Hex. Heads on a swivel here, looking for Abaxium Japan here. Axeleo overhead, though. Satellite here on the Heaven's Retribution. Invisible Boundary comes down from Dylan as well. They are looking to push this thing to the very end here. Clobber in time from No Mercy does come through. It is big here. 3 stuns onto Abaxium as they are scrambled here, but no KOs come through. In the end, the backline for Abaxium comes up massive here at the very end, and overhead though, Doxlin on the Storm looking to slow things down, but Uri says no, pedal to the metal to the very end here, finds one more KO on the Wolverine. Wounds goes overhead for another in-song Inferno, and Doxlin now sniping down Abaxium one at a time, but there's the Eye of Agamotto from Neil, will stun the Storm there, but Abaxium just not a lot of bodies here to follow up on it.
Yeah, the Eye of Agamotto is more so a parting gift. In fact, I kind of expected Neil to fall towards the end of that fight, but it's going to be Deep Impact that ends up falling courtesy of the Haymakers, and No Mercy is not done. Looking to take the fight right to the heart of Abaxium Japan and make that heart stop beating, at least for the time being. 2:45 in the time bank. Abaxium still have some tools to be able to break this defense wide open, but N1 Hex doing a good job of drawing a line in the sand, reclaiming control here. Just keep an eye on Axel. Leo just takes down Wounds, an assassination. Yeah, Assassin's Charge is an apt name for that ability.
Yeah, Clobber in time comes through yet again. Not a ton of stuns on the back of that one there, so Abaxium still up and running here. Neil finding one off of that Maelstrom of Madness yet again. Dylan already Invisible Boundary ready to go yet again. Make it 2 for the Sorcerer Supreme here, trying to find that last breakthrough they need. Deep Impact going big on the In-Song Inferno. Axeleo, though, in the midst of all the flames, will find one, and Deep Impact will finally grab a KO here. One more last stand for Uri. Under a meter left to go for Abaxium to close out map number 3 here. They just got to keep this team pushed back into that the tunnel of doom here, but N1 not looking to go down without a fight here. No Mercy over onto the Doctor Strange, trying to find a Strange portal opening, but can't find it in time, and Abaxium will close out Yggdrasil Path. They go up in the series 2-1.
I kind of felt like it was inevitable after that first fight loss on point B, and in fact, even more inevitable after losing point A so quickly. And I mean, you see small little moments, like I wanted to highlight, but things started moving so quickly, where it's like, you had the thing played so far forward, but gets so low in HP, and the healing is there, but they're already kind of shook. You don't really trust your backline to have the healing there, so he goes for the jump out and concedes space, and Abaxium Japan are like, oh, okay, it's free real estate. We'll just march our front line forward, take all of the point for free, and then Neil will just be there with the damage. And I mean, you gotta keep Neil like on a leash or something, because this guy is out of control. He is getting away with things that no Doctor Strange, no Deadpool, no player, no anybody should ever be getting away with.
Yeah, and you know, we saw him perform on that Strange without all of the portal shenanigans either, so just playing the character outright, he's doing pretty well too. Picks up the MVP on this map, and yet again, I feel like it raises the question. He's got the portal shenanigans, he's got the straight up plays on the Strange. Do you do something about it in the draft, especially now that Abaxium advancing to match point in this elimination match here? It is all kind of on the line, but you see how close this map really ended up being on the leaderboard here. I mean, lots of 20s on both sides of the board here. A couple medals going to both sides as well. I mean, definitely a race to the finish, but it is Abaxium comfortably finishing it out here. Now just one map away. I mean, what do N1 Hex need to change up here to start picking up some more maps?
I mean, I doubt they're gonna get it, but if they can get Wounds back on the Elsa, I think that's their win condition. Because you can see Wounds, even on the Phoenix, 11 final blows. Bro is popping off, but it's only happening when the front line is able to set him up with these angles for success. Like we saw, that's how they were able to break onto point A, but it comes way too little too late. If you can get him on the Elsa like you had him on Celestial Husk, he can actually be a part of that front line, dish out the damage, force the enemy vanguards back, and help take some of that space for the rest of the team. But on the Phoenix, you are reliant on the front line to be able to do that, and they are like so under so much pressure, especially from Neil and also from Uri as well. On that Wolverine, maybe that's something else you need to evaluate. Maybe you need to get rid of some of these other heroes that are just taking your front line for a ride, whether it's Uri or whether it's Axeleo on the Angela as well. Like your front line just, you can't claim the space.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like a case of them kind of needing to go back to the drawing board here, change something up, because again, standing on their last life here, edge of the cliff in front of N1 Hex, as they are going to battle to stay in the tournament here. As we head to map number 4, we've got some more convergence coming your way. Hall of Djalia this time, with N1 Hex looking like they are going to be on the attack here. So I'm definitely curious to see if they're going to try to secure that Elsa for Wounds, but I don't know. I imagine Baxium might also be thinking the same thing.
I'm seeing 5 Spider-Man. Can we bring the graphic back up? I think Roche needs to be banned. Can we ban Spider-Man 5 times? Is maybe that's the win condition for N1 Hex? Maybe you don't let Baxium get away with this. This is the kind of thing you do, by the way, when like your spirits are high, your team is feeling themselves. You're like, we got this. We are 1 map away from taking the dub. And I like that opening ban there from N1 Hex. They ban out that Vanpool. They are like, okay, we're not going to win in this Vanpool head-to-head. We need to get Neil off of this hero, and it had to be like either that or the Wolverine or the Angela. Any of those were good choices. I think that might actually be the best of those 3.
Ooh, there's some big stuff happening in this draft phase. Baxium gonna save the Gambit. So on the board now, no Elsa ban coming through from Baxium. So N1 Hex could save that. Wounds is hovering, and I have to imagine the comms are like, come on guys, we really need this Elsa to save to come through. And it does here. So a couple of big impact saves in this draft phase. I like what I'm seeing here, changing things up. The Vanpool ban first as well. So N1 Hex, definitely got a question. They're standing on the edge here, but the mental game, they're not out of this yet. They are ready to keep this fight going. So, maybe not picking 6 Spider-Man levels of comfortable, but it does seem like they are ready for a brawl and looking to try and get this thing to a map 5.
But you can tell, by the way, N1 Hex, they're scared. They got 2 big plays early on with that Vanpool ban and then the Elsa Protect, but they see the Gambit Protect come through and they say, oh no, we can't let them have the team up. At the very least, we have to ban the Rogue. We haven't seen the Rogue all series, all day long, but it's something that N1 Hex are so afraid of that they have to reach for that ban. So they have to, they have to burn a ban on something we haven't even seen just to make sure that they can actually play a favorable matchup here. And a Jeff Protect is an interesting move from Baxium Japan in response to that one. I'm not quite sure about that one, but they definitely have a plan. They are in N1 Hex's heads.
Yeah, rent-free for sure. You're 100% right. I'm with you on the Rogue ban. Interesting that they didn't go for the Magneto, considering Uri has had a Hexa KO in this series on the Mag. Meanwhile, exactly like you said, we have not seen Rogue on broadcast all day today. So definitely interesting here. They will save themselves a Star-Lord as well. So they've got some big duelist options on the table here. Venom ban coming through to round things out here. Trying to just lock down a little bit of that dive and maybe seeing the Jeff save come through. They don't want to deal with that. 1 ban left to go for Baxium before we head to Hall of Djalia here. Match point for this Baxium Japan squad, as definitely seems like they are competent here. They've got some momentum going, so gonna have to find a way to grind that to a halt for sure.
I do think though, like, okay, now that we have the Invis Woman ban coming out at the end for Baxium, I'm looking at this and I feel like even though both the Rogue and the Venom bans were defensive in nature, I still think that N1 Hex kind of win this ban phase, if you ask me, because they ban out the Vanpool, which has been the biggest problem. They get the Protect on the Elsa, so Wounds gets to be back on the hero that he was making hero plays on way back on Celestial Husk, and they're able to get the Protect onto the Star-Lord, so their duelist lineup is back on those comfort picks that got them that first map 1 win, and it's the very same picks that Baxium Japan have been afraid of all series long. Ever since Celestial Husk, they have banned out both the Elsa and the Star-Lord. They weren't able to do so this time around, and N1 Hex get to make out like bandits. Is it going to be enough for them to win Hall of Djalia, though? their life in this whole tournament depends on it.
Yeah, and I mean, they do both have access to that explosive entanglement here between Gambit and Magneto. Of course, you know, I called out Uri specifically because we know he's got a killer Magneto in the pocket for sure, but no mercy over onto the Mag. It is going to be Spiral on the Gambit here for In1 Hex, so they both do have access to that team up, and no, Leo's going to pick up the Mag instead. But yeah, tournament life hanging in the balance here for In1 Hex. They are on the attack first, so they will set the tone for what could be the last map of the series. Arcturus on the Doctor Strange here, looking for some early cheeky portal plays. There have been a lot of Doctor Strange portals coming through, but it is going to be a send the troops through the portal kind of play here. They take the high ground and are on the move here on offense.
And I don't know that Back Team Japan's composition is all that good at dealing with this. I mean, sure, they have the Thor to be able to try and bully the front line back and take a little bit more of that space, but more or less, Wounds has the shooting gallery that he wants and gets the best possible target, taking down Dylan. And I mean, I guess the only thing better than that would have been the Gambit, but I mean, Gambit is going to have to make up all of the healing right now for the side of Back Team Japan. They are able to straight out No Mercy, and that, I think, is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Big kind of grind to a halt here for In1 Hex on the offense, but they are quickly charging up that capture meter here. Almost the second tick gonna come through, and yes, it will be good here. In1 Hex on the move. Where is Back Team Japan? They're here on the edge, but In1 Hex trying to pressure them off. Doxlin there picking up one KO on the Star-Lord. He's got access to it here yet again, so you're right. In1 Hex making out like bandits from that draft phase, and it comes through big here as they're gonna get checkpoint number 1 right away. 5:20 on the clock for them. The portal comes through for Uri, but it is too little, too late, as In1 Hex, checkpoint number 1 secured, and they're on the move.
And I also think Back Team Japan, like, on their opening defensive comp, I think they tried to get a little bit too cute, and they're even going to go back to that same well, but with one change up there, Neil over onto the Mantis to make it a triple strategist lineup, but they're still keeping Uri on this Thor, which kind of tells me that they want to try and go for that kind of kidnappy disruptor playstyle. They want to keep playing for this displacement, and maybe as things get a little bit more even ground, that might pay off a little bit more, but the ults are going to start to fly. Raging Royal Flush and Galactic Legend, that is the womboist of combos, and Doxlin taking down Neil for it, and it will get traded out, but is that going to be enough?
We're going to be seeing that combo come through here, but it is Back Team Japan picking up the KOs left and right here. 3 for 1, a deal worth taking for them here. Still holding a couple ults as well as, again, they find the stop on this In1 Hex offense. They still got about 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, though, so plenty of time to get up and dust themselves off. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of womboing and comboing here from this In1 Hex team. Again, I just did not realize how much they got away with in that draft.
Yeah, they're like, and this isn't even the half of it. Like, there's still so many other things they could reach for, but Back Team Japan have the ult advantage in this fight. Should be looking to try and open up, but you gotta be afraid of the Meteor M if you're Deep Impact, because you can't pop that Galactic Legend early. Who's gonna pop that Apex Predator, taking down Deep Impact. He's not even gonna get to use the ult.
Yeah, very early KO onto the Star-Lord here. Baxium throwing everything they've got, plus the kitchen sink to stop In1 here, but they are still standing tall on that card, and now with most of their ults offline, Arcturus throws down a Heaven's Retribution. No Mercy goes up for the Meteor M, and it will come through here. They find a couple of KOs at the very least. Doxlin looking to rapid charge that Galactic Legend yet again here. Doesn't even need it though, finds one KO, and Spiral will take one on the Gambit as well here. 3:20 still on the clock, and In1 Hex yet again are breaking through.
Yeah, and they're about to have that combo again. Galactic Legend and the Raging Royal Flush. Spiral should be looking to channel that ultimate right now, and there it is, the 1-2 punch, and Jay-Z tries to mirror it, but who is going to get the better of this exchange? It's looking pretty scrappy on both sides, but Doxlin will be able to strike first blood, taking down Neil, but then both Star-Lords get traded out on both sides, and it's looking like it's going to be the spawn advantage from Back Team Japan, the only thing that they have left to hang their hat on, but In1 Hex will make sure that that is not where they hang their hat, that's the hill they die on.
Yeah, In1 definitely are going to walk away this one the victors, and Arcturus making that victory even bigger here. Less than a meter to go for checkpoint number 2, and In1 on the move, and Spiral in that KO feed yet again. The Gambit save comes in so big here, back up to 4 minutes on the clock as In1 Hex are down to the last stretch of map here, and No Mercy will find 1-2. Deep Impact surprise right around the corner, and Doxlin goes deep to take down Dylan as well. So In1 Hex now certainly seem like they are feeling themselves here on map number 4.
And Wounds has an Apex Predator, and every single time, like we've said, you know, going back to Celestial Husk, every single time he has had that ultimate, he has found at least 1 KO with it, if not 2, and it's not just a KO, it's also how long that the people who get caught in that ultimate are on lockdown for. That's gonna be another huge one. It takes Deep Impact, good Carbon Crush to try and shut him down, but the damage is there and Deep Impact falls and Wounds gets the peel.
Yeah, and the Apex Predator out here moving different yet again on this Elsa. They gave it back to him, and now he's gonna make them pay for it. A double KO, looking for even more here. Gambit will pick up one, Wounds advancing into a triple KO here. The only ult Baxium has is that Eternal Bond, and there's no sense in using it now. No Mercy will finish Neil off as well. N1 Hex wide open here, and 3 minutes left on the clock as they will complete the map.
I would like to submit my earlier statement that N1 Hex won the draft phase of this map for understatement of the century, because I completely I was like, okay, yeah, they were able to get their duelists on their comfort picks, but the Gambit Protect that came out from Backstreet Japan has bit them in the butt so hard. Spiral is just completely gapping Jay-Z in terms of the Gambit ults, getting more Rage and Roll flushes. The timing is perfect. The combos with Doxlin are paying off, and it's just a blitzkrieg. N1 Hex never stalled out for even a second. Backstreet Japan, I think, won one single fight on point B, and that was it. And that, I think, comes down to Backstreet Japan, both in the draft and the defensive comp, trying to reinvent the wheel when it just didn't need to be reinvented. We've got a perfectly functional wheel here, all right?
I mean, it does make me wonder, you know, Gambit is so commonly banned in almost every draft phase that these teams are playing in, you know. Maybe it's just an instance of, oh wait, Gambit's on the table? Okay, we gotta run him, but they're just not prepared for it. I mean, Gambit is not just an auto win button. It is about what you do with him on the pitch, and Spiral is going absolutely insane. Wombo comboing with the team, plenty of KOs on the board for themselves. I mean, clearly getting all of the value, squeezing every last drop of it that they can out of that Gambit.
But that's the crazy thing is, like, you're saying, like, you know, Gambit's on the table, we have to try and play for him. Backstreet Japan are the ones who put him on the table. He didn't need to be on the table. You could have put him on a different table. You could have knocked him off the table. He didn't need to be on the table at all, but he is, and you put him there. That's on you.
Yeah, definitely Baxium, kind of a case of they put him on the table there, but served it straight up to N1 Hex on a silver platter here. So much room here for N1 Hex to play this thing out, even if it goes to extra rounds. They got 3 minutes to play with here, but now the question is, can they lock down this defense and just go home and take us to map number 5 here? Lurkin starting things off, 1 KO already for the Cloak and Dagger here, and that's on to Uri on the Magneto here to kick things off. N1 Hex defense looking good here, and they're looking to just apply the pressure on here, gas all the way down as they are going to walk them to spawn.
And that's just how you play it. When you come off of an attack where you get 3 minutes in the time bank, that is how you play your first defensive fight. You play it with just the same amount of aggression that got you all the way on the attacking side. And Rage and Roll Flush is about to come online for both sides, but Neil is trailing behind when it comes to the ult charge here, so Doxlin more likely going to beat him to the punch. And if you want to play for that Wombo combo, it looks like Back to Japan, they know they aren't going to have the opportunity to do it. They just want to go in with that Royal Flush. Good Terror Cape coming out from Lurkin.
Yeah, I mean, the Royal Flush comes out right away, and N1 Hex makes them pay for it here. Wounds, yet again, delivering on the namesake. No Mercy will find one on the Magneto as well. Wounds make it a triple kill after that Monster Piercer to take down the Gambit here. Big stuff from them. I mean, you're 100% right. That Royal Flush just came too early, and I feel like they were put in a corner and said, we just gotta use it now.
And I mean, N1 Hex, they're like, okay, well, we'll just mirror it. And because theirs comes later, they get the better one. And they find that opening KO with a Rage and Royal Flush and Terror Cape from Lurkin. And then they get to hold on to the Eternal Bond. So no matter what happens, this next fight is going to be a long one as you have double sustain from the strategist. But Neil falls early, courtesy of No Mercy. Able to thread the needle, find the backland there. But Backstreet Japan are still going to try and buy into this fight.
And No Mercy looking for the Cloak and Dagger there as the Eternal Bond goes down. Lost track of them there. Meteor him overhead for Uri now is good. Onto Lurkin, onto the Cloak and Dagger. The counter comes through here. Baxium Japan now ticking down to just about 1 minute and 30 left to go. Doxlin trying to buy some more time. Galactic Legend comes through for both sides now. Neil in the skies as well will take down his rival there. Make it a double and make it even more here as Baxium Japan gonna close out this first checkpoint. But N1 Hex has dragged them under the minute 30 mark here, so they won't even get back up to 4 minutes here. But wait, no, a strange portal now coming down from Lurkin. N1 Hex back on the point and buying some more time here. Gambit going down as well. That's Axeleo on the Angela here for a double KO. But again, it's just about buying the time at this point. Triple KO for Axeleo comes in so big. Apex Predator from Wounds to buy some more time as well. They will find the checkpoint here. 3:30 on the clock for Baxium as Uri picking up a triple KO on the Magneto as well.
Yeah, a lot of big plays coming out from both sides there, but it's Axeleo, showing us where the axe in his name comes from there. The axes of Icar paying off of that Heaven's Retribution, a triple KO that ends up coming out, and then another triple KO for Uri through that strange TP. But now I'm looking at the Gambits. When you have a Gambit mirror, the Rage and Roll Flush is always the win condition. Both teams have it right now, but Deep Impact has the Apex Predator. He's got to be public enemy number one.
Yeah. Rage and Royal Flush now from Spiral for the rest of N1 Hex here. Again, the name of the game here is buying some time.
We're gonna cut out.
A lot of time here. Big Magneto KO there. N1 Hex, so many members low there. Neil finding no mercy as well. Almost ready for the Galactic Legend, but Doxland's got it first here. We'll find Jay-Z and looking maybe potentially for that enemy Star-Lord here. Neil's got the ult, but he's not gonna get to use it there. Triple KO coming through for Doxland there as N1 Hex grind Baxium back down to a halt here.
And it's all off of just a little miscommunication from Baxium Japan as N1 Hex, both teams popped their Rage and Royal Flushes, and Uri said, all right, we're going to put this thing in full gear, going straight forward, while the rest of the team was like, no, we got to put this in reverse, and Bro just gets caught out, and he's the first casualty to fall, holding on to that Meteor M and isn't able to leverage it in the fight. And even though Neil with a little bit of heroics there, Doxson coming up with that triple off the Galactic Legend, just wins the fight for N1 Hex, and now we're back to something a little bit more even. A lot of ults online for both teams, another bloody fight, and that's one that, with the defender's advantage about to come online, will favor N1 Hex any way you slice it.
Yeah, especially because Spiral on the move with that Royal Flush charge, almost ready to go here. Overhead Meteor M from Uri does find the Cloak and Dagger yet again here. Arcturus on the Heaven's Retribution, just barely hanging on by a thread here, trying to outrun Axeleo in the air, but can't get away here. The Rage and Royal Flush is online, and Spiral's just gonna let it rip here, but Deep Impact now making him pay for it on the Elsa. No mercy, sent back. Meteor M, unfortunately not online. Big opening here for Baxium Japan to find the breakthrough. Rage and Royal Flush from Jay-Z now is good onto the rest of Baxium here. They will trade back and forth, but Dylan will find Spiral. Axeleo takes down Wounds here, and Baxium finds a path forward for now, and they're still holding quite a few ultimates here.
Yeah, but I mean, N1 Hex, like I said, they have the spawn advantage. It's a late stagger onto Arcturus, though. That might nullify the spawn advantage for the time being, but if you're Baxium, you can't risk it. You have to go aggressive with these ultimates. Heaven's Retribution coming out early on, no mercy, trying to stop some of the follow-up of the Meteor M, and Neil gets taken down. He can't pop the Galactic Legend.
Yeah, this is big here for N1 Hex. Under 60 seconds to go. Less than 5 meters for Baxium Japan to find a time refresher, but N1 Hex coming up massive here. Wounds on that Elsa, of course, but Uri fighting back there, taking down the Cloak and Dagger yet again. Uri has had Lurkin on lockdown this map so far, but Wounds cannot be stopped here. Spiral, though, taken down by Neil, and Axeleo finds Doxland as well, so Baxium Japan gets up, dusts themselves off, and claps right back here. Almost all of N1 Hex offline, and Baxium up and ready to go here. Gonna be about 1:40 on the clock for them, but they do have a chance here to try and get it to extra rounds. N1 Hex defense gotta lock in here on this last checkpoint.
Neil has a bad habit of getting caught out with the ultimate and not, like, being the first to fall at the beginning of a fight, but then coming right at the tail end of it and making the heroic play. But you don't really have time to go for that a third time. It worked on point A, it worked on point B. It will not work on point C. You have to get this the rest of the way through, and you gotta have some time left to spare, because there's no shot you're matching the 3 minutes that N1 Hex were able to get through. You only have less than half of that already.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been bleeding time this whole time, so kudos to N1 Hex for keeping the defense locked in here, but Spiral double KO on the Gambit here. The Rage and Royal Flush ready to go, but gonna hold on to that as long as they can here. A couple more ults get charged up as we are quickly approaching a final fight territory here for N1 Hex to lock this thing in. They are hungry for a map 5 here. They are gonna have about 5 ults as they slowly kind of regroup here. Baxium Japan does and gets ready for this next fight, but there's some big wombo potential on the board here for N1 Hex. A lot of ultimates online. Gotta use them now. Rage and Royal Flush comes down for both teams as they're looking for one more brawl here to the very end. Glartrox released on the side of Baxium Japan here. Apex Predator on the board, but Deep Impact going down, loses the Elsa duel. Neil overhead with the Galactic Legend, but doesn't really find much out of that one. And now N1 Hex coming up big here with KOs at the tail end of this map. Less than 20 seconds left to go for Maxium Japan, and more than half of the checkpoint is what they're going to have to clock here. They do manage to find a couple of KOs here. They will get a little bit of a breakthrough. It's going to take overtime, but N1 Hex is going to come back so powerful here.
That's a late stagger, though, onto JZ, the one that you definitely cannot afford. Look at the ult bank for N1 Hex. They can go so aggressive, knowing that there's not a healer online. Heaven's Retribution on the card. Doxlin just casually strolls right up, puts the Element Blasters right into Neil. Meteor M now coming out from Uri, but it's not nearly as big as it needs to be. And N1 Hex, they have more than enough tools to make this one stick. They've lost out on Spiral, though, so they're going to be short one, key one. But Dylan has the tool that you need at just the right moment. It's the Galactic Legend raining down from the skies. The Light Storm is not going to be enough to save you as Doxlin with a triple and a strange TP from Neil to try and get the soldiers back on the front line. But you have Axeleo there, not able to get through, as the Angela on the other side. Archer is just holding the door, slamming it shut, and that is where the cart will stop. Bast will not be delivered to the end of this haul, as N1 Hex holding strong.
Try as they might, Maxium Japan putting up a solid effort there, but stopped short around the last corner, just shy of the throne room here. And N1 Hex even out the score yet again. Full series here as we are ready for a map number 5 between these two teams.
And, like, couldn't really go any other way. Like, it's been cinema top to bottom this series. I'm so glad we get to go to a map number 5, but we really didn't have to, because we got to go back to that draft. I think Maxium Japan, they overcooked it. They burnt it. They tried a little bit too hard. They tried something new. They tried to get cute, and it bit them. And N1 Hex, off of that draft phase, got everything they could ever want and then some. They get both their duelists on the comfort picks. They get the Gambit. You've got Spiral coming in, breaking a whole lot more than Spades on that Gambit, and you just get everything. You get the world handed to you, and they take it. They just seize it.
Yeah, not only handed to them, but truly on a silver platter here. And N1 Hex delivers at every opportunity. They will take full advantage of what they have coming out of that draft phase. And, you know, I will give Maxium a lot of kudos here. They did play through quite a hailstorm there from N1 Hex, but, you know, Maxium Japan, they entered map number 4 on match point here, ready to finish things off, and now they've got to play yet another one against a hot-looking N1 Hex here. I mean, you know, depending on how this map 5 plays out, I wonder if there's going to be any regret over letting that Gambit through, because I feel like that was what locked all of the pieces into place here for that brutal N1 Hex map number 4.
It's either that or it's the Elsa, because there was 25 final blows on Celestial Husk, 23 here on Hall of Dajalia. I don't think you can let Wounds have his hero. I think, you know, still a menace on the Phoenix, but a much more manageable one, as history has shown. And I think that as we go into our 5th map, if you're Maxium Japan, you got to go back to what was working on those other maps. You can't try and go for this crazy pick and draft phase again, and you cannot give up the Elsa. I don't think the Gambit is worth it. I gotta be honest with you. It ended up biting you because Spiral was definitely getting the better of that exchange, and it just isn't worth it. You can't give up the Elsa for something like that. Nah.
And I mean, that's kind of the risk and reward you see with the ban system in the MRC is, okay, we want the Gambit because we know we can utilize him, but then you get jump scared by the Gambit on the enemy team taking full advantage of it still being on the board, and the wombo combos came through perfectly for N1 Hex. I mean, very clinical Royal Flush plays top to bottom here, and that gets N1 Hex one more opportunity here. Map number 5, the decider, and it's gonna happen on Museum of Contemplation. One more convoy map for the road.
Oh, it's gonna be a good one. I already know this one is gonna cook, because we get to see a real slugfest between, you know, two of the best teams in the region. We actually get to see who might be able to make that run into that top 3 that we're talking about, maybe even usurp one of the top 2 teams. I mean, they seem to have the sauce, and even though this is a lower bracket matchup, this is an elimination matchup, both teams, for better or for worse, are leaving it all out on the field here. And in fact, they are going to leave both the Deadpool and the Elsa out. I think both teams got the memo. You can't let Neil have the Deadpool, that is for sure, but you also can't let Wounds have that Elsa Bloodstone. So both teams going to go straight for that. And I also like this from N1 Hex. All right, we can't have we can't give Wounds what he wants, but we can at least give Doxlin his beloved Peter Quill.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be about setting themselves up for success as much as they can here. And yeah, again, you know, I have to imagine if I'm Baxium Japan, you're looking at that last draft phase saying, we can't let this happen again. They are going to make some adjustments here and change some things up. Adam Warlock save coming in first from Baxium. And there's the Gambit band.
Yeah.
Again. Back into the vault with you, Remy LeBeau.
I'm glad we've learned from our mistakes. It's nice to see someone fall flat on their face and then, you know, learn to ride a bike after that. Like, it's but it's still a little bit of, like I said, kind of like that reinventing of the wheel. I mean, it's something that is strong on this map, but typically you wouldn't go for the Adam Warlock Protect. You're not always willing to just shoot off that signal flare that says, we want to play the res comp. Target our Adam Warlock, please.
Yeah, it gives a lot of signals off and gives you an idea of how the rest of your draft phase could go when you make a save like an Adam Warlock. Phoenix save is good for N1 here as well. So yeah, you know, I do like the Star-Lord save. You know, they are trying to get themselves what they can out of this draft phase, knowing they're not going to be able to get away with as much as they did last time. Wolverine save coming in for Uri this time by Baxium Japan. And the Loki ban coming out from Baxium, so they're not going to go for the full Loki Adam double res comp here.
Yeah, we're not monsters, right? Like we'll play res comp, but you know we'll do it a good old fashioned, honest way. But I think you know that does kind of still give me a couple questions because like you're definitely not going to play Adam Warlock on a 2-2-2 if you play him at all. Like maybe it's bait, maybe they baited us, maybe we're fools, maybe they're tricking both us and N1 Hex, but you know. What do you play that with, right? Like Rocket is still available. Maybe you play it with like Rocket Cloak or Rocket Invis, by the way, both of which have made it through. And I think with a lot of these strats gone, if you go for a 2-2-2, Cloak and Invis is going to be the optimal backline. You can already see the defensive team N1 Hex hovering it. I don't think that Black Panther is going to stick. Yeah, that's what I thought, Wounds. Get back into hit scan jail with you.
I was going to say, if we get a Black Panther appearance on map 5, I'm popping off. Like, I need Wounds on Black Panther, but no, not going to come through here. It is
the only
over.
thing we haven't seen in the series at this point is like a pop-off DP pick.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen some surprises here from these players for sure. Definitely put on a heck of a show for us here, but it all comes to a head here on the newest map of the game, Museum of Contemplation, the Museum of the Collector, of course, as these two teams ready for an all-out knockdown, drag-out brawl here, elimination match and an elimination map on hand here. Loser goes home and the winner stays alive here in Season 6 of the MRC. Ready for a brawl here. Baxium Japan on the attack first. They got the Storm. They're looking for that quick offensive flurry here.
No Moon Knight, though. Uri going to be on the Wolverine. I think we're going to make a couple swaps here. Yeah, Deep Impact just going to go over onto the Phoenix. So this is going to be brute force. They want to try and go for a little bit of displacement with the Wolverine if they can get Uri on an angle, but Deep Impact already just building up the sparks. I mean, we got to hold up that metallic curtain, block some of this damage coming up, because you can already see the back line of N1 Hex, or rather the front line, in total disarray. And speaking of the front line, now it's in our back line.
Yeah, just non-stop left clicks there from Deep Impact, already making an impact here very early on, not even 60 seconds in. Baxium Japan's got that Batsmobile halfway and counting to checkpoint number 1 here in N1 Hex. Where is the enemy team here as Baxium just getting some more free reign here?
I don't even know if N1 Hex know where they are. In fact, they're going to make a couple of swaps. Wounds onto the Wolverine to match Uri. Deep Impact trying to scout that one out, and the Feral Leap's not going to catch on to much of anything. Spiral is able to build up that invisible boundary real early, but Dylan can mirror it, so going to be a lot of healing coming out from both sides. But Doxlin able to catch Dylan outside of the invisible boundary with the Galactic Legend. That's a huge KO, and that should be more than enough to buy N1 Hex back into this defense. But as the Eternal Bond comes out, back to him are not quite done yet.
Yeah, ground unstable underneath them, but they've got a lot of tools in the back pocket here to try and stay in this fight. Lurkin throws down that Eternal Bond. Wounds going in big on the Wolverine here. Make it 2, make it 3 there for the Canadian as the defense comes up big here for N1 Hex. I thought for a second they weren't going to make it back to contest here, but they do manage to stop them in their tracks. But Baxium Japan, they're definitely going to come back swinging hard here.
Wounds already on the angle here, stalking, lurking, hunting for his prey, trying to find that backliner. You can see the ult bank from Baxi Japan. Despite that fight going bloody, they still come out with a lot of tools, and you can maybe take one of them out. Lurkin, though, taking down Uri. That is going to be a huge one there, but you traded out for Doxlin. Is that worth it? Wounds just completely denying the Meteor M from Neil. Disgusting stuff. Where was this Wolverine pick sleeping this whole time?
Well, they were saving it here for map 5, evidently. Now, not a lot of time to find answers for this Wounds Wolverine. Feels like they've had to try and find a lot of answers for Wounds throughout this entire series, but now coming up big here once again on the last opportunity. Just 1 minute and 30 left to go for Axiom's offense here. Blink and you truly miss it here. Axeleo over onto the Emma Frost now. First Sonic Seduction we've seen today. Spiral throwing down the invisible boundary, though, to slow things down. Dylan's got one as well, while In1 Hex ults offline. It's going to be Doxlin on the Phoenix. They're finding one on defense as they are backing Baxium Japan right back up here. Neil trying to keep in the fight here, digging the heels in on the Magneto, and we'll find one here. But again, it is a trade back and forth with just 60 seconds, and for Baxium, that checkpoint is so close.
Yeah, but it feels so far away, and as the KO starting to come N1 Hex's way, 1, 2, 3, falling back from Japan, have to try and make this full court press again, and they're able to take down Doxlin, but Deep Impact has to trade his life for it because he was so deep behind enemy lines that by the time this next fight even kicks off, it's only going to be 30 seconds left in that time bank, and that basically means it's going to be an overtime cap, if that all, and you don't even have an ult advantage. 3 ults online, 2 strategist ults for N1 Hex that you have no choice but to find a way to burst through, and Lurkin wants to try and drain the resources, going in early with the Eternal Bond, forcing a reaction out of Axiom.
Got massive clobbering time coming in for N1 Hex here. Already off to a great start in what could be the last fight of this offensive run. Neil goes overhead with the Meteor, and Axeleo's got a clobbering time ready to go as well. But Spiral got the boundary. Axeleo will find the Magneto over on N1 Hex here. But N1 Hex has been pushing this card back so far now. Even if Baxium gets back on, there's still a little bit of distance left to go. And Lurkin trying to seal the deal here. Nails in the coffin. But Dylan got that invisible boundary, and Baxium gonna come back with a punch here. The Insong Inferno is good. We'll find 2 for Deep Impact here as Deep Impact forcing the door wide open here. Overtime in play, but Dylan will find one on the Invis here, and they are on the move. No Mercy's got the Strange Portal coming up here. They will have an opportunity to try and recontest if they can walk through the portal here. No Mercy gonna try and force his way as we are in overtime, but Baxium Japan battling back here. Doxlin on that Phoenix does get a couple of kills here. Double KO for the Phoenix as Baxium falling apart right at the door to checkpoint number 1 here. N1 Hex taking control of the cart, and a last stand coming in from Wounds as well. Baxium completely offline. No checkpoint scored, and N1 Hex, the window of opportunity wide open here.
What a defense from N1 Hex, and I gotta say, I feel like that is a microcosm of this entire series. Composure under pressure. Baxium Japan come out swinging on that first fight, and they take it handily. And N1 Hex, they just give a little bit of space. They just recollect themselves, and they come out, and they hit you with a haymaker that you never saw coming, and Baxium just aren't able to break through once the pendulum swings back over to N1 Hex's favor. And even when Deep Impact lives up to his namesake, finds a triple, finds 3 on that Phoenix, you're able to have Doxlin come out on that very same Phoenix through the Strange TP, build up that Ensong Inferno, take out Deep Impact, specifically a targeted airstrike on that Ensong Inferno with that ultimate, and then come out with 2 more in that fight, forcing Baxium Japan to be behind the 8 ball after they came out so confident. It's one of those things. It's the difference between a good team and a great team. A great team never lets their foot off the gas, and I can't help but feel like Baxium Japan have let their foot off the gas just a little bit, and N1 Hex have seized that opportunity.
Yeah, and even just that a little bit there, enough for N1 Hex to find a way forward here. They were staring down the barrel of a map 4, last map at the hands of Baxium Japan, and now on this decider here, they just need to clear 1 checkpoint of Museum of Contemplation to win this thing. Elim match here, team that loses goes home, and N1 Hex looking for some serious aggression here. Moon Knight and Storm, they are going full Siege Breaker, and they come out the gate swinging here. Wounds on the Storm finds 1 already. Arcturus on the Groot will make the path forward here. Doxlin on the Moon Knight takes down Uri as well here. Half of Baxium Japan already sent back to spawn here in less than 30 seconds.
And it's not over, but it's over because one of those KOs was Dylan. And I mean, I don't think Dylan used the cocoon, so you'll still have that, but you don't really have any safe place to go for the res now. If you are able to get that Karmic Revival at all, it's going to be so far off of the point that N1 Hex are just going to be able to find the cap seemingly for free. So now you are worried about the Wombo combo, you're worried about the Hand of Khonshu, and you're worried about ever getting this res off. You protected this Adam Warlock. This was your whole gambit. This is what you played for, and it's not amounting to anything.
No, Baxium taking on so much water here on defense. Half the team back in the spawn room, and most of them are going to join him here. N1 Hex find the path forward here. They eliminate the last standing members of Baxium Japan, and in a 5-map barn burner, they will take it home and stay alive here.
Like Icarus, Baxium Japan fly too close to the sun, but it is N1 Hex that sees the stars and take the sun for themselves. They take the whole series, and you gotta look back at Hall of the Djalia as the turning point from this map. It feels like Baxium Japan unlearned every lesson that they learned on Celestial Husk, and it hurts to see them go after such an entertaining performance in the first half of this series. But N1 Hex, they worked for this victory, they earned it, and they proved that they have composure under pressure, and that is what separates good teams from great ones. N1 Hex, they're a great team. I think they've got the stuff to punch up. They could take it to a triple AD, they could take it to a One Piece, they could take it to a Chiefs. We'll see if they have the opportunity to. I think they may have a date with at least one of those teams in the very near future, but any way you slice it, it hurts having to see Baxium Japan go, but N1 Hex deserve to carry this lower bracket run on. And looking at it again, I mean, you're not seeing quite as much pop off on the final blows from Wounds as you're used to, because it was a much shorter affair than some of our other maps, and wasn't on the Elsa, so we weren't able to get up to those double digits. But Wounds and Doxlin, when they get to play their heroes, when they get to play their game, they change the game.
Even when they're forced off of some of their most comfortable picks, they still deliver. The versatility from those two absolutely helps deliver that win to N1 Hex. And you're right, I mean, a heartbreaker regardless of who's on the receiving end of the syndrome, but it is N1 Hex that will stay alive in the lower bracket. A absolute slobber knocker of a match between these two teams. I mean, cannot ask for a better showdown between the two of them. And, you know, again, we said at the very beginning of this series, right, it was kind of up in the air. We had no idea who would come out the other end, and these teams made each other work for it all the way to the very end, taking it all the way to an intense map number 5, and it just was N1 Hex. They found that momentum, they found the breakthroughs that they needed, and they were able to walk right on through and continue the path forward. But again, Baxium Japan cannot overlook their performance in this tournament. But you're right, N1 Hex, a team very much capable of punching up. You know, this was a team that was fighting against players with some Ignite experience under their belt, and they delivered in that challenge. So a big, big win for N1 Hex here as they continue their campaign through the lower bracket.
And you know, even in defeat, I think I'm still coming out of this one as an Uri fan. I think he won me over on map number 1. But again, like N1 Hex, they earned it. They deserve this win, and they also have taught a very important lesson to a lot of these other lower bracket teams, and that is, if you get an advantage against us, you have to press it, because if you let up off the gas for even a split second, we will flip this entire series on your head so fast it will make your head spin.
Yeah, and I mean, that is really what you kind of see in full force here. Plenty of opportunities for both teams, but N1 Hex takes so much advantage of those opportunities. And again, you gotta be looking back at map number 4 for Baxium. Like you said, the turning point for N1 Hex, and a turning point for Baxium as well, that unfortunately sees them off riding into the sunset here in the top 8 here in Season 6 of the MRC. So that is the end of the round here. Some explosive matches for sure, especially this 5-mapper. I don't know about you, CB, but I'm ready for a little bit of a break here as we prep the next round, because there is plenty more where that came from.
Oh, we're
Well, rivals, and welcome back to the Pacific edition of the Season 6 MRC and CB, a heartbreaking set all the way to 5 maps, but unfortunately we had to see Baxium Japan off, the second team we've sent home. But now, unfortunately for our friends at N1 Hex, they have quite a marathon ahead of them as they will now take on Triple AD in this next matchup.
Yeah, and like you said, we sent one of our favorite teams home, a couple of characters. I'm very sad to see Uri and Neil and Axeleo and the rest of the gang from Baxium Japan bow out, but unfortunately, we have to send another home, and it's going to be another team that we have grown to know and love, whether it's Triple AD or whether it's N1 Hex. We've gotten to see both of them on the broadcast already, but we will see one of them for potentially the last time this tournament here. As we kick things off on our first map, it's going to be Krakoa, where we fire off the first salvo of what hopes to be another slugfest.
Yeah, and now I feel like we've seen a lot of domination here tonight. I feel like maybe we've checked off the last one, or maybe there's a dom map I'm forgetting, but we've seen almost all of them now.
Odin's Archive.
Okay, yeah. All the ones that we're gonna see for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so N1 Hex, you know, kind of back-to-back series here. Definitely a marathon run for them as they still are here in the lower bracket, taking on Triple AD, who we saw earlier just sent down to the lower bracket earlier on in the day. That was a 3-0 delivered to them by One Piece. So now still looking to get that run-back opportunity here. Loki off the table from Triple AD. N1 Hex taking Banpool right out of the equation. Think they learned a lesson or two maybe in that last series and don't want to start fighting him right out the gate here.
And I have a question for you while we wait for the rest of these picks and bans to play out. Is both of these teams, right, are going to have to come off of a bit of a reset. You know, N1 Hex, they just came out of a 5-map banger up against Baxium Japan, one where they realistically should have lost on map number 4, but were able to turn the tides and come out ahead and maybe take a deep breath now. But if you're Triple AD, you also just came off of a 3-map loss up in the upper bracket. Which do you think is the harder to come back from?
You know, I think they both definitely have challenges, right? You know, the back-to-back series for N1 Hex, definitely a challenge. I do think the 0-3 delivery is tough to come back from. You know, Triple AD had run through the upper bracket this entire MRC, and now finally they cross paths with One Piece that's kind of emerged as a powerhouse here this season of the MRC and took an 0-3. So I think maybe some of the doom and gloom is a little more difficult to come back from, especially because by the last map, N1 Hex looked so confident, looked so strong. So I imagine that it might be a little bit of an uphill battle for Triple AD.
I think I concur, but I also do kind of think that maybe for Triple AD, you're like, okay, well, it was expected because One Piece are among the favorites to win the whole thing, so maybe you just kind of chalk that one up as like, that was bound to happen, whatever. This is the one that we lock in for. So maybe like that's an easier adjustment to make, but I also like your point. You're right, like N1 Hex, they looked crystal clear, like so clean by the end of that last series that I think, you know, maybe they just keep going with that tempo as we revisit the ban phase here real quick. A lot of strategists being put on the chopping block there by Triple AD. Loki, Gambit, Mantis, your 3 potentially strongest strategists in the game, all done and dusted. And meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be the Vanguards heavily targeted, for better or for worse, by N1 Hex. A Vanpool and a Venom ban protects onto the Groot and the Thing, and then rounding it all out with a Rocket ban, just for a little bit of extra vitriol towards that strategist line.
Yeah, and you know, something I'm really interested in coming out of this draft, we talked a lot about her in the last series as well, is the Elsa save from Triple AD. We know that Wounds has quite a nasty Elsa in a lot of cases and was definitely a big player for N1 Hex's win in that last series. So again, this is another product of this kind of ban system where, you know, we want to save the Elsa because we want to play her, maybe not realizing that there's an Elsa threat on the opposing team as well. So curious to see if that big Wounds Elsa comes through and what the adjustment looks like for Triple AD. But both of these teams dusting themselves off after some tough battles here already on the broadcast, and now these two set to collide here as you know, I'm seeing in the spawn room here, I do see a Wounds over onto the Elsa.
Yeah, and like, of course, right? Like, he's at times hard carried this team on that hero, so of course you're going to put him on that. And if Triple AD, just like you said, if they're willing to go for that Elsa Protect, of course you're going to put Wounds on. Like, yeah, you're absolutely going to be having that. As we look back over to what Triple AD are bringing to the table here, though, Illicit back on that Daredevil. We saw a lot of that at the top of the show today. It has been both good and bad at times. If it's scouted out, it can go quite bad, but if he gets access to the backline and is able to take down 1 or 2 before he falls, it's paid off dividends for Triple AD. So I think that's going to be the thing that I'm keeping an eye on. Tuba, though, keeping a close eye on the enemy backline, taking down Lurkin early on. And if you're N1 Hex, I think you're already going to be a little bit on the back foot.
Yeah, gotta watch out for that Tuba, Angela, and the illicit Daredevil here, already paying dividends for Triple AD. A double KO to start things off for Triple AD, looking so strong here, and Rocco on the Elsa will find one. No Smite gets one on the Cap as well, taking down that Nefarious Wounds Elsa here to start things off. Triple AD got the first Cap and several KOs to show for it as well. A solid start.
Yeah, it wasn't the first KO, but it was still like kind of the most impactful. Was Alyssa just kind of lurking, waiting for that right moment to strike onto the other backline, or after Lurkin had already fallen, able to find Spiral. And now No Smite doing a good job of drawing a fair bit of aggro, splitting the composition of N1 Hex and creating another opportunity for Tuba to go back in. But it's actually Mocha that's going to be finding the final blow there onto Lurkin, and it's just like dominoes right now. Triple AD are so firmly in control of this right now that I don't even know that N1 Hex have fully regrouped from that first spear coming out from Tuba. What are we doing? We are Apex Predatoring in the spawn. Rocco, okay, that's BM. That's just BM.
Yeah, this Triple AD pressure we saw from them earlier on in the broadcast today coming out in kind here, as they have already pushed Triple AD, or excuse me, pushed N1 Hex back to their spawn. So a lot of motion for them here, a lot of room for them to play with and hold this point here. Over 50% already, and Triple AD is looking to make this a 0 to 100 if they can here. Illicit on the move on the Daredevil, doesn't wait to get the drop, goes for it, swinging wild, can't quite get the KO, but plenty of damage down here as N1 Hex makes their way onto the point here, gonna fight it out. Mocha on that invisible boundary as well, and there's the Wounds Elsa coming through, finds Tuba on the Angela here, and a big Jeff off for Quasit as well will make that a 4K for the Jeff here. No Mercy, the only one for N1 Hex left standing as Triple AD 80% and still counting.
Yeah, left standing, interesting choice of words. He wasn't just standing, No Mercy was running, sprinting back for just a crumb of healing. Gonna take the teleporter in. Should be able to use the anti-street charge to try and get a contest, but it's actually going to be the strange CP that comes through, getting the cavalry up on deck. But we're already in OT, 99% for Triple AD, and ults abound. Wounds, though, with an early salvo there onto Tuba. That's exactly what you need.
Yeah, good looks here for N1 to try to get back in the fight here. Mocha will find another one on the Invis, though. Takes down the enemy Invis, Illicit and No Smite come up in your KO feed as well here. Most of N1 Hex offline and low here. No Mercy, send back. Wounds is going back. The whole team is going back. And it's Triple AD grabbing a very quick 0 to 100 on point number 1.
The carousel very firmly belonging to Triple AD. We'll see if anything changes as we move on to Cradle next up. But one thing that I think definitely needs to change is we need to get our eyes on Illicit. He plays Daredevil very differently than I think a lot of other Daredevil players do. Like, and right now you're seeing Wounds trying so hard to keep Tuba pinned down, but while you're doing that, Illicit is quite literally just walking up, not running, walking at your backline and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And every time he strikes, he gets right at the heart of N1 Hex's comp, and it's almost always Lurkin that falls, right? Like 2-3 fights in a row, it was Lurkin, and that's not just like Lurkin feeding. No, that is a targeted assault on a very specific member of that formation.
Yeah, I mean, you know, walking roughshod is not a phrase I thought I would use, but when you're talking about Illicit Daredevil, that's what it feels like, because he just walks on up. I mean, he plays Daredevil like I would expect Daredevil to fight it out in a game like Marvel
He's
Rivals.
just aura farming, like
truly getting the aura here. And again, you know, the targeted fighting, like you said, Lurkin's not just throwing away life after life, he's getting run down at every turn here. So gotta get eyes up here, got to watch the Daredevil here. Ironically enough, gotta watch the Matt Murdock in this matchup here. Triple AD though, already off to a solid start. Point number 1, there's Tuba already looking to put the pressure on early here. Heaven's Retribution, and Illicit will go for the buffet here. Mocha finds 2, Tuba finds a couple in the middle of that as well, and it's almost a full ace on the N1 Hex just as the point comes online. Triple AD first cap again.
And like the way that Triple AD are playing this right now is putting so much pressure onto Spiral specifically, because you have to have your head on a swivel to be one of those people watching out for Illicit, but you also have to hold your force physics to try and keep Tuba and peel him off of whoever he hits with the Assassin's Charge, and that's a tall order for a single strategist to be able to pull off, all while trying to peel for a Lurkin. But this time it is Spiral up on the chopping block, and Archer's gonna do a little bit of chopping as well. We'll be able to take down Illicit. Finally, we have put this lawyer to justice.
Yeah, but not before he got his licks in there against N1 Hex. No mercy, super low on this thing. Not a strategist in sight to keep him alive here. And the Monster Piercer will tear through the thing here. Make it 2 for Rocco. And now the Glartrox coming out. Apex Predator in play for N1 Hex, or excuse me, against N1 Hex here. And Quasit on the Jeff will find a KO here as well. So, you know, name a member of Triple AD. And, you know, I've already lost track of how many times they've shown up in the feed today.
Oh, you did say one thing correctly. There is an Apex Predator online for N1 Hex. Wounds does have that ultimate, but I mean, we haven't really gotten to see it used effectively in the same way that we had last series, and it's gonna need to come up. But Alyssa just, how? Through the old, like, just goes in and just deletes Spiral.
And then walks away too, but Lurkin here coming up big for N1 Hex. Big it's Jeff here, but can't quite get all the way to the ledge there. Has to spin everybody out and only grabs Illicit on the KOs here. And now paying the price, Sit with tail between legs here as Triple AD walk away from the Jeff Ult a lot better off than we thought they may have there. Wounds and Mocha trading 1 for 1 here. Arcturus trying to even it out, but Mocha back in the KO feed yet again. So many appearances on that Invis here. Wounds on the Elsa now getting some momentum going out. N1 Hex make the flip against Triple AD, stopping him just short of 80%, but a long road ahead here for them to start turning this map around.
Obviously, you would have liked Lurkin to get the Quadra off of that It's Jeff, but only able to find Illicit, but I think that's still the most important KO that you could have gotten. Even still, you're dragging 4 out of the 6 members of the enemy team off to an entirely different part of the map. It's like, okay, the fight was happening over here in the choke point. Well, now it's over there on the point. And also, we have the high ground advantage now, so we can just kind of have a shooting gallery for free. And I mean, off of that, N1 Hex are able to finally get on the board, but Triple AD still feel like they haven't fully lost control of this one. Spiral gonna go ahead and pop an early invisible boundary so N1 Hex can try and parlay this into more momentum, but Rocco with that Glartrox coming through, catching a Benjamin. I don't know if that is exactly what you were hoping for.
No, kind of like pulling a shark out of the sea here for them. Triple AD suffering a 1 for 3. They bring in N1 Hex here. Doxlin overhead. Galactic Legend, a game changer in the last series they were in, and keeping control of this point here. N1 Hex still in control, and that lead has quickly shrunk down here, 60% and still on the move. Meanwhile, Triple AD Illicit over onto the Spider-Man now, and he's already got ult ready to go as well.
Yeah, he was on Spider-Man on the last fight there. Nearly brings Doxlin to justice. Come on down to my neighborhood, my friend. But yeah, like I said, holding on to that spectacular spin, there's no strategist ults online. Lurkin is going to have It's Jeff, but that's not really the best counter to the spectacular spin. So maybe you're looking for Illicit to try and get access to the back line. A good opening salvo, though, from that Heaven's Retribution. And Boca going to double down with that invisible boundary. This should be enough for Triple AD to find the win, but Wounds is definitely getting his licks in.
And a double KO for Mocha's Invis as well here. Lurkin does let the It's Jeff fly here, but Sid scrambling there as Triple AD trying to converge back onto the point here. They are looking for some KOs and need to stand on the point and make the flip here. 99% overtime with N1 Hex still in control, but not for long there. No Smite finding one. Tuba as well on the Angela here. KO after KO, and Triple AD will make the flop here at 99% for N1 Hex, but we are pretty much in final fight territory for either side of the board.
And Doc's going to go and open it up with a strange TP. It's not going to be over there when we get into OT, but we are going there regardless. Heaven's Retribution online for Arcturus. Looking to try and take down a backliner. Rocco, though, taking down Wounds, and I think that might be the highest value pick that you could possibly find. If you're Triple AD, the spectacular spin, it's got to come in now.
Yeah, no time to waste here. Listen, lets it fly here. Does find some damage, but not a lot of value off of that one here. And now the Haymakers coming in from No Mercy on that thing. N1 Hex make the flip back here. Overtime ticking away. We might be looking at a point number 3. Wounds comes through the portal and immediately takes down Tuba. Quasit, though, over to the Strange. Portal is good. Troops moving through the portal here as they are going to look to contest one more time here. They do have the Glartrox ready to go, but Doxlin, Eye of Agamotto, but shut down by the Apex Predator there. Freedom Charge as well online. Or no Smite here as Triple AD gotta make the flip here and make it soon. Arcturus on the Angela will find a KO here, and with just a second of OT left, there's not enough bodies for Triple AD to hold this, and N1 Hex will take it to point number 3.
And what did I say about this team? Like, you can't let your foot up off the gas for even a split second against N1 Hex because they will bounce back. You can knock them down, you can kick them while they're down, but you cannot stop kicking until they are out. If you stop kicking for even a split second, they'll flip the series back on its head. And what should have been back-to-back 100-0s for Triple AD now takes us to a third submap here on Krakoa, and one where the momentum is now very much in N1 Hex's favor. And I gotta question the Spider-Man swap from Illicit. I feel like the Daredevil was working. You had a good strategy, but I think you got a little... I think Illicit got complicit.
Yeah, I couldn't see it either. I was a little surprised when I looked up and saw the Spidey swap for sure. But yeah, I do wonder, you know, how quickly can Triple AD learn this? Like you said, they cannot let up against N1X here, because once they realize they've got a little bit of breathing room, they will make magic happen with any little bit of space you give them here. So point number 3, maybe not needed here if Triple AD had locked it down. But here we are, N1X, opportunity here for them to close out the map and start off with a 1-map advantage. A couple of swaps though, Illicit, I did see change several times, but now settling onto the Psylocke, it would seem.
Yeah, I don't know about the Psylocke pick either, because like you're thinking like, okay, well, Psylocke is really effective in her ult Dance the Butterfly. What are you going to use that ult on N1Hex's composition? There's not really a good target. No one really wants to dance with Psy.
Yeah, good point. Good point. But Triple AD walk right onto the point, and they'll take it here. Quasar will find no mercy on the Jeff here. Several members of N1Hex looking pretty low here. It's Jeff coming out from Lurkin now, trying to find somebody to eat today. But Triple AD making a 2 for 2 here. And now Lurkin off the side here will find 2 more. Mocha and Quasar going down, and all of Triple AD offline here. So they'll grab about 20% of this point. But N1Hex immediately taking it back here. And last opportunity for Tuba to hold it out, but it'll be a triple kill for Arcturus here. 3 KOs coming through, and flipped right back to N1Hex.
Yeah, and again, like, what do we do with this Psylocke pick? I'm not sure what Illicit's game plan is with this ultimate, or who you're going to be able to catch out with it, but Wounds popping that Apex Predator early on, no smite, stuck in no man's land, being chased down. On the other side, Illicit will be able to take down No Mercy inside of the invisible boundary, and with Heaven's Retribution locking down the other half of N1Hex, it is divide and conquer, and we are very much so in the latter half of that equation. Heaven's Retribution going to come out from Arcturus, but there is no one going to be joining Arcturus in Heaven, and Triple AD will find the flip.
Yeah, just as quickly as N1 found that control, Triple AD rested right back away here, already taking the lead yet again here as they just come back in full force here. Rocco on that Elsa, got the Apex Predator ready to go here. Illicit's got the Dance of the Butterflies and gonna let it rip here, make that 1-2 KOs, and Tuba as well with a double KO. Rocco and Tuba gonna grab the triple. Rocco get the last one, and full ace, clinical start to finish for N1Hex. Knocked them down like bowling pins.
All right, Illicit, make a liar out of me. I gotta be. I didn't factor in the jump pad. I should have factored in the jump pad that you could actually manage to catch 3 or 4 inside of that ultimate if you just utilize a little bit of the map geometry. That's why he's a pro and why I'm over here with a microphone just yapping away. But Rocco looking to put an end to the yapping with the Apex Predator taking down 2, and this is Triple AD once again getting themselves firmly in control, just like we saw on Cradle, now carrying that momentum over onto the Grove. They are done playing around, and once again, they cannot let up off the gas. If they get too complicit again, N1Hex have the tools to be able to bounce back here.
No, and I think they're learning their lesson very quickly here. Pushing N1 all the way to spawn here. Wounds, though, gonna try and carve the path forward here. 1 KO, but Illicit delivered it right back here. No smite on the Freedom Charge as well on the ground here. So Triple AD trying to lock it down. Someone from N1Hex is on the point there. It is a Star-Lord and a Galactic Legend coming out from a Doxlin now. But the Angela chase in midair from Tuba, finding that Star-Lord, taking him down here as Triple AD 99% overtime. And that is all she wrote here. Triple AD take map number 1.
And yeah, they learned the lesson. They realized that you just can't let N1Hex be able to buy themselves back into that point. And they almost did it again off the back of Wounds with a couple of clutch KOs that come through. But Illicit able to trade one out for Lurkin, and without that Jeff there for the lion's share of that healing, it just kind of ends up being Triple AD able to run away with it. A little bit of comedy with that aerial chase there. You know, you have the Galactic Legend and the Angela just constantly poking at him with a stick saying, hey, stop that.
Knock it off, you. But does chase Peter Quill down out of the air there to wrap things up. And, you know, that's another example of that pressure. That is what Triple AD is going to have to do through this whole set. No breaks, no breathing here. They're just going to have to try and keep that pressure applied onto N1Hex. As we've seen, after a while, they kind of run out of steam there. And that left the door open for Triple AD to grab that 3rd and final point. But it does feel like they are learning here. They're adapting very quickly. They realize, You can't really give them any room because they can make a lot with just a little bit of an opportunity. So good stuff for both sides here to start things off. N1 Hex still looking clean after that 5 mapper, but definitely some questions lingering in the air now from Triple AD. Gonna have to find some answers and find them pretty quick here.
I think the biggest question for me, though, is if you're N1 Hex, how do you feel about Triple AD protecting the Elsa and then Wounds just getting completely gapped on it? Because I see 19 final blows for Rocco. It's not quite 25, not quite matching up to what we've seen Wounds do before, but up against Triple AD, 19 versus 9, I think I know which of those two numbers is bigger. Caster math is definitely not my major, but this is one equation I think I can solve.
Yeah, definitely just not as many opportunities for Wounds to close out the KOs that we saw in the last series from him. You know, still some moves for sure. Definitely not one to shy away from because, again, this is a team that will capitalize on it the second you look away. So, you know, again, this is going to be kind of, you know, they don't want this to turn into an endurance round, Triple AD. They want this to close out as quickly as possible. They want to secure the KOs. They want to take the objective, and then they want to push as far away as they can. So, you know, not a bad start for them, but you know, we saw N1 Hex claw their way back from some pretty bad odds in the last series as well, so cannot count them out for sure.
Oh, 100%, and I think if there's any team that can potentially upset the balance of what I think you, me, and the entire Pacific Caster team has predicted to be our top 3, it's N1 Hex. So like you said, Triple AD, they can't be paid hourly here. You know, they gotta get this done quick. They gotta clock in, clock out. They gotta put N1 Hex and keep them under their heels for as long as possible and don't give them the opportunity to breathe. Because again, if you give Wounds the chance to really start cooking on that Elsa, that'll come back to bite you. If you give him an opening to hit a couple of those shots, get a couple of those opening frags, that will come back to bite you. N1 Hex again going to reach for that Vanpool ban, and I'm wondering if Triple AD, I shouldn't even wonder, surely they are going to just go for a ban on whatever, probably Gambit, and then, oh no, Loki, but then protect onto the Elsa, surely.
I would think so. After map number 1, I would say, hey, we just need to keep that Elsa on the board because we can outplay them, and that is exactly what Triple AD gonna do here. So they are definitely paying attention here. Eyes up for sure as we head on to map number 2, Yggdrasil Path on the docket here between these two teams. I don't know. I'm curious, what do they need to change here in the draft for N1 Hex to start getting in this fight?
I do think maybe prioritizing either the Angela or the Daredevil could also be good. On Yggdrasil, maybe you're leaning towards the Angela a little bit less. It's not the best map for her, but there's still a lot of good flank routes for the Daredevil, so maybe you try to take that tool away from Illicit, but he also kind of showed that he is more than willing to try and play with some other toys, you know, whether it was the Psylocke or whether it was the Spider-Man. Maybe don't try that one, but there's other things that Illicit is more than willing to play, so that might make you think twice about trying to reach for that. I think the Jeff ban, while that wasn't necessarily something that was like a real stick in your craw, it's still, you know, it's still kind of a fundamental part of the way that Triple AD like to play, that aggressive, very, very scattershot kind of play style. I think taking out the Jeff is still, it's smart. It's not the most quintessential ban, but it will be an impactful one.
Yeah, I like the play there for sure. Triple AD banning away the Adam Warlock here, kind of interesting. So they took out Loki and Adam, so they're kind of circling in on the strategist. And if I remember correctly, I think they were doing that a lot in the first series we saw them as well. So maybe just characteristic of this team, but the door wide open for Gambit to be on the table as well. So Gambit and Elsa both survived the draft phase here.
That's not okay. That's not okay. I mean, at least, at the very least, Loki has been banned, but, I mean, how are you just going to let both Elsa and Gambit make it through? Like, I mean, and again, that's the same fear that we saw before from N1 Hex. They see a Gambit Protect come through, they say, oh crap, we have to ban out the Rogue. We can't give them that team up. We still have access to the Magneto team up, but Triple AD don't seem like the type to play these front-to-back comps with the Magneto, so don't really have to worry as much about that. You'd be much more afraid of the Rogue.
Yeah, I could see that for sure here. Mantis ban coming in last for Triple AD here. So, yeah, a couple of big ones make it through here. N1 Hex gonna maybe look to recapture some of that magic when they had access to Gambit in the last series here. We know Spiral is capable of a lot on that Gambit here. Doxlin going over to the Star-Lord as he's also saved. Elsa saved, so Wounds back onto that. I don't know. This could be a big turning point here for N1 Hex to get on the board, but that's kind of the question is, what does Triple AD do with a Gambit available?
I mean, I kind of feel like, well, I mean, like right now, they're not even reaching for it. I imagine Quasit is going to not come out with the Spider-Man. I advised against Illicit playing that. I would doubly advise against one of your strategists playing that. I think that's going to be who ends up bringing up the Gambit pick here. And, you know, I don't know. It's kind of rough because I don't feel like that really changes the calculus unless Spiral is able to essentially Gambit gap in a way that very few have ever Gambit gapped in the past. Because aside from the Gambit, N1 Hex still got everything they wanted, all their favorite tools, but they got the same on Krakoa, and it didn't help them.
That is true. Very, very good point here. So definitely going to have to capitalize a little bit more on this availability here. But that is the question in the air. N1 Hex on the attack first, so they will set the tone here for Yggdrasil path. And right away, Triple AD lobbing some fire down onto them as they are looking to try and get out the front door here and get onto the card. Doxlin on the Punisher for now on this one. Wounds, of course, over back onto the Elsa. No shocker there. Lurkins on Rocket Raccoon this time around. Arcturus got that Magneto cooking here. So plenty of stuff on the table for N1 Hex to make some magic here on map number 2. But Triple AD already picking up one map here, still looking strong even after that matchup against One Piece earlier.
They're not able to strike any blood off the back of it, though. There's that first opening KO, though. No Mercy gets caught out by the group wall there. No Smite able to follow it up, and that's not what you want to see for N1 Hex. Even though that does get rezzed up, a well-placed res beacon will make sure that you can keep the frontline pressure going. But if you're N1 Hex, you're going to need a lot more than that. You can't afford to be wasting those resources just on the attack there, at least not without getting a trade for your money there, because, you know, now the whole advantage of lurking on the Rocket, it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, they cannot afford to not at least break even in several of these engagements here as they get underway here. Illicit's got Insong Inferno ready to go. No Smite finds one KO onto No Mercy yet again. Apex Predator coming out from Wounds now. Kalartrox on the board here, but it's Rocco in the air, moving different on the Elsa. Finding one, make it 2 for the Monster Hunter. Mocha and No Smite as well in the KO feed yet again. 3 for Rocco here on the Elsa, already on the move, and 5 ults ready to go for Triple AD on defense.
And that's what happens when the only ults that come online are the Royal Flushes from both sides, and you already lost No Mercy twice by the time, you know, Spiral tried to pull the trigger on that one. So Triple AD, without, you know, null of that Royal Flush advantage, you defer to the man advantage. 6 is going to beat the 5 9 times out of 10, and Triple AD, I mean, they just make it look easy. And like you said, 5 ults online. Final Judgment going to be coming online, but more than enough to burst Doxlin down.
Yeah, Triple AD got plenty of tools to work with here. Insong Inferno coming down, and that Invisible Boundary as well. Apex Predator from Rocco as N1 Hex coming through with some KOs here. Wounds at least once in the KO feed. Maybe looking for some more here. Doxlin's Final Judgment does go down. Not a ton of value gained off of that, but they do get some pressure, get some breathing room here to try and get this cart on the move once again. But Rocco yet again, Elsa, more KOs for them as Triple AD trying to battle back here with just a minute 30 seconds left for N1 Hex. Strange portal from the Illicit to get the team back in the fight. Tuba goes up for the Meteor M and immediately dunks it down onto the enemy Magneto. BRB beacon offline for N1 Hex. Just a few meters shy, but they are quickly running out of time.
Hello, Spiral. How did you get there? Or more importantly, why did you get there? Well, I don't know what the Gambit was doing, maybe playing for the enemy team. Bro switched sides. I don't know what happened there, but that is going to be a late KO that you can't afford with only a minute left of the clean retake. The portal that comes out from Illicit was so good and came at the perfect moment for Rocco as well. It was holding down the fort completely solo now. Wounds holding on that Apex Predator, but it's going to be Rocco that pulls the trigger on it first. It finds 2, make it 3! And Mocha is there for a 4th, and now under a minute, and Triple AD are cooking with gas.
And No Smite basically knocking on N1 Hex's front door here on the Venom, saying, hey, you got 40 seconds left. Let's see something here. So N1 Hex scrambling to try and find an answer here. They've got a lot of resources here, though. They've got plenty of ults here. They just got to make something happen with them. They do have Rage and Royal Flush online, ready to go, but Quasit's got the same thing available. Mocha's got Invisible Boundary as well, but it's Doxlin from the ground that'll find Rocco on that Elsa. Big opportunity here, and N1 Hex going to try and take hold of it. The Royal Flush on the board here, and the CYA as well. Big damage for Doxlin here, using the CYA to buff up some of that damage here, trying to find the breakthrough, but goes down up off the BRB, but is it too little too late here? 5 seconds left to go for N1 Hex. They'll find some KOs here. No Smite hanging on the Venom. Rocco and Illicit standing here. Overtime in effect. The question is anyone from Triple AD gonna get there in time? No Smite is there on the Venom for a couple of seconds, but shot down down by Doxlin on the Punisher shotgun. Make that 2 as he takes down Rocco as well. N1 Hex by a thread there will find checkpoint number 1, and now they find some momentum.
The shoddy from Doxlin for 2, the education for the punctuation on point A, and that's going to be enough for N1 Hex to keep the momentum going, but I mean, AAAD still have some more tools. They've got Feast of the Abyss. They did make one characteristic mistake, though, that I don't know that I like. And when they saw that Raging Royal Flush come out from Spiral, they layered their own Royal Flush with the defensive Invisible Boundary. So no Stratus results online for quite some time for AAAD. N1 Hex, unfortunately, had to drain theirs as well, so a bit of a neutral here. But for the defending team, you want to have something like that to rest on. Alyssa going to take down Arcturus, but it's traded out for No Smite. So, again, we're going to be back on even footing here. And you can't really wrestle control away from N1 Hex under these circumstances, so you have to respect it and heal back to this corner.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of commitment from both teams there. It feels like N1 Hex starting to gain an advantage in the alt econ game. They do have Apex Predator ready to go for Rocco there, as AAAD gonna try and look for this tunnel of doom that they're coming up on to try and be the lockdown here with just a minute 20 left to go. Not a lot of time, but not a lot more opportunities to stop N1's offensive run here. Apex Predator goes down, but doesn't look like it finds much there. CYA Punisher combo yet again here as they go deep. Lurkin, though, goes down on the rocket. BRB taken offline there. Spiral and No Mercy follow him back to the spawn room. All of N1 Hex going offline. 60 seconds left to go, and AAAD find the ace and now are on the move here, looking to apply some big pressure.
And N1 Hex just never get the opportunity to clear Rocco off that angle. He has pressure on the backline that entire fight, so there's not anything that you can really do to try and augment that final judgment that comes out from Doxlin. AAAD do such a good job of kiting it. The mag bubbles, the Groot walls, the Guardian shields, every utility they possibly can to live through it, and all that does is widen the gap between the front line and the back line for N1 Hex, and once Rocco gets his teeth sunk into the back line, he feasts, and now AAAD have fully wrestle control over Raging Royal Flush, but No Mercy will not be around to use it, and neither will Doxlin.
KO's coming through for AAAD. Big here. Meteor M from Arcturus goes overhead for N1 Hex, but can't find the KOs here as AAAD looking to just lock in the last bit of this headlock here. 10 seconds left to go, and the bodies are dropping here. Most of N1 Hex offline and back in the spawn room. Rocco's still got an Apex Predator ready to go if needed here, but N1 Hex nowhere inside. Strange Portal at the last second, though, comes in big. They will get some overtime here, but AAAD plenty of time to respond here, but they gotta act fast. They can't let the whole team get back online, and Rocco will use the Apex Predator to take down the Gambit here. One big KO coming through. Quasin, Rocco, Mocha coming in so big on the KO feed here as overtime goes into effect, but N1 Hex don't have the bodies to muster, and they are stopped short of checkpoint number 2.
It's a textbook Yggdrasil defense that comes out from AAAD. There's a couple of mistakes that they make, like I talked about, layering the Strategist ultimates on point A, but they're just so good on an individual level and also on a team level, understanding their win conditions, that they don't ever get punished for them. They're able to get away with these misplays because they have the skills, they have the ability to bounce back just on that individual basis, whether it's Quasid coming through with the Raging Royal Flush timings, whether it's Tuba with the Meteor Rems, or more importantly, whether it's Rocco finding an opportunity to get unfettered access to the back line, get those Monster Piercer shots down range, pump in the damage to the one place that you can't afford to tank it. And N1 Hex, they stall out where so many carts on Yggdrasil Path end up stalling out. And now AAAD, that's a pretty clear win condition. I think if you get through point A, N1 Hex are already going to be sweating, and then we get back into that territory of, can we close out the deal against N1 Hex? I think that's where we're rapidly approaching.
Yeah, I mean, that last corner rounding before checkpoint number 2 is truly the convoy graveyard for so many teams, and N1 Hex fall victim to it as well here. So definitely a lot of questions on the table here. AAAD gotta have something good coming out of the gate here. Gotta keep aware of their time here. Of course, 90 meters onto checkpoint number 2 is all they need to do to close out map number 2. So N1 Hex, they've got some breathing room here, but they cannot afford to give up any space race here. I mean, they want to just try and lock in a big hold right off the bat here. They are just going to go for a pretty straight up 2-2-2 here against this triple AD offense. They've got a couple swaps coming through. No smite onto Groot here, it looks like. But for the most part, that team is going to remain the same here. No mercy, showing no mercy right out the gate here. Rocco shut down, sent back to spawn right away. Just after about 30 seconds or so, N1 going to grab early control of the card here and make a triple AD work for him.
That's a good way to reclaim that space, but I think you have to keep your eyes on that flank because surely Rocco will try that one again. Also good follow-up there, taking down Illicit as well. And yeah, Rocco just gonna try and front load the damage. Now takes down Arcturus. What a way to return fire. Illicit will be back into the fight before long, and oh, you cannot afford to lose Doxlin there. Yeah, it's over on this defense. N1 Hex have to play on the back foot, and that is right where Rocco wants them.
Yeah, right out of the gate here, all a triple AD needed to do was grab a little bit of an advantage here and send N1 spiraling, and that is exactly what they're doing here. Illicit, though, on the Phoenix, finding one as well. Couple ults online for N1 Hex, but plenty of resources on the table for triple AD. Spiral does throw down the Raging Royal Flush. I believe at least one Royal Flush thrown down there as looking for some kind of foothold here. Triple AD just a couple of meters shy of that first checkpoint. Plenty of time for them, but they want to keep this thing rolling here. Invisible boundaries abound here. Venn diagram on the card as Triple AD looking for one more breakthrough to get that first checkpoint here, but N1 Hex gonna make him truly work for it here. 2 for 1 favoring Triple AD for now. They get 3 for 1 thanks to Rocco. Triple KO Quadra onto the Elsa. That's the breakthrough they needed here. Doors open, 4:40 on the clock as they are rounding the last couple quarters.
No, and potential stagger coming out onto Dox. But again, you can't afford to be losing your duelist at a time like this. And look at how far up Rocco is playing. No fear. Like, no one has made Rocco even have to think twice about this one. Also, I love that Groot wall up over the choke point. A little bit of extra damage coming out from no smite. Slowing N1 Hex's roll as someone has to try and poke their heads out and break that. And that takes time. And that is not something that N1 Hex has and not something they can afford to spend.
No, absolutely not. Again, that cliff quickly approaching here for N1 Hex. Still just over 4 minutes for Triple AD to move this card, and they got plenty of the momentum here. No smite, big play there. Taking down no Mrc as well. The no players here duking it out all game long. And listen over onto the Spider-Man and will immediately take down Doxlin too.
Oh, and that's going to be a Raging Royal Flush that comes out from Quasas, but I don't think anybody is going to be, yeah, they'll fold. They're not going to be around to cash out here. That's going to be Triple AD coming through with an easy Yggdrasil path. And like I said, it was a textbook defense from them. They realistically, aside from, again, a couple of misplays that they weren't punished for, never really flinched. And they make their attacking phase look so easy. Once Rocco starts to cook on that Elsa, he's doing everything we've seen Wounds do all night long, but better.
Yeah, I mean, he really took Wound's game and kind of ran with it here and very quickly gaining ground over N1 Hex here, already up 2 maps to nothing. You know, that last series with N1 we saw, it was a back and forth. They were only really down 1 map, so now the furthest back N1 has been in a series, and the question is, can they claw back from those jaws of defeat here? You know, the replay here, definitely Triple AD's game to win, start to finish. You know, there were some moments where things were slowing down for them. They weren't quite finding the momentums, finding the thread. They needed to keep this map going. But, you know, like you pointed out, you know, there's a couple of misplays here, a couple of bobbles from Triple AD that N1 Hex, I feel like, just didn't capitalize on enough as they could have and should have here. And the scoreboard will tell you most of what you need to know about this matchup here. 30s down the line for Triple AD on the elims. Illicit 30 elims, Rocco 36 with 20 of those being final hits. Again, that Elsa coming up so big here for Rocco, and like we said, you know, Wounds still trying to deliver on the Elsa, still get some things done for the team, but Rocco definitely winning the Elsa right now.
100%, and it's 20 KOs, like, that's flashy, that's kind of like, that's impressive, but what's more impressive to me is what those KOs are, because more often than not, it's a backliner, or it's the Groot, or it's just an opening frag, and the rest of it just kind of ends up being cleanup. I think, you know, maybe 5 of those were key, high-impact KOs, and the other 15 were just cleanup after the other team made a mess.
Yeah, it does feel like cleanup duty here, and just not finding the mop quick enough here to try and recover from it. So Triple AD advancing to a very fast 2-0 lead here on match point against N1 Hex, and I do feel like, we've kind of already talked about it. What does N1 Hex need to change here? They gotta look for those opportunities. They have to look for the holes in Triple AD's play here. There are moments where they can seize a little better and get some more value out of there, but as of right now, they're just not squeezing enough advantage from them.
I think they need to learn a new trick, because like all night long, we saw in the previous series they were relying so heavily on wounds to get the better of that Elsa, and they're up against a team at Triple AD that are like, okay, you can have your best tool because we're better at it. All right, we're just gonna have Rocco on it and he'll feast on it because we're the better team. We play around her better than you guys can. So have at it. Do it. We don't care. So you need to try and dig a little bit deeper into the toolbox, because Elsa and Star-Lord, it can't be your only look, right? Like, if you come this late into a tournament looking that one-dimensional, a team like Triple AD will scout you out. And as we go, once again, to Museum of Contemplation to decide this series, see if N1 Hex still has any say in it, it's going to be the Elsa ban, and they have realized, yeah, we're not winning that head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like they kind of have to fall on the sword here to give themselves a chance. I know they want wounds to be on that Elsa, but you just cannot hand it over to Triple AD like they have been. And, I think you put it best. Triple AD is playing the game that N1 is playing, but on a completely different level in another galaxy at this point. And that is the drawback of this ban system, is in order to stop them from doing that, you have to give up a little bit of what you want to play. So this is N1 Hex's opportunity here to show us something different, to show us that it's not just one trick, it's not just one game that they play here, but they will have to take some hits here in the draft phase in order to do that.
They did show us an impressive trick earlier on tonight when they snatched victory from the jaws of defeat up against Backseam Japan, but can they do it again against Triple AD is the question that I think is on everyone's minds. And if you look at Yggdrasil Path, I think you're probably already jumping to a conclusion here, and I know you and I probably are on that same wavelength, but it's up to N1 Hex to silence the doubt, prove us wrong, protect onto the Phoenix, and a ban on both the Elsa and the Vanpool, I think, is a great way to kick things off. Triple AD going to respond with antics, as a matter of fact, as a protect onto the Jeff, and then banning out the Loki and the Mantis again, usual suspects, and a protect onto the Venom, ensuring that this composition will be fast, it will be divey, and it will hurt.
Yeah. And, this is a tough kind of uphill match here for N1 Hex. Triple AD, they did fall to One Piece 3-0, but they were 3 fairly close maps. And One Piece, again, as we've said, by a lot of people watching this tournament, are favored to be at least in the grand finals. It is kind of a battle here to fight the team that did almost take a map almost every time from One Piece. So, on paper, a tough matchup here for N1 for sure. But it is kind of going to come down to, can they grasp some of what needs to change here in the draft phase. Groot save and a Daredevil ban to round things out for them, so they at least take Illicit off the Daredevil, and Triple AD will have the Moon Knight here as the last ban. N1 Hex on the attack here first, so they're gonna have to dig their way out to just have a hope here on Museum of Contemplation.
That's a no rest for the weary kind of ban right there, because it's like, okay, well, what's the number one thing that we can do if we can't play the Elsa here? Oh, we can just go with the Groot Moon Knight, same as you do on every attack on every convoy map. Nope, we're just gonna go ahead and ban Moon Knight. Yeah, deal with it.
Yeah, and ultimately, the number one question at the top of the list here is, how are they going to deal with it? You see the Moon Knight pick here on convoy maps, specifically to get out of the spawn room, to get things rolling there. Without that, it's definitely going to hurt. I do see a couple of interesting things coming through, though. Gambit does survive the draft phase here, so there is some Gambit action. And one other one that we've seen N1 Hex react to when Gambit's on the board, Rogue, might be coming in here. Maybe.
Do you know what it was, though? It was that Triple AD got the Gambit through without using a Protect on it, so I think N1 Hex missed that. So the Rogue, like you said, also makes it through, so you're going to see Rocco picking up the Rogue here, going to benefit entirely from the team up from the Gambit. Mocha is going to be on that one, and aside from that, it's a triple look, or yeah, no, a triple with Illicit actually on the dual pool. What? I'm sorry, duelist Deadpool.
Definitely, I think, of the three, maybe the one we see the least here, but it is going to be three Vanguards coming out from Triple AD as they are on defense here first. N1 Hex going to try to take advantage of the Rogue as well, so Gambit Rogue team up for both sides of the board here. N1 Hex trying to find some motion here, a little bit of momentum to get out of this spawn room. They will find it here. They push Triple AD back just a little bit to start things off, and Doxlin almost ready to go for an Insong Inferno pretty early on here in this matchup. But yeah, very interesting team comps here on map number 3.
Yeah, I gotta correct myself. That is not a triple. I just wasn't ever expecting to see the dual pool in the big 2026. But Illicit, you know, I mean, making a liar out of me once again. I keep questioning his hero picks, and he keeps giving me some new answers. We're gonna see early on that ultimate come out and already forcing N1 Hex back, but a good response coming out from Doxlin, taking down Rocco, and it's the invisible boundary coming up from Lurkin to give N1 Hex some breathing room. They can breathe a sigh of relief as they have managed to parry the first onslaught from Triple AD, forcing Illicit to swap off of that dual pool over onto the Doctor Strange. There will be a teleport play, and there will be a royal flush coming on through it.
Very weird sense of deja vu coming in here as Illicit jumps through this portal. N1 Hex on the attack here. There was a big stop on checkpoint number 1, and it was by N1 Hex on defense first here. Triple AD gonna try to take that and run with it here, but Doxlin finds 1 KO and lets that Insong Inferno rip. No Mercy goes overhead for a meteor in as well here to follow up, but it is gonna be N1 Hex taking a 1-for-2 against Triple AD here, and they're looking to follow up on it. Arcturus on the road gets the slam on the enemy road there. That's Rocco on road this time around. The Quasit throws down the It's Jeffall, and it's going to be a triple for wounds on the Wolverine here. Quasit will respond in kind, takes down a couple with the Jeffall, but N1 Hex, clear checkpoint number 1.
Yeah, that's, I mean, and that was definitely not guaranteed at the rate that Triple AD had been playing this series, but I think got a little bit too cute. Again, you know, same thing that we saw Backteam Japan do earlier on, and this time, they are going to be very quick to try and swap back to something normal. Illicit no longer on the dual pool, swapping over onto the Phoenix, and I think that's a lot smarter. You just want to try and play something normal so that you can keep the pressure on and not let this spiral out of control like we've seen so many times. Get yourself a hold on point B, same as you did on Yggdrasil Path. There's still plenty of tools online to use it, but one of them, the Feast of the Abyss, gets denied. No smite, back to 50%.
Yeah, swapping over to 2-2-2 for Triple AD, but wounds still coming through big on the Wolverine here, slicing and dicing through the Venom for N1 Hex here in a dive, chasing down Illicit as well, making the escape there on the Phoenix at the last second. Rocco over on the Wolverine now as well, pretty low there for a second, but healed right back up here as N1 Hex still in control of the cart and still on the move. 3:30 on the clock, and they are over halfway to this second checkpoint here as Wounds trying to slice and dice through the rest of Triple AD. Ults galore here, but Tuba goes overhead for the big dunk. Rocco will follow it up with one more, but Doxlin will be back onto Rocco here, and Spiral as well on that Gambit, finding another KO here. It's a 2-for-3, favoring Triple AD as they find a little bit of momentum here and slow N1 Hex's roll. Illicit double KO on that Phoenix as well here. So now Triple AD in control of that card and gonna maybe look to apply some pressure here, but again, can't let up against N1 Hex.
The most important thing, by the way, is that dunk that came out from Tuba shut down Lurkin's invisible boundary, and I think after that, it doesn't really matter how many trades N1 Hex is able to find, it's gonna favor Triple AD, especially with the card already having rounded that corner. The spawn advantage is in Triple AD's favor, and they're also going to have an ult advantage as well. N1 Hex have to try and make something happen out of here. Good Mag Bubble to try and save their group, but it's not going to be enough as Rocco just slicing and dicing with Adamantium Claws, and Doxlin now with the Ensong Inferno striking down Tuba. That's a good trade, 1-for-1, but Illicit looking to try and even the score back in their favor, taking down No Mercy. Both Magnetos feeling the wrath of Jean Grey.
Yeah, for a return of fire from both sides of the board here. Clobber in time from No Smite, but does not make its a mark here. N1 Hex left in a bit of an ult deficit here. Rocco does have last stand, but that's all he's got as N1 Hex trying to round the corner here and keep things moving. That last stand does come in from Rocco. Rocco and Illicit will pick up some KOs. There's Mocha on the Invis as well, finding one against N1 Hex, grinding to a halt here before checkpoint number 2, making a double KO for the Invisible Woman here as N1 Hex again picking themselves up and forced to dust themselves back off yet again.
I'm such a fan of Mocha. I love her. She's got the best energy. She's just so PMA. It's awesome. She's one of my favorite players in the scene today, and she can also throw hands, especially on that Invis Woman, and she is showing us that in spades. And speaking of spades, Quasid and Spiral both building up to that next Royal Flush fight, but in between, it's Illicit again just finding a pick in the neutral. So while N1 Hex are trying to play for that Royal Flush, I mean, everything just kind of changes. One single KO tilts it all on its head, and they're on the back foot, and Rocco, again, characteristically, seizes that opportunity, finds another pick, forces N1 Hex even further back, and so I don't even know how that one just comes through. Illicit just casually just taps Wounds and says, away with you.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like Triple AD just picking them apart while N1 Hex is waiting desperately for that Raging Royal Flush to come through. They do have it online now. They've got a couple things to follow up with it too. But first out of the gate here, no smite onto No Mercy yet again. Their Thing beats Magneto in this matchup. Wounds pretty low too. Conversion onto that Wolf as well. But Triple AD can't come up with another KO quite yet here. Listen, gonna go big with this Insong Inferno. Will find one KO onto Lurkin. Invis send back with the boundary, and Arcturus will follow them back to the spawn room, but Wounds coming in huge on the Wolverine here. Triple KO, looking for even more here. Triple AD, what remains of Triple AD, trying to stop the Wolverine here, but he will pick up the enemy Wolverine onto Rocco, and finally the clobbering time will send Wounds sky high here, but he will get right back up and take down that Thing as well. N1 Hex playing through here, but they are quickly running out of time here. Just a second left to go as the invisible boundary comes down on the card here, and they're trying to level this thing out. Big knock up there as well for Triple AD. The last stand stuns come in huge as N1 Hex deliver the last couple ults they have here as we go into overtime, and Quasid now on the Gambit will find the enemy Gambit as well. So Spiral taking off an Illicit, following up with a Doxlin KO as well. N1 Hex falling apart here at the last second. Almost the entire team offline now. They are indeed. Lurkin, the last one, trying to get away but cannot make the escape here. Spiral on the Strange, but it is too little too late, and N1 Hex completed with just about 1.5 checkpoints.
And that's not gonna be enough to stop Triple AD if they keep this one going, because this looks exactly like what we saw on Yggdrasil Path. Like, bar for bar, band for band, a quick take, and then they stall out, and then they just can't complete it on checkpoint B. We see that a lot on Museum of Contemplation. We saw the exact same thing earlier on tonight, but we can't see that again tonight if N1 Hex want to keep their tournament hopes alive. They are truly on death's door. This is their last Hail Mary. Their defense has to be pixel perfect. One single mistake could snowball out of control, and Triple AD could seize the moment. And that's a scary proposition, especially looking at the composition the Triple AD have managed to sneak past the Rogue and the Gambit, which they're going to be coming out on the attacking side with. And like, how do you deal with that if you're N1 Hex? Like, what do you do if that Rogue gets access to your backline with the Heartbreaker, with that Gambit team up, potentially even with a Raging Royal Flush? Like, that's cooked, right? Like, you just kind of lose the entire defense if that happens. So what do you do to prevent that? You have to protect your backline. You have to get the better of these Royal Flush fights, and you just have to survive.
Yeah, I mean, it can quickly fall out of control here, just like we saw in Yggdrasil Path as well. I mean, you know, a decent amount of ground to stand on, but don't let that fool you. Not a lot of opportunity for mistakes here as we swap sides. Triple AD on the attack here, looking to close out the series in a 3-0. That door to victory is still open, though. N1 Hex stopped short of checkpoint number 2, so they have an opportunity to close things out here, though. Wounds is going to lock in the first KO early on. 15 seconds and one Wolverine KO coming through to start off this defensive run, but still a long road ahead here if N1 Hex wants to find the stop.
Wounds is angry, and he should be. Rocco, though, with a Pharaoh Leap, nearly finding Wounds, but a good mag bubble to save Wounds' life, and Wounds again trying to get access to the back line, whiffs on the Pharaoh Leap there, and now is going to be stuck trying to pressure out this flank that's coming out from Triple AD. I like the angles, though, but Rocco again getting the better of that Pharaoh Leap exchange. They're going to be able to bail Wounds out, but this is a lot of pressure being put onto this Wolverine. Logan is being forced back to the rest of the X-Men. Now this time, Rocco will be the one to fall. It's back and forth, but Wounds wins this particular tennis match, and that's going to be Triple AD forced back, and a good way to kick things off for N1 Hex. They need to keep this up.
Yeah, already 60 seconds off the clock here on the back of a couple of solid plays from them. Wounds really picking the team up here to start things off on defense. They got plenty of resources too, but Triple AD not going to let that fly without something to say about it here. Insong Inferno from Illicit does get some damage down, but Lurkin on that invisible boundary, and they will fight back. Doxlin will take down the enemy. Invis, No Mercy will find Rogue as well there. So Triple AD, a couple of members already down and out here as N1 Hex looking pretty solid on defense here. A minute 30 off the clock already.
Here's the gamble, though. You have the Rage and Royal Flush advantage, and the combo I called out, the Royal Flush and the Heartbreaker, it's not online yet. No Smite is a little bit behind in terms of that ult charge. Quasi gonna go ahead and pull the trigger without that. N1 Hex are gonna get the better Royal Flush. No KOs coming through, but No Smite still able to get access to Lurkin and clean one up. And as the Meteor M comes down on top of Arcturus, Triple AD are going to be able to get the better of this one. It's traded out 2 for 2, and N1 Hex still trying to hold on here, but it's looking quite dire for this defense.
Yeah, slowly starting to tilt in Triple AD's direction here. They've got a couple of resources online here, just past that halfway point to the first checkpoint here. Once they clear that, that's really when you might see them start to snowball here. Let's see, they do have that invisible boundaries ready to go here, as N1 Hex gonna dust themselves off. A lot of ground being gained on the back of that last fight off of Triple AD. The Heartbreaker coming through for No Smite now, as Triple AD gonna put some pressure on the N1 Hex this time. Try to clear the path forward for this card to go through. Arcturus lets go the Feast of the Abyss here, but not a lot of impact. Mocha on that invisible boundary yet again here, trying to just close the gap to this first checkpoint, and it's a double KO for Tuba on the Magneto, and Listen will find one as well here. Quasit and Tuba yet again in that KO feed. Plenty of room here for Triple AD to close out this first checkpoint. Gonna be about 3:30 on the clock to try and finish the map.
And the history books might not show it, but that Heartbreaker very well may be the nail in the coffin, because No Smite goes in so deep and it just becomes the elephant of the room. He says, address me. Everyone look at me or your backline will perish, and they have no choice but to peel back, and Triple AD gets so much space off the back of that and off of the cap. Illicit has the God angle right now, and it's up to Doxland to try and go on the flank though, but Illicit is already privy to it, already clearing this angle and making sure that I control the skies, you have no control over anything. And in fact, look at the space that N1 Hex, frankly, don't control. They're peeled so far back, they're practically playing for the checkpoint, and that is the last place you want to be against this team.
Yeah, and it's been non-stop pushing forward for this card for Triple AD since they cleared that first checkpoint here. Quasit's got the Rage and Royal Flush down. Wounds trying to battle it back on the Wolverine here. N1 Hex throwing down ults as soon as they charge up here. Tuba goes overhead for the Meteor M, but I don't think it makes its mark here. Alyssa will find one on the ground, and No Mercy lets the Meteor fly as well here. 2 for 1, making it 2 for 2 here. Both teams breaking even in this exchange now. Tuba and No Smite trying to find some more value, and Tuba on the Magneto. Double KO yet again here as they are rounding one of the last corners of the map, and No Smite on the Haymaker yet again comes up huge here for Triple AD as they are looking to close the series out here and make it an early night at the office. Over 2 minutes left to go, and Triple AD back on the move again.
But Arcturus does a really good job of stalling the card out so far back. That's going to buy time for No Mercy to make the strange swap, so the TP play will come through. There's an opportunity for N1 Hex here, and they do have the ults to try and go for a retake here, but it has to be clean, and up against Mocha's invisible boundary, I don't know that it's going to be enough.
It is going to be a tough climb here for N1 Hex. 1 minute and 50 left to go for Triple AD. A lot of breathing room, but Illicit, a very early pick there on Arcturus. Venom gone. No Mercy returns fire, though. Tuba taken offline. Magneto out. Mocha finds another KO. Onto No Mercy there overhead. In Song Inferno from Illicit. So many members of N1 Hex low looking to capitalize, but can't quite convert. There goes the final, or the last stand from Wound. Signs a couple of stuns. No Smite throws down the clobber in time right before being KO'd there. Doxland will finish him off there. No stuns off of that one, and Triple AD now running for the hills. 1 minute and 15 left to go, and N1 Hex looking pretty solid on defense here.
Less than 5 meters to go, though, in Triple AD. If they get this cart rolling, N1 Hex are so far out of breathing room. No more strange TPs, no more second chances, no more time, though. Only 1 minute left in the time bank. One good fight here for Triple AD, and they don't have any ultimates. Illicit nearly getting caught out. Will survive. You need to build up to this Rage and Royal Flush. Quasit is so close to it. Illicit able to find a KO onto No Mercy. I don't know how that comes through, but it gets caught outside of Lurkin's invisible boundary, and you can tell Triple AD, they smell the blood in the water. They know that it's the wait for that ult to expire. Rage and Royal Flush. This is the win con.
Yeah, gotta try to walk him down here on just the back of the Royal Flush. Doxland going overhead with the Insong Inferno, but it may be too little, too late here. Triple AD finding 4 KOs. Doxland goes down. No Mercy, the last one standing or flying here, but the Wolverine, Rocco taking him down, and Triple AD will secure it 3 maps to 0.
And no more shenanigans, no more getting silly, no more Spider-Man. It's just clinical Marvel Rivals play that carries Triple AD over the last gasp from N1 Hex. A very game N1 Hex. We really saw the best that this team has to offer today, but once again, the better team won, and Triple AD are undisputedly the better team out of these two. And that last fight was exactly why. And I'll even go back to the fight before. Like I said, you know, you had No Smite going in with that Heartbreaker to secure the cap onto point A, forcing so much aggro, forcing so much attention from the side of N1 Hex. They have no choice but to deal with this rogue. Otherwise, they won't have a defense at all. So that just secures point A. And then they nearly claw back point B, but it's just that one mistake and Illicit finding that one KO. One member falling outside of Lurkin's invisible boundary, the elim that comes from it, and then Triple AD, they just say, oh, we've got this. They take a deep breath, they wait for the ult to fall, they pop Royal Flush, and there is nothing in the world N1 Hex at that point in time can do to stop it. But they really went out swinging, right? 12 final blows, 4 wounds, the SVP for this team, making the swap over onto the Wolverine. Really put on a showing all night long, but Triple AD gonna best it. Illicit with 16 final blows really came alive when his team needed him the most, and Rocco definitely no slouch on the Wolverine as well. I'm looking at this team and I'm thinking maybe we were all right about our top 3 prediction. If this, you know, if Triple AD, if they get their ducks in a row, this is a team that could punch up, could take more maps off of teams like One Piece or the Chiefs, even though we didn't see them take a single map off of One Piece earlier on in the night. I am confident that they can.
Yeah, I mean, you know, looking back over the course of this whole MRC bracket, we knew coming into this would be a tough battle for N1 Hex to take. You know, not to say that making it this far into the MRC is ever a walk in Central Park, but, you know, for Triple AD, they have crossed paths with some of the top teams in this MRC. They just came off of a tough fight against One Piece. They've fought some of the best teams across both Asia and Oceania throughout this entire tournament, and we knew that N1 Hex would have an uphill battle. Definitely a lot of bright spots for this team across the board, but you know, it's like you said a map or two ago, CB, it really feels like Triple AD took N1 Hex's game to the next level. I mean, almost playing mirrored comps across the board here, and Triple AD delivered. So Illicit, well-earned MVP there on map number 3. Of course, that last Phoenix KO was really kind of the misstep that sent the avalanche down the mountain and secured the 3-0 for Triple AD. But now they will inch ever closer to a potential run back up against One Piece, maybe, or whoever survives up there in the upper bracket. But definitely a solid win here for this Triple AD squad.
Yeah, and I mean, I gotta ask, like, do you think there might be like maybe a tier break between the top 2, top 3 teams and the rest of the field? Because it feels like a lot of the Pacific region is very close in skill level. We're seeing a lot of interesting matchups here, and even though some of these are 3-0s, they're kind of close 3-0s. There's a world where this goes to a 4th map if not for, again, that one single KO at the end, that one misstep. I think maybe N1 Hex do actually end up taking Museum of Contemplation, take us to a 4th map, and maybe start to get that swing back like we saw them do against Big CM Japan. But they weren't able to do that, and maybe that is just indicative of Triple AD being like a tier or 2 above the rest of the field right now, very well earning that place in the next round of this double elim bracket. I'm curious. I want to hear your thoughts. How do you think it all shakes up? Do you think this is accurate as to the overall skill level of the region?
Yeah, you know, I say this a lot about Rivals matches. You know, you cannot look at the map score alone to tell you the story of the match. You know, you see a lot of 3-0s across the board, but when you really dig into it, you see leaderboards so close in elims, in final hits, in damage numbers. I mean, you've seen it a lot here alone tonight, where teams, even though it's a 3-0 win, there are very close maps throughout the series, or like in what we just watched there on Museum of Contemplation, there's a point where the map could have been won by the other team, and unfortunately it just went sideways, maybe on the back of one single play, or in this case, one single KO. So no, I definitely feel that looking at this top 8 in total, even the teams that we're saying goodbye to here tonight, I think this region so close here in this top 8 in the MRC. Skill levels much closer than you may have been led to believe if you've been watching the MRC up to this point. But these teams have really come to put on a show here and show what both Asia and Oceania are capable of when they cross paths. Absolute collision course for a lot of these teams, and of course, not quite done yet, right? The bracket's not over. Still plenty of matches left to go, and you know, we've seen some surprises here and there. So I would anticipate maybe another surprise or two still left in the chamber somewhere.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think there's more surprises to come. And one thing I also do kind of want to highlight is, you know, like we said at the top of the show, these teams are also playing for some of those Ignite spots. We're talking about how we're saying goodbye to some of these teams, but for some of them, it's not actually goodbye, it's see you later. We haven't seen the last of teams like Back Team Japan. I believe they've already been tweeting out that you know, they've got the invites. They should be in. So maybe we get to see a little bit more of them cooking coming back around. I would love to see more of N1 Hex because it's the type of team that, as we've highlighted so many times, you can't count them out until they are out. They can actually, they can make you hurt if you try to take them for granted. And it's one of those things that, like, I kind of feel like you need to always be aware of. They can be a real bracket buster team. Unfortunately, their bracket has been busted. They are going to be eliminated in that round, and this is where we currently sit up in the upper bracket. One Piece, and it's bugged. And down here in the lower bracket, Triple AD versus the Chiefs. That's a banger waiting to happen right there, Diatonic.
I was going to say, you know, I said something about collision course, but this truly is a collision course for these two teams here in the lower bracket. Triple AD, a demon run through the upper bracket, now taking names here in the lower bracket, up against the Chiefs, who have been down in the lower bracket for several rounds of this MRC. These two teams ready to go to war against each other, no doubt. And, you know, these are our last four standing. But like you said, you know, these teams, an opportunity on the table for them to continue their battle in Marvel Rivals Ignite later this year, and really just around the corner, a couple short weeks away. But these four teams stand above the rest here at the moment in the Pacific region here in the MRC. And, you know, I feel like right now, I think, you know, before the show, we talked a little bit about who we thought maybe our top three were going to be. I believe all three of them are still standing here in this bracket. So I don't know. I mean, so far, my prediction record, not too bad. But in case you missed any of the matches here tonight, One Piece did take down Triple AD in the opener on broadcast 3-0, but a very close 3 maps that could have gone anyone's way, truly. It's bugged 3-1 over Loyalty. They are still alive in the bracket. Baxium Japan and N1 Hex, a barn burner of a match there. Definitely a VOD-worthy match if you did not get to see that one. 2-3. The Chiefs defeat Moshi Mosh on land. They have met face-to-face 3-0 there as well. So, I mean, banger, just absolutely insane matches for these Pacific teams.
And here's something that I think is also interesting as we take a look at a couple more of the results here. 3-0 Triple AD over N1 Hex, and another 3 over the Chiefs over Loyalty. Something that I think is interesting is as we're down to our top 4 teams, we got 2 from OCE and 2 from Asia, which we started out with 4 and 4. So I think it's not just the teams, it's not just the players. I think it's the two regions that are very evenly matched, and I think they're both sending their very best. And we are predicting the best from each of those two regions to be in the grand finals. And it's, you know, maybe a little bit of a friendly rivalry as we're all one big happy Pacific family, but a little bit of a sibling rivalry never hurt.
No, absolutely cannot beat that. And of course, you know, we talk a lot about rivalries here. This is a Marvel Rivals, of course, but an important factor of a game like Marvel Rivals is how you look when you hit the battlefield. Plenty of new costumes available for your favorite heroes in the shop, but this one, definitely I'm a fan of when a legend is bound by darkness. He touched the tape, and his mind was dragged into a dream. A soldier without a heart, fighting forever, and never able to fall. And through it all, he kept whispering one name: Steve Rogers. Step into the shadows with Captain America's Cursed Captain costume, first appearing here in Marvel Rivals Season 6, a symbol of hope twisted by fate, yet unbroken in spirit. That's available starting March 5th, so right now in the shop, in-game, loaded up, pick this one up. I'm a huge fan, of course, love some Cap costumes for sure. Even Cursed, a hero never stops fighting.
I like the Captain America skin here. He's swagged out, Mr. Rogers here. He's drippy, but if you want to talk about drip, you gotta look to the stars. You gotta look to the Corsair. You gotta look at Psylocke. You gotta break the chains, claim the stars. Jeff, your bravery is inspiring. The Collector's Museum is pure torment. It takes real courage to step inside once more. Sail into battle with Psylocke's once captive Corsair costume, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 6. A warrior shaped by captivity, now cutting through destiny with psionic steel. It's available in the shop in-game right now. Go get your hands on it. I know I want to as soon as we sign off here for the day. I'm gonna head straight for the shop and grab it. Freedom isn't given, it's taken.
You know, Psylocke, right? A lot of costumes on the rack for this particular character. How the heck do you figure out which one you're gonna run? I mean, you have so many choices.
I set it on random. I set it on random.
Ooh, that's smart.
I've got like she's got so many good skins, and this is like another one on the pile. The rich get richer. She controls like all the wealth in terms of the duelist skins, but And, you just set it on random rotation. You never wear the same outfit twice.
That's fair. I mean, I feel the same way about the Thing, right? Somehow I've amassed this massive collection of Thing skins, and I never really know which one to pick. So yeah, definitely gonna have to take advantage of that random roulette. But I think we have yapped enough for one evening here. The sun is slowly starting to rise here in the U.S. as we are wrapping up for the day. A lot of banger matches here in the Pacific region, but plenty more Marvel Rivals action all throughout Championship Weekend. Where that came from, of course, EMEA and the Americas on dock for the rest of the day, and I hope they have just as banger matches as we have, because absolutely insane stuff out of the Pacific region tonight.
Oh yeah, we have been treated to some real bangers over here, and I'm sure EMEA and North America will be no different. I look forward to seeing that. Maybe I'll have a quick little nap, but I might stay awake for a couple of EMEA games. Those should be coming online shortly. Thank you all so much for joining us here in the Pacific region, and be sure to tune in tomorrow as well while we round out this tournament. Thank you guys all so much, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.